good morning to all the cricket lovers across the globe, and welcome from the northwest of Bangladesh, the vibrant Rajshahi, the Silk City. And this is the Shohid A.H.M. Kamruzaman Stadium, which is going to host this three-match one-day series between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging team. And this is the first one-dayer between these two teams, and which is promising to be a thrilling one. This is a fantastic opportunity for the younger guns from both nations to showcase their talent and make a stronger case for selection to the senior team. It will be a battle of skill, temperament and raw potential. Bangladesh emerging team arriving to the stadium earlier this morning. Then the South African emerging team, a nation known for their aggressive brand of cricket. So this is the tour schedule today. The first one there will be taking place between these two teams, and 14th May and 16th May will be the next two one-dayers, followed by two four-day affairs in Chattogram and Dhaka. Talking about the toss, and of course Alif Tasnim is waiting out there with the two captains.
It's toss time at Rajshahi for the first one day between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging. At the center, I'm joined by two captains from two sides. From Bangladesh emerging, it's 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. From South Africa, it's 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. And alongside them, the match referee, Mr. Salim Shahid, the former national cricketer. I believe, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, you have the coin. Just go for the flip. Heads is the call from George. It's tails, which means 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has won the toss and decided to.
We are going to bowl first.
The reasons for it?
I think in the morning just rain passed away, so there was a passing shower. So we just feel there will be some moisture for the bowlers.
And what do you make of the conditions?
Wicket looks like a sporting wicket, so we just have to be at our best to restrict them at below par score.
All the very best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
George, and happy to bat first?
Yeah, I think we're quite happy to bat first. We would have also had a bowl if we had won the toss, just with the overhead conditions and a little bit of a slight rain delay. But yeah, happy to be batting first. I don't think it makes too much of a difference on a good wicket like this.
Right. And it's a new condition for you. So what are you doing to adjust and adapt?
We're obviously expecting it to be a little bit slower than back home and to not there be as much bounce. But we've done our prep leading into the tour. We had a nice camp in Pretoria before we left, and we've been here for about a week or so already. So we're ready to handle whatever's thrown at us today.
How is the 11?
11, there was a little bit of a complication now before the toss. Richard 𝗏𝗏𝗏 got a ball to the hand, so 𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 comes in for him. And then 𝗬𝗏, Ramesh and 𝗃𝗏 are also missing out today.
All the best.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So the news from the center, Bangladesh emerging has won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So not a surprising decision from 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, the captain of Bangladesh emerging team, having to bowl first after the morning shower. So we are all set for the start of play. Two slips in place. Just outside of stump, Ripon Mondal starts with a dot ball, and welcome Shanura Bani.
A very warm welcome to you, Shadshad, and a very good morning to everyone that's watching us on T-Sports throughout its socials, and also a very good morning to everyone that's watching us all across the globe via the other platforms as well.
It's good to feel the mid of the bat early on in the innings. Yes, it might be a dot ball, but the sound that comes out of the middle, that gives you a lot of confidence, and Manak must be feeling confident after that solid block of the back foot.
He's joined by Mikael Prince at the other end, and for the South Africa emerging team, it's almost like a under 23 under 19 after you finish that is the next step.
Was there an outside edge? No, that wasn't. But I thought I heard a sound. I heard an 8.
Very close. There was a bit of movement as well. And you can hear that one of the fielders are saying that there is a chance coming, and they're liking what they're seeing. There is early swing with the overcast conditions early on and the quick shower, the passing shower that happened just before the start of play. So all things look like it might help the bowlers early on.
Talking about the weather, yes, it was a bit of rain in the morning, which caused us the 15-minute delay to the start of this game. And currently it's bright and sunny out here. The temperature is around 30 degrees Celsius and could reach up to 36 degrees as the day will progress.
Mohammad Manak, this is his first list A match, so let's see what he's got. 2 slips in place for him.
Very watchful. Definitely will be a bit nervous, as you mentioned that this is the first list A game for him.
Some of the players that took part in the under 19 series a few years ago, Mikael Prince, a bit more experienced, strike rate nice, 150 to his name, close to 500 runs. As I was mentioning, some of the players that played in the series a year and a half ago, the likes of Richard Seletswane.
Outside edge, but didn't carry to the first slip. Started with the mid and Ripon Mondal, none for no loss.
Bro, I am always under the power.
That's 2 off. 2 off. A little bit more. That's middle. Right arm over.
Gentle breeze going across the ground.
Got it.
Bangladesh emerging cricket team hosting the South African team. Tofal Ahmed will share the new ball from the other end. And for Tofal, we are seeing only 1 slip, while Ripon Mondal enjoyed 2. Pretty orthodox field setup for Tofal Ahmed. 1 deep third man and 1 deep fine leg. Only 2 allowed to control the boundary line. No movement. Prince wanted to see if there was any.
As I was mentioning, quite a few players, not too many, that took part in the youth ODIs. 5 of them that happened a year and a half ago, where South Africa under 19 team came. The likes of Kwena Mapaka was there. He's part of the national team. Devon Marai back in the setup.
Just string down the leg side. First runs on the board thanks to that wide.
Tofal, the first delivery was a bit too wide on the offside. This one down the leg side. We haven't seen too much movement in the air or off the surface. We know what sort of a wicket Rajshahi generally produces, and it's a batter-friendly surface.
Short and wide. That will be the first boundary through that point region. That is a confident shot from Prince.
Regal shot from Mikael Prince, and that's the first run off the bat and the first boundary of the day. Just putting his weight on the back foot and guiding it. Not really too much power, just all timing. The sound it made said it all. Once it found the gap, it was always going to go for 4.
Another wide this time, outside that off some. Tofal Ahmed, young fast bowling all-rounder from Sylhet, played for Ghazi Group cricketers in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Didn't bowl much though in that tournament, but made it marks with the bat. Today, he's been given the responsibility to shine with the new ball. He is trying to find his rhythm, Shahanur.
A bit of a struggle, 3 wides in the over already. As far as Tofal is concerned, he's a bit of a rare breed. And look at Tofal, he is a fast bowling all-rounder. Now what's the thing about Tofal that sets him apart? As I was mentioning, he's a bit of a rare cricketer in the sense that we see a lot of spin bowling all-rounders. He's a fast bowling one.
Bit of yes and no. Could be danger. But both batters decided against running for it.
And there we see Tofal's action. Slightly struggling with his line and length at the moment. He will want to work on that. Not really holding the ball with a protruded seam. It's a bit of an angled seam. So looking for the swing in, I believe.
Again, no movement whatsoever. And I think Mikael Prince, he is also realizing slowly that Tofal Ahmed is struggling with his lines and lengths. We saw him leaving the balls outside the off stump.
Looks a good surface. And look at the pitch. Some slight cracks here and there. Tinges of green. Must be something for the bowlers.
Well, Tofal Ahmed is finding right now that something on the pitch, trying to find, I should say. So good thing is after conceding 2 wides back to back, now he has bowled 3 consecutive dot balls.
Yeah, finding his lines and lengths better. And this pitch in general should be very good for batting as the day goes on.
Once again, a confident stroke but straight to the fielder. Dot to end the over after 2-7 for no loss.
Here's a look at the 11s, and as we can see, Van Heerden, Mikael Prince, Andile Charles Mogakane, Similane, who has played in the age level setup, Andile Similane, making it into the emerging team.
Of the hips. That is the first run. Of the bat of Manak, going off the mark. The 7th delivery he faced.
Yeah, in the last over we saw a boundary but not much running between wickets. This over Manak has started off with a single, and it's great that he's gotten off the mark, because the previous over when he faced Bangladeshi bowling, he gave away a maiden.
Fuller length That is good bowling from Rinpoche Mondal. Well fielded as well of his own bowling in the follow through. Not very easy for a faster bowler.
And you can see the difference between Tufal and Rinpoche. Rinpoche much more fuller, looking for that swing, looking to skid it on, aiming towards the stumps. On the other hand, Tufal, he's more of a hit the deck bowler. But despite Tufal being more of a hit the deck bowler, he too skids it on. Bowls slightly shorter lengths.
This time it was short and it was pulled for a boundary through that square leg region. The second one from Prince's bat.
One off the offside and now this time on the leg side. A cover drive and now a pull. Latched onto it quite early, seeing it. There is a vacant space there. Yes, a man at the deep backward square leg region, not at the deep square leg region. Rinpoche being punished for being slightly too down the leg side. Will have to fix his line.
Better length. Just a bit fuller, though the line was leg stumpish. That's why Prince was able to maneuver the ball into the gap for a single. But yes, Shanuri, we're talking about the lengths, the difference of lengths between two bowlers. Rinpoche Mondal is much fuller than Tufal Ahmed at this moment. And that also shows the habit of bowling, because Tufal Ahmed, he was not given the opportunity to bowl in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League, where Rinpoche Mondal was one of the strike bowlers for Abahani Limited. Gorgeous! Absolutely gorgeous from Manak. Through that offside, his fast boundary comes.
What's special about this shot is how it's played on the up and how he manages to keep it down. Coming onto your front foot when you're facing a delivery that's rising, sometimes what can happen is the ball can pop up, but look at that. He's on his front foot, but straight up. Holds the pose because he knows he's played a gorgeous shot, as you mentioned. And he's got a boundary. Will do his confidence a lot of good, this shot. His first one.
Expensive over from Rinpoche Mondal after the maiden. He bowled in his first. 10 of this over, 17 for no loss after 3.
Manak and Prince now, but plenty of batting left.
Yes, that's the line, that's the length. Tufal Ahmed wants to repeat again and again. Fielder coming to appreciate the line as well.
After the last over, you get the feeling that the batters are brimming with confidence and they're looking to play more shots, but this is what can put them under a bit of trouble and make them second think and second guess what they want to do.
Beautifully bowled once again. Hint of in-swing on that occasion from Tufal Ahmed. And Shanur, you can see the difference. The moment he started to bowl on a fuller length, the ball is talking.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, tinges of green in the pitch. There are slight cracks, but not enough to really call it a bowling friendly or a bowler friendly surface. It's got a bit of everything for everyone.
Well, this morning, 3 questions were coming to my mind. That is whether It will be a pitch on which the spinners will rule, whether the pacer will make the early inroads, especially in the morning conditions, or it will be a batting paradise. This time, at this moment, we can say this is good for batting, but if you can pitch the ball on the right area, especially if you are a faster bowler, that is something for you too. Look at that. Beautiful.
And it's what it's done is it's allowed him to gain another dot ball because Prince has left that. After being beaten a couple of times, Prince has realized, okay, let me just watch this. Let me see how far it bounces, whether there's movement in the air. And that's what I was talking about, that if you bowl that length, it'll make the batters second guess themselves.
5 dot balls on the trot. Tofal Ahmed gaining his confidence.
And you can see that although Tofal is bowling a fuller length in this over, because he's more hit the deck, he's extracting a bit of extra bounce and some movement from the pitch. And I think that's why he's bowling a very good over right now. Understanding the conditions is key.
Yes, that is the key part, as you mentioned, understanding the conditions. Usually at this time of the year, this part of Bangladesh, it's hot and humid. Just the day before yesterday, it was 40 degrees Celsius, the temperature. It was the highest recorded in Bangladesh. But today the conditions are a bit different. That kept low. It's a maiden from Tufayl after 4, 17 for no loss. Short and wide. The batter will think he's missed out on that occasion. It was there to be hit.
It was absolutely a hit-me delivery. And luckily for Ripon Mondal, he's got a packed offside field. He's got 4 in the ring on the offside, 2 in the ring on the leg side, and then you have your fielders deep third and deep fine leg behind and close to the boundary.
Closer to the off stump, and the batter is a bit tentative. That is the line you should be looking for, especially when the ball is new. Ripon Mondal and Tofal Ahmed bowling from the other end. Both are working for some time now under Tariq Aziz Khan, the first bowling coach in this Bangladesh emerging team. Tofal Ahmed played under him in the NCL T20s, played for Sylhet Division. Also Tariq Aziz Khan was the bowling coach for Abahani Limited, where Ripon Mondal played this season's Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League.
And Bangladesh has developed quite a line of fast bowlers, especially from the Sylhet region. You mentioned just a while ago Tufayl from Sylhet, the likes of Al Fahad. He's also coming through in the age level cricket. Another good young prospect.
Beautifully flicked and all the way for a 6. That never looked like it was going for a 6, but such brilliant timing it was from Manak.
Probably the shot of the morning. I would have given it to the cover drive, but the timing on this one, and look at the bit of a swivel he does after hitting that. MS Dhoni and his helicopter shot definitely influencing batters playing that sort of a swivel after really getting underneath or playing a ball square off the wicket with his wrists.
Yes, you were mentioning about the cover drive earlier in this morning, and now that's 6. That shows the level of talent these batters have. We saw Prince hitting 2 boundaries, then Manak now loosening up with time.
Yeah, there was 9 dot balls in a row before this. So that was a pressure releasing shot.
Another dot to end the over after 5:23 for no loss, South Africa emerging team.
Change your left arm round.
Two bowlers used so far, Ripon Mondal and Tufail Ahmed. 5 overs of pace, but I believe we'll be seeing some change right now with spin coming in, and given the way the South African emerging team batters have gone about things, yes, the Pacers have had 1 or 2 occasions where the batters were beaten, but it's been a very good, solid start by the visitors. They played some good-looking shots, and it's brought in the former under-19 captain, a former under-19 World Cup winner in the scene, Rakibul.
Beautifully played through the gap, onto the back foot, in a flash. Michael Prince.
How good is that shot? It wasn't really too short, but immediately he got into his back foot and punched it across the covers for 4.
You can see the tendency Prince has on both occasions when he is playing Rakibul. He is waiting on his back foot. On the first delivery, he had the room as well. That was an armor delivery. So on the first delivery, he had the room to go through that offside. But the next 2 deliveries, Rakibul maintained a tighter line. And that really made Prince, he wanted, you saw him shuffling, moving towards that leg stump and trying to make some room outside off stump.
It's a very clear plan, and we often see it from Bangladeshi spinners, the off spinners, the left arm off spinners. They like to attack the stumps and get the ball to zoot through, skid through the surface, and that's exactly what he's doing. Try and force the batters on the back foot, then bowl slightly fuller so that it's on the back foot, but slightly lower as well, as we see on this occasion.
A boundary to start the over, followed by 4 dot balls after 5 dot balls after 6:27 for no loss.
তুমি এরপরে এখান থেকে রিটার্ন চলে আসবা প্রোফাইল এরপরে এখান থেকে লং আপ চলে যাবা আর দৌড়াদৌড়ি করা লাগবে না রাকিবুল থাক রাকিবুল Leg stump, one leg.
Spin from both ends now. Mahfuz Rabbi, another left arm spinner.
Pitam single দিবো না, পিতম সামনে থাকবা।
It will be very interesting to see whether just a bit upish, and I was trying to say whether he flights the ball or not. He did, and almost produced a wicket.
Good start.
Yeah, Manak
Good start.
going into his shot slightly early, and luckily for him that the cover point was placed slightly deeper.
Good ball, good ball.
Another flighted one, this time driven beautifully for a single. So you can see the difference between Rakibul and Rabbi this time. Rakibul, he was darting the ball onto the
ও
stumps.
পিছনের জন্য শুধু ওয়েট করে।
Whether Rabbi, he is trying to give more flight, whether
ওকে সামনেই নে নে।
it is to see that,
One leg খেলেন।
it is yet to see that whether he has that control or not, whether he finds some purchase from the surface or not.
Good bowling. পিতম আর ইয়ে আর
See, what he's trying to do is force them on the front foot, and one of the reasons he's doing that is he's baiting the batters with a long off. So he's saying that just go and try and go for the single. The long off fielder is deep, no worries.
ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। রাব্বি খালি একটা
Some
জিনিস
mind
এরকম
game going on
নড়ানড়ি করলে
between the
জোরে
bowlers
করিস না।
and the batter.
এরকম করলে আস্তে করিস।
Well, Akbar is giving some advice that slow things up.
Good ball.
He did
Good
that.
ball, good ball.
Played beautifully as well.
See why Prince is taking more of a leg stump guard and exposing his stumps almost is because that long off is there, the single is available, and
So রাব্বি
instead of going for a boundary, he's doing that just to get a single. These are good tactics.
good ball, good ball, good ball.
Also, Rabbi is giving the ball more flight because he wants the batter to attempt that inside-out shot.
এদিক থেকে একটা বাড়াবা নাকি মিড উইকেটটাকে
Wanted the second run on that
না থাকবে
occasion.
আরেকটা বল দেখবা।
I think they stopped because Akbar Ali shouted so much.
3 runs so far from the first 5.
Good ball, good ball, good over, good over.
That's a good delivery to finish things off. After 7, it's 30 without loss.
Mohammad Manak and Mikhail Prince
সমস্যা নেই সবাই ভালো ফিল্ডার
giving a solid start to their team.
অ্যাডজাস্ট করে নিবে
30 without loss after 7.
তোফায়েল ওরা দুইয়ের জন্য পুশ
And
করবে
we could
হ্যাঁ
see after 4 overs of fast bowling, Bangladesh keeper Akbar Ali has decided to continue with the spinners now
Rocky.
from both
ডট
ends.
বল ডট বল
Rakibul, no slips for him now.
গুড বল গুড বল
He also gives some flight this occasion.
মুখে পড়ছে হ্যাঁ বাট আমি
One thing, despite the power play overs being on, is
যদি মনে
the field slightly being more defensive with a long off and a deep square leg, no slip. 4 fielders on the offside inside the circle. There's a bit of a short cover, a cover point, a point, and a gully. And then just the 2 fielders on the leg side, a backward square leg, or you could even say a short fine leg, and mid-on.
Followed the batter. Less protection on the leg side, allowing the batters to go for a single.
So the field setup almost tells us is he can't bowl too short and wide because of that field. He has to bowl it slightly fuller, make the batter drive.
তুই নড়াচড়া করিস না
Sometimes make sure that the batter sweeps as well.
ওয়ান 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 আরামে
Absolutely. The timing
Well done, Robin.
from the batter and from Shahnur as well.
রাকিবুল ভালো, হ্যাঁ ভালো।
That's exactly why the fielder is at the deep square leg region. So they want to see the batter sweeping. That was a confident looking sweep shot. But as soon as you get the batter sweeping, you're in the game as far as a spinner is concerned.
Well, looking at the field and the strategy from the spinners, they want the batters to go for the sweep. It was a very well played one from Manak, but yes, there was an opportunity to top edging that as well. One for the big shot through the gap. Will find a boundary.
Another one for Prince, and you could see he was slightly getting bogged down, looking to go for the big shot. Didn't get the best part of the bat, but just had enough to go to the boundary. His bat sort of turning when he was playing that shot. The good thing about it was grounded, and in the gap in the end. Rakibul, frustrated as he should be, hasn't been bowling too badly, has been bowling quite well.
Dot ball to end the over after 8:37 for no loss.
বলো
আমার তো গতি কম তো এটা নরমালি থাকে
থাক সমস্যা নাই এরপরে পাওয়ার প্লে শেষ হয়ে গেলে আর প্রবলেম হবে না এটা করতে থাক
ভিতরের দিকে ঢুকে গেছে
Continuing with Mahfuzur Rabbi, who bowled his first over for only 3 runs. Mid on up in the circle.
1-1-1
Plays inside out.
No!
Couldn't place it too well, but it will be a single nevertheless. A change in the com box. Shahnur Rabbani has been replaced by Alif Tasnim. Good morning and welcome, Alif.
Thank you so much, Ajat, and very good morning to our viewers as well from Rajshahi. The first one there between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging.
1-1
Both batters are looking to make some room outside the off stump, and they're trying to go over the top, trying to play through that extra cover region. And we are seeing 2 different strategies from 2 different left-arm bowlers. Rakibul is trying to follow the batters more often, whether Rabbi, he is trying to give the ball some air, and he wants the batter to play his shot through that offside.
Absolutely, and the batters are making room against them as well. That was coming back in with the arm. And they went over the cover so many times. Wanted to penetrate the offside field as well against the lefties, and it's a flying start for the visitors. And that really has forced the Bangladesh emerging skipper to bring his spinning options.
Bowled him! That's the one Mahfuzur Rabbi was looking for this time. Once again flighted, but it held on his line and hits the timber.
The much needed breakthrough for Bangladesh emerging, and that came in the 9th over. Mahfuzur Rabbi with the first blood. It was coming back in with the arm, and in between bat and pad, he celebrates the much needed breakthrough that's been given by Rabbi. Manak depart scoring 16. South Africa emerging are 39 for 1.
বাতাসের জন্য বলছি বাতাসের যদি ওটা যদি প্রবলেম না হয় তাহলে আমি
How was that?
আমি বলবো ও নিলে নিবে না নিলে না
Hey, বোঝাবো?
120 সেকেন্ড নট 20 সেকেন্ড 120 সেকেন্ড
এই ভাই টাইম শেষ তো
ইয়ে রবি তো পেজটা ভালো আছে এটা এই ভাই
The much needed breakthrough from the Bangladesh emerging team.
উইকেটেরটা
Mahfuzur Rabbi.
উপরে উঠলো না দ্যাটস ওয়ান লেগ
From the moment he was brought into the bowling, he was looking to flight the ball, and almost all the previous occasions he was bowling just outside off stump, and he instilled the thought into the batter's mind that he is going to bowl outside off stump, and that is why Manak, he was once again looking to make some room, but on that occasion it was bowled on the stumps and Manak missed. So it was a beautiful planning and brilliant execution from Rabbi.
George Hearden, the skipper of the side, comes at number 3,
chalo, bhaiya.
7 matches in his listed career. And he has to reconstruct the innings since the first wicket has fallen down for South Africa emerging. Once again, a beautiful delivery to complete the 9th over. Successful one for Bangladesh emerging after 9. It's 39 for 1.
boy good going চলো ভাইয়া রবিন ভিতরে আসো তো রাব্বি বাইরে যাও স্লিপ লাগতে পারে রাব্বি গুড ওভার হ্যাঁ থাক রিপন তোর দিকে বল মারলে 2 নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবে ফাম্বল করলে সবার ওকে পিতন একটু ডানে যা
Last over of the first power play.
গুড বোলিং পেসটা ভালো
Once again Prince was looking to make some room, and Rakibul following the batter, giving a bit of flight as well. Use of the feet, well fielded, but Rakibul himself.
শোন ওরাই ঝোরাঝুরি করতেছে বেশি কিছু করা লাগবে না
Rakibul Hassan, one of the members of the World Cup winning under-19 Bangladesh side, and he's a part of the history as well. Was following the batter, and that has struck the pads as well. Hence, no wide will be given. So it's a good comeback by the Bangladesh emerging spinners. They're trying their heart out to keep down the run flow and create pressure on the batting side.
Prince wanted the second, but it was not an option there. Good fielding.
রবিন গুড জিশান ওয়েল ডান
Jishan
Little bit.
fielding at long off.
Straight to camp.
Akbar Ali is really vocal behind the stumps, and he is happy to see the batters trying to
থাকো পিতন থাকো
use their feet, trying to make some room, and he is advising his bowlers to maintain the right line and length only. Slip for the new batter who goes off the mark.
আমার কাছে থ্রো মারিস এটা আমার কাছে মারিস
A partnership is needed for the visitors. Yes, it's a good start for them, but the pressure is being imposed by the home side bowlers. Rakibul with his last delivery makes room, goes straight to mid-on.
ঠিক আছে
That completes the over number 10. The power plays are done. South Africa merging at 41 for 1.
পাইল গুড হ্যাঁ পাইল second power play
𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗏𝗂 signaling for the second power play. Over numbers 11 to 40. Maximum of 4 fielders could be posted on the boundary lines. And currently, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has posted 3. We can see one in the deep square leg region, one in the deep covers and long off. He is opting to attack for a bit more, placing a slip as well, Zishan Alam in the first slip. Mahfuzur Rabbi, he is once again giving some flight on the ball.
This is the pitch where you won't purchase a lot of turn. Rabbi knows that. As a result, he's not trying to turn the ball much, rather trying to be stump to stump and bowling those arm deliveries, and he got a wicket through an armour as well.
Here then the skipper of the South African team, a bit sloppy on the field. Thankfully, no runs considered. So I was trying to say that here then the South African skipper, he said during the toss, Alif, that he is really happy to bat first. And yeah, they lost a wicket in the first power play, but it is a good scoring rate to start off. Now it's on his shoulders to continue the job. Through the gap will be a single only. There is protection in the deep.
They had a flying start, in fact. The first blood has created a bit of pressure on them, but apart from that, they were on top. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 was mentioning that there will be some assistance for the first faster bowlers, but unfortunately the bowlers couldn't take the advantage.
Good fielding. Definitely there could be a single. He saved one. The spinners are rushing through their overs very quickly. 13 balls already been played by this partnership. Only a single from this Mahfuzur Rabbi over after 11, 42 for 1.
The Bangladesh emerging dugout. It's a great platform for the young guns to showcase their talent and also prepare themselves for international cricket. Yes, they did perform in the age level, but there is a transition period between age level and international, and platforms like these can be the ideal options for the players of both the sides, and players like Mahfuzur Rabbi Akbar Ali would want to make the best use of it for catching the eye of the selectors and making their statements. And it's good to see, despite this hot and humid conditions, the crowds are building in numbers. This goes to show that how the people of Rajshahi in love with this very game. It's so hot, it's difficult to survive. Then again, it doesn't seem like it's difficult. So change of bowling. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is for his first over.
Driven beautifully through that gap onto the boundary like a tracer bullet from the bat of the skipper.
Welcome to the middle. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. He's been greeted by a beautiful boundary, and the South African emerging skipper will remove a lot of jitters. It was wide outside the off stump, fuller, and he was on top of it. No chance for Rebbe. Deep cover. Pile straight away under the pump.
Once again, a good looking drive for a single. Asaduzaman Payal played for Gulshan Cricket Club, the new club in the Premier Division Cricket League for Bangladesh. Has been around the corner, Asaduzaman Payal, for a few years now, and playing for the new club presented an opportunity for him to be the strike bowler, and he took it gleefully in the league. And definitely earning his place in this emerging team, making his way to the process. Maybe his next goal will be to get selected for that A team. It's good to see players like him, young first bowler, has a bit experience as well.
Beauty. That's the area where he needs to fire his deliveries. He started too wide outside the off stump and was hit for a boundary as well. And after a couple of deliveries, now he's found the right channel to bowl. And certainly this delivery will boost his confidence.
Beautifully bowled. Slowly getting his rhythm. Asaduzaman Payal picked up 20 wickets in the Premier Division Cricket League I was mentioning about. Good stump to stump, tight bowling after conceding the boundary on the first ball.
Payal is someone who can use the overcast conditions really well, was seen to bowl well under those conditions in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. He could be used early on as well by the skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃, but he had other plans. Decent start, 5 runs from the first. Ends well. After 12, South Africa merging, in fact, are 47 for 1.
Mohammad Manak is the only one. It's been dismissed so far by the bowling of Mahfuzur Rabbi. He scored 16. His opening partner, Michael Prince, still battling it out there in these hot, humid conditions in Rajshahi. 21 of 40, joined by the skipper. That came back sharply with the arm. Mahfuzur Rabbi is bowling beautifully into his 4th over, considered only 6 and already picked up a wicket.
Bit of aggression as well. We don't often see that from the spinners, but this lad has some. Trying to take the attack and keep the pressure on the visitors that's been created by him after the first wicket.
That's it.
Flighted. It's good to see 𝗂𝗃𝗃 still trying to be the attacking captain out there. Jishan Alam still filling in the slip quadrant. Flighted ball. Call for a second run. And completed it very easily.
After a long time, Равби is going tad bit wide outside the off
Robin!
stump. And a couple has been picked.
এখন একটু ডানে যাস
He was pulling stump to stump for a long time and he succeeded through that ploy as well.
ওখানে ফিনিশ করি
Needs to stick to that.
ক্যাচ ইট বয়
And the slip has vanished after the previous ball.
হ্যাঁ শেষের দিকে প্রথম বলটা একদম
মাহফুজুর রাব্বি
ভালো রাব্বি ভালো ফিনিশ
getting a lot of encouragement from the skipper.
ডট এক
The partnership is taking some time.
ধরো ওয়েল ডান ওয়েল ডান ওয়েল ডান
10 of 26 balls, this partnership, 49 for 1 after 13.
হ্যাঁ ওইটাই বললাম কিছু কিছু চেঞ্জ জোরে করো যেটা চেঞ্জ করবে ওটা জোরে হবে
𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗀 continuing with his second over. Oh, extra bounce. Yes, the room was there. That is why Prince wanted to play that shot, but he was beaten by the extra bounce.
All of a sudden, bit of zip from the surface. Prince has been the one who is circumspect, but now his eyes light up and he went for the shot, but was beaten all ends up. Such a good start for Pyle, and like his first over, he would love to continue this.
This time he was waiting on his back foot. He realized that 𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗀 as a bowler, he has some more height compared to রিপন Mondal or maybe Tofail Ahmed. He is a heavier built bowler as well. So he could hit the deck hard, and for his height as well, getting that extra bounce. 50 on the board. We are into the 14th over, so it's a good start for the visiting team out there.
Absolutely. It's a positive start for them.
Mistimed pull. Yes, 𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗀, he is getting some bounce, but on that occasion, it gripped on the surface a bit as well. So here then, he was clearly a bit early into that shot.
Exactly, he missed out an opportunity of earning himself a boundary. He was pulling in front of square, and the fielder at mid-on was inside the ring. So if he could clear him, he would get at least a couple of runs.
Straight to the fielder. Tight bowling. This is good bowling from Pyle. Yes, we were mentioning how well the visitors have started, but after the fall of that first wicket in the 9th over for 39, they have managed to score only 11, and that is some good tight bowling from both the spinners first and now from 𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃𝗀, the medium pace bowler as well.
Courtesy to Равби for the first blood, and that's where the pressure started for the visitors. That's a bumper from Pyle. He gained his confidence after bowling a series of good deliveries. Heerden was expecting this one to be called wide, but yeah, it was all of a sudden surprised the batter. He was not expecting this.
Testing the middle of the pitch. This is a good over on progress. Only considered a single. Definitely will want to finish it well. But he could not finish it well. Once again, a brilliant shot through the gaps, through the covers for a boundary.
It was sweetly timed, and the placement was even better. He beautifully pierced the offside field, and that one raced off to the fence. Completes the 14th over. It's 54 for 1. South Africa emerging.
Yay! রাব্বি খুব ভালো করতেছো, হ্যাঁ কন্টিনিউ করো। রাকিবুল এদিক দিয়ে করবো আবার। চলো ভাইয়া চলো। Come on guys, come on guys.
Not very sunny out there, but it is humid. That is why not very comfortable for the players as well. Players taking small water breaks in between the overs. That is the last ball of the previous over. Prince, he was waiting on his back foot, standing tall.
1-1.
Will be a single on that occasion.
Once again, Rabbi is around the stumps, and the first delivery was too close to cut for Prince, which was a dot ball, although he found a single afterwards. So he needs to stay in that particular channel. He's been going in great guns.
Outside edge, no slip in place, and misfielded as well. 𝗂𝗃 it was.
Well done, well done. Good recover, good recover.
Good recovering from
Unlucky,
him.
unlucky.
Definitely saved a couple of runs.
Well, good, huh? ঠিক আছে, no worries.
Turn after a long time from a Bangladesh emerging spinner, and not the regular delivery that Rabbi was delivering.
রাকিব ধর।
Slightly leg-side-ish. He's trying to mixing it up.
জিশান একটু সামনের দিকে থাকো। তোফাইল আগে যাও তো।
Mahfouzur Rabbi continuing for his 5th over straight from the
ভালো
same
finish,
end.
রাব্বি। Yes boy, yes
This
boy.
time closer to the stump. Initially in his overs,
Well done, well done.
initially in the early overs he bowled, he was trying to give the balls a bit more air than now.
ধরো, yes
You
boy.
can
good
see
over,
certain
good
change of the trajectory. He is bowling the dot ball to end the over 3 of this 15th over, 57 for 1.
এই ডিমি ডিগে দাই। পিয়ান উপরে চলে আসো। ওকে ভিতর দিয়ে দাও, তুমি একদম একদম ওই জায়গায় সাইড করে ফিল মারো।
Sanjay, right on over.
বলো।
Change in the bowling. Another spinner, this time a right arm off spinner, Jishan Alam. Usually more known for his explosive batting at the top of the order, but Akbar Ali trusting him with his bowling skills as well. And for him we can see a deep mid wicket, a long on, long off in place. Also a deep point.
Good ball, good
Use
ball,
of the
good ball.
feet on the very first ball.
The skipper Akbar Ali using all his spin options, bringing the third time spinner in.
জায়গা বানায় বানায় খেলে। মাঠ অনেক ফাস্ট, বের হইলেই 4 হয়ে যাচ্ছে।
Jishan Alam bowls as a part-time bowler and can purchase a bit of turn as well from the surface.
It's getting brighter at this point of time, though a gentle breeze is still out there. Rajshahi, the city located on the banks of the Padma River. Short ball straight to the fielder.
Jishan Alam has the experience of bowling in domestic cricket as well. Has 54 wickets under his belt. He would love to get another one. And this game is well bowled, just humming around the stumps. And that's what he should be doing. A good start from him. Just a couple of singles from the first four.
Officially played, didn't carry towards to the fielder. Mahfuzur Rabbi it was fielding at short mid.
Well done, good try.
3 runs of Jishan Alam's first over after 16, 60 for 1.
থেকে যাও না রিপন প্রীতম এখানে চলে আসে রাকিবুল এখানে চলে আসে সমস্যা নেই ওকে পিছি আরাম করার জন্য কুইক কর
Hearden captaining the South Africa emerging team. Prince still battling out there.
Good ball. Rabbi, bhalo ball.
Rabbi continues with the from the far end. This is the 6th over from him.
এইটা করে এরপরে আরেকটু সামনে করা যায়
Akbar Ali
দেখো তো পিছে
continuously talking
গ্যাপটা বড় পাচ্ছে
with the bowlers, with the fielders, trying to give some advice.
না
He has the best position in the field to watch the batters closely. What are they doing?
Conventionally, when the wicket keepers they lead the side, they become the most vocal cricketer in the middle. They try to distract the batters, sledge them, and also instruct the bowlers and the fielders.
Good ball.
And that's seen on many occasions as well. We have seen that in the recently concluded Bangladesh A and New Zealand A series, where the Bangladesh A skipper Nur Hassan Sohan was really vocal with his players, did well with the bat in hand as well. So of course Akbar Ali would be loving to follow his footsteps.
There was an appeal from the bowler and the keeper as well. It turned a bit. That is why Mahfuzur Rabbi was interested for the caught behind, and yes, that fit never left the ground. So it was an easy decision from the square leg umpire. So going back to the discussion of wicket keepers being very chirpy behind the stumps. When I was growing up, Pakistan had Moin Khan. He was one of the most vocal I have seen ever in cricket. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah. And it's good to see that Bangladesh wicket keepers are also going to that path. They're being chirpy, they're vocal, they're sledging the opponent batters. Beautiful. 3 runs from this Rabbi over, and of another over. It's 63 for 1.
চল
wherever you go in Bangladesh, there will be some youngsters watching the game very closely. There will be some ladies as well. It's a cricket crazy nation. Will be a couple of runs. And 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗍, they rarely have the opportunity to see these players up close. Oh, that was an induced age, and it is going to the boundary.
Streaky, but Prince will take it gleefully. There was a hint of turn, and it took the outside edge, and the outfield was quick enough to take it to the fence. Jishan was unfortunate, but the batter was really fortunate in this case.
Unlucky, Jishan. Norris.
𝗂𝗏𝗃 trying to comfort his bowler.
Well done.
𝗂𝗏-𝗂𝗃 was another one, Bangladeshi former wicketkeeper batter. He was really vocal in his playing days. Yes, Alif is shaking his head because he was too small when 𝗂𝗏-𝗂𝗃 was playing for Bangladesh. So welcome to the combox, kiddo.
It's good to see in a series where the emerging players are playing. There is also an emerging commentator who is making his way into the world feed in English commentary. Thank you so much, Shahjad, for the warm welcome.
Seven runs of this Jishan Alom over so far. It is 8 now, a quick single to end the over. Akbar is not happy with his fielders. After 18, it's 71 for 1.
So it's good to see the crowd is here with a bright and smiling face.
যাও জায়গায় যাও
Rajshahi doesn't host the international matches,
হ্যাঁ লাইনে করো লাইনে ভাই লাইনে দিবেন
but
তুমি আরামে চলে যাও তুমি লাইনে চলে যাও বোলিং নাই এখন আরামে চলে
this is a platform which can give some international flavor. But this is what has transpired this far. Some eye-pleasing shots from the South African emerging batters really took on the Bangladesh emerging bowlers, but Rabbi drew the first blood and created some pressure. Once again, Profile was hit for some boundaries, and that was a streaky boundary against Jishan Alam. So we were off to a drinks break and ready to resume after it. Bangladesh emerging will be hoping that this break
আরিফুল আর জিশান সিঙ্গেল আটকাই দিবি
will bring something positive in their favor, as Rakibul comes back into the attack. A single will be fetched as I welcome Shahanur Rabbani to the comm box. Welcome back, Shahanur.
Thanks a lot, Alif. And wow,
ওকে
South Africa emerging have gotten off to a decent start. I would still say Bangladesh have managed to keep them quiet. They're not really scoring runs at ease or at will
ওয়েল ডান পাল
as far as this venue is concerned and the pitch. I said early on that this pitch has quite a bit in it for the batters, but then also for the bowlers as well. It's about applying yourself, and they are ready to apply themselves and watch the entire game.
লাইক ইট
On the money from Rakibul once again.
অনেক সামনে আছে জিশান ঠিক আছে
That's the delivery he should be bowling.
জোরে গেলে জিশান
He saw his mate Rabbi to succeed
রাকি ইশারা রাকে
with his armors, picked up the wicket as well, so he needs to do that because this is a surface where he won't get a lot of turn.
রাকি এই লেনটা অনেক
Hence,
ভালো এই লেন থেকে
this
আসলে
line
আরো ভালো হবে
length and sort of a delivery can be the auspicious one.
That's the sort of delivery the captain wants him to bowl, slightly slower as well.
ইয়েস বয় লাইক ইট প্রোফাইল এদিক থেকে ফাইনাল চলে আসছে
Perhaps if this was aimed at the stumps would be even better for him.
সামনে আয় প্রীতম
Just keep in mind that Bangladesh emerging, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Oh, now this could be close. What is the umpire saying? Keep in mind there is no TV umpire. They're asking for a third umpire, but there isn't one.
ওকে চলো
Yeah, was short by quite a bit, as you can see in the replays, but
স্যার বল প্লিজ আপনি তো না
a bit of luck going the South Africa emerging team's way, that's for sure. Partnership building after 19 at 74 for 1.
Left arm round.
ক্লোজ না
Yeah.
নিশ্চিত আউট
Think about that side.
ক্লোজ না রে প্রীতম নিশ্চিত আউট নিশ্চিত আউট
I don't think it's ball.
No, he hasn't. Georgie, hasn't.
Ahrar Amin coming into the attack. More spin, more trial by spin for the South African batters. They'll be considering themselves slightly lucky, surviving a run out.
গুড বল
Van Heerden playing with a straight bat, trying to take advantage of the misfield, and they do.
Very good piece of running between the wickets. The call was really quick,
শোন ওরা লাইনে গেলে 2 রানের জন্য পুশ করবে
and the batter, Prince, spatially who was so quick, very fast runner in terms of running between the wickets.
Oh, now this time there is no second guessing what the outcome is, because he is gone. The captain has to depart. He's stumped out for 22. South Africa emerging, losing their second wicket.
The change of bowling works in favor of Bangladesh emerging. 𝗂𝗏𝗻 strikes very quick and removes another batter from the equation. This time it's the skipper. Van Heerden came down the pitch, was looking to go big, missed it completely, and the keeper Akbar Ali doesn't miss out on this occasion. The second wicket for South Africa. Heerden departs scoring 22. It's 76 for 2.
উপরে উপরে
Coming down the track, missing it all ends up. The captain Van Heerden has to depart. Akbar Ali making no mistake there behind the stumps. And two under-19 captains working in tandem, because 𝗂𝗏𝗻, he also has captained the team, and ironically it was, or I should say coincidentally, it was against South Africa under-19 when they last came to tour Bangladesh not too long ago. And there were two captains in that series, 𝗂𝗏𝗻 and Mahfuzur Rabbi, who's also playing in this match. Conor Esterrizon, he's the new batter in. Best of 87, strike rate of 89, just 11 matches.
Good bowling, good bowling, good ball, good ball, good ball.
Conor and Prince look to form a partnership now, having lost 2 wickets. Prince has been there for a while. Wonder how the conditions are treating him right now. 𝗂𝗏𝗻 doing a job with the ball. Taking his time, making sure the batter has to wait.
Good ball, Pian.
Just to give our viewers a reminder that there is no TV umpire here, as this is a list A match, and the match officials Arnold Jacobs and AIM Moniruzzaman.
Good ball, good ball.
Arnold Jacobs currently in front of the stumps, and Moniruzzaman at the leg umpire position. Just 1 run from this over so far by 𝗂𝗏𝗻, and it's been a great one. In fact, 3 coming off it, with the first ball being 2. But after the wicket, just 1 run. Dot ball to finish. After 20, it's 77 for 2.
এখানে বল লাফাচ্ছে, বল ফাম্বেল হইতে, কথা শোন আগে, বল ফাম্বেল হইতে পারে, বলের কাছে কুইক চলে যায়, তাহলে ওই টাইমটা বাঁচবে, যাতে মিস হলেও পরে সুইচ করতে পারে। বলের কাছে কুইক আয়, আরামে ধর, মিস হইতেই পারে এখানে।
Here's a look at the Bangladesh 11. Akbar, Ahrar, Ariful, Payal, Zishan, Mahfuzur, Pritam, Rakibul, Ripon, Robin, and Tofail. That is the Bangladesh emerging 11.
Left him round.
Rakibul continuing, and he's bowling quite well. New batter Connor Sturridson will have to face more spin, and I think it's a mental preparation when teams come into the subcontinent, especially in these parts of the world. They try and prepare themselves. They know that they're going to face a lot of spin. It will be hot and humid conditions.
Good bowling, good bowling, good bowling.
And the Bangladesh emerging spinners have been impressive. Both the wickets came from the spin bowlers, and specifically the left-arm orthodox bowlers. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃 has been going well too.
Once again, we're seeing him making room, but look at the footwork. He's tentative right now, Prince. He's been there for a while, but the bowling has been very good. Mikhail Prince on 35 from 58. Connor Boyd-Sturridson, he's on 2 from 5. Oh, clean bowled! That's another one. He was giving himself room, and seeing what he was doing, 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃 bowled it at the stumps, bowled it flatter and faster, and that's 2 wickets in a row in consecutive overs, and both the set batters are gone.
In cricket, you never can be predictable. If you are, then you are gone. That might be an instance of it. He was making room again and again, backing away, exposing his stumps, and 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃 this time around rattles it. Gets another wicket for Bangladesh emerging. South Africa emerging at 3 down. It's 78 for 3.
Prince gone for 35 from 59. He started off well, but then got bogged down. And South Africa emerging have lost the 3rd wicket. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃 wasn't amongst the wickets, but then completely deserving this one, deceiving the batter with a flatter and faster ball. Every other delivery, Mikhail Prince was making room to access the offside, and on this occasion missing the flight, outfoxed by the bowler. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃, yes, not much international experience perhaps, but he's got plenty of overall experience in terms of list A cricket, under 19 cricket as well. Andile Charles Mogakane, the new batter in, and look at that. Strike rate of 70, high score of 78, not much experience. Bangladesh emerging team now edging ahead, getting their noses in front. 2 wickets in back-to-back overs. Out appeal, probably going down leg. Monir Zaman, the umpire, not obliging. There is a slip in place. It's good to see some aggressive captaincy by the Bangladesh skipper.
Yeah, once again it was a round armish delivery, and clearly you can see it was sneaking down the leg. Once again, very good bowling from 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃. Ends another over with a dot after 21. South Africa emerging are 78 for 3.
Connor Sturridson and Andile Mogakane, the 2 batters in the middle. 3 to go. George Van Heerden, the captain, Mikhail Prince, and Mohammad Manak. All 3 getting starts and failing to really convert. And that's mainly due to the good work the spinners have done as far as the Bangladesh team are concerned. Lots of spin, trial by spin, and 𝗂𝗏 getting the wicket in his last over, and that brought about another one by 𝗂𝗏 challenging the stumps.
Kept a tad low on this occasion, so the batters have to keep that in their mind as well. Since two new batters in the middle, 𝗂𝗏 and Connor. 𝗂𝗏 is yet to get off the mark, but it's good aggressive captaincy from 𝗂𝗏, putting fielders in the close-in positions.
Oh, straight to the fielder. He's gone for a duck. 𝗂𝗏 does the trick with the ball once again. Back-to-back wickets and back-to-back overs for him.
This is the reason why the fielders were put in the close-in positions, because the skipper knew that 𝗂𝗏 can spoon that in the air, and there was a very good catch from the cover as well. 𝗂𝗏 gets 2 wickets in real quick succession, and right now Bangladesh Emerging are certainly bossing the game.
Look at that delivery, some turn, just getting caught in the crease, playing it early, almost playing as if there was no fielder there. 𝗂𝗏, who took a wicket in his previous over, working in tandem as 𝗂𝗏 goes for a duck. South Africa Emerging are 79 for 4. Devon Murray, the new batter coming in, he's got some experience playing in this part of the world, playing in this ground in fact. 13 matches, best of 82, strike rate of 100, 250 so far. And he played in the series, the under-19 series between Bangladesh and South Africa under-19, the last time South Africa under-19 came. Bats a bit, bowls a bit. But Bangladesh well and truly into the middle order and the lower middle order as well. 𝗂𝗏. Very interesting to see. He's doing a job with the ball. He's known for his batting mostly. Left-handed middle order batter, but that was the last wicket.
A soft dismissal. That wasn't the best of the deliveries. Then again, 𝗂𝗏 just put that straight into the hands of 𝗂𝗏 at cover. But it's good to see that crowds are coming in and they're cheering loudly in every delivery.
Finally a single. Devon Murray gets off the mark, and after 22, it's 80 for 4.
যদি আরিফুল মনে হয় বেশি দৌড়ানো হচ্ছে কিছুক্ষণের জন্য চেঞ্জ করে দিবা। রবিন আছে, রবিন একদম ফ্রেশ আছে, রবিন প্রীতমেরা ফ্রেশ আছে।
3 wickets in the last 3 overs for Bangladesh, and 𝗂𝗏, one of the bowlers who took the wickets. 𝗂𝗏 on the other hand taking 2. Bangladesh turning the game on its head. And it's exactly that sort of a delivery that's been doing the harm, that's been making the South African batters really work hard It's not the one that turns, the one that goes straighter, aimed at the stumps, flatter, faster.
And still there is a slip in position because all of a sudden I guess 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 will flight a delivery which will spin away from the right-hander. And for this reason a slip has been kept still, a single fetch in the meantime.
Yeah, slip in place, mid-on is there, long off. So there is a position to score a single off of, which is why you saw Mikhail Prince making room to play on the offside and in the end getting bowled. And this is why 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has to be very alert at anything that goes to his left. Has to be diving just like that. There is a deep point, a deep square leg also in place. So that's for the sweep, reverse sweep, in case the ball is slightly shorter or too full. After 23, it's 81 for 4. To continue after taking 2 wickets in his last 2 overs. Murray and Connor both new at the crease. They have a repair job to do after a mini collapse here for the South Africa emerging team batting. Well fielded on this occasion. Again, no run from what looked like a good shot.
A slight sign of aggression after a long time from a South Africa emerging batter. They have to break the shackles for getting rid of this situation. Go straight, but there is some protection and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 does really well to prevent the boundary.
As you can see, that's good field positioning and good ploys by the captain. He's got the long off, the mid-on. He's sort of inviting the South African batters to take on the spinner. If it's too full, go over the top. Could result in a catch for the long off fielder, and that's why 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 also appreciates. This time it's cut away. A fielder at deep point, just for that last over saying, in case it's too short. Too short again, but won't be more than a single.
So this is the over where the visitors are trying to take the attack back on Bangladesh emerging bowler. Hence the skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 says to toss it up.
And he obliges, but will still be another single. 4 off this over. After 24, it's 85 for 4. Wow, look at that. That is quite a long bowling card. 7 bowlers used so far, and most of them spinners. Only Ripon Mondol and Tofail, the 2 pacers used. Afterwards, Rakibul, Rabbi, Zishan Alam, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, all spinners. Pyle, another pacer. Plenty of bowling options for the captain, Akbar Ali, and that has really worked in Bangladesh's favor. Rakibul with 1 wicket, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 with 2. Played over the top, into the gap. That's the first boundary for Connor.
The welcome boundary for South Africa emerging after a long time, and they were literally striving for it. Slightly sneaking down the leg, and Connor takes Rakibul on through the gap for 4 runs.
So now, the last shot puts a change in the field. The long on goes towards the boundary. There is a deep square, a deep point, and a long off as well. And that means you can get singles easier now if you come onto the front foot, even off the back foot. So that boundary has brought about a change in the field, and that's good as far as Connor and Murray are concerned.
Good comeback by Rakibul as well after being hit for a boundary. He's done well in this game, but yeah.
Kept low. But again, because the field is slightly more spread out, you can take those singles. After 25, it's 91 for 4.
নিজের কাজটা ভালোভাবে করতে থাকে।
Interesting position for that fan. Just a while ago we saw. Gets a good view of the ground, that's for sure. Too short from Ahrar Amin on this occasion. And while these two spinners have taken wickets, in the last few overs, the South African batters once again taking the attack back to the Bangladesh bowlers and starting to score more runs. The current run rate, they might want to improve on that, 3.66.
Good ball, good ball. That's good ball.
That's the ploy. Attack has to be the best defense. They were under the pump after losing so many wickets, but someone had to take the attack, and it's good to see both the batters are trying to get a move on.
These are good deliveries by RR, but resulting in singles, all ending up in the gap. And you have to give the batter some credit, because yes, while he's not coming forward to deliveries, he might well do coming forward too. He's playing it to the gap. He's putting bat on ball, using his hand-eye coordination to his best. This time played with much softer hands by Connor. And Murray with a slightly different technique where he stays planted on the back foot but still manages to punch it through the offside. He's a strong player, Murray. Has quite a bit of power about him. Oh, well fielded. For a second I thought he could have maybe managed to catch it, but it was bumped and then it went to the fielder.
Great effort, support for the bowler, encouragement for him as well to bowl well.
Like it.
Once again humming around the stumps, but yes, finding those singles, they're piercing the infield with ease. The visitors after 26, it's 95 for 4.
আসো ভালো লাগছে জিশান।
the beauty of the Silk City. Good scenes around the ground, around the stadium. Short, cutaway. 2 more added to the total. You can see Connor looking more and more relaxed with the spin. Much more confident playing off the back foot. Sometimes coming forward when needed.
And both the batters are really fast runners. They have been really quick in running between the wickets, and they have converted singles into doubles on a number of occasions. So this process needs to go on because they are in a reconstruction process and they have to get those quick runs.
Played fine, perhaps off the pads. We'll just wait for the signal by the umpire. And yeah, leg by is the signal. Not happy with the last delivery by Rabbi is the captain. Akbar Ali, and yeah, going slightly down the leg side. These two batters are milking the runs. Trying to give as few dot balls as possible. Connor has moved on to 15 from 20, 21 on this occasion. Murray, on the other hand, 7 from 17. Another single added.
The Bangladesh spinners are doing their job pretty well. They're applying the pressure on the batting side. They have purchased wickets too. Once again, a good conclusion to the over. That's the team 100 for South Africa emerging as well. It's 100 for 4 after 27.
A look at the batting card here. Manak, Mikael Prince and Van Heerden, the captain, all getting starts, failing to convert. And Dile Charles, the only batter who really didn't make a dent on the score, got in and got out immediately. But right now, Connor Esterhuizen and Devon Murray, the two batters in the middle, looking to build on this 5th wicket partnership for South Africa emerging. R.R. Amin, the most successful bowler, 4 overs, 2 wickets, just the 13 runs. He will continue. Making room. And immediately accessing the offside with the long off-fielder. And that's the area that the South African batters are targeting time and time again for that easy single. And that's why they're exposing the stumps. It's a bit of a risk because you are exposing the stumps at the same time. Looked like a big shot. It's going between the two fielders, bisects them perfectly. And that's another boundary, this time off the bat of Devon Murray.
That was very well played and had enough power to bisect those two fielders as well. Yes, that was put in the gap, but didn't have enough legs eventually, just enough to beat those fielders. One from square leg, another one from long on. Boundary after a long time.
In the air, shouts of catch it, will go all the way. After a 4, it's a maximum off the bat of Murray.
A boundary followed by an over boundary, and Murray looks to take the charge. Pian has been hit for 10 runs. Yes, took a stride forward and was hit away with disdain. Over long on for a 6.
I mentioned earlier that he's got a bit of power about his batting. This time, it's the slog sweep. Again over the fielder. Back-to-back sixes, a 4 and now 2 sixes of the bat of Devon Murray. He's taking the attack to the South Africa, in fact the Bangladesh bowlers.
Well. This is turning into carnage in this over. 𝗂𝗻𝗃𝗃 is leaking runs, and it's goes outside the off. That's crashed, but we'll find the fielder.
It's turned into perhaps the most expensive over of this match, this innings. Again into the gap, will be another single. All of a sudden a pressure releasing over. 119 now the score after 28 overs. That was what happened in the final delivery, a single. I mean, despite taking 2 wickets earlier in the match, had to go for a plenty. 2 sixes and a 4 in the last one.
Good bowling, Rabbi.
This time it's on the money. Not much room for the batter to work with. No. He's working hard for those runs.
Come on, guys,
As Connor and Murray.
Come on, guys, come on. Come on, boys.
And yes, the captain rightfully mentioning that they are building a partnership, Connor and Murray. The Bangladesh captain behind the stumps telling his bowlers to keep up the good work. As I welcome Sajjad Udash alongside. Sajjad.
Thank you so much, Shanur. So a new partnership in the com box as well. 43 of 45 balls. So they are taking the attack to the bowlers.
Good bowling.
We have seen 2 big sixes in the previous over. And that's good to see from Marais. End of the 29th, 122 for 4. We were talking about the partnerships. This is the highest one so far in this innings, 43 or 44 balls, 46 balls. 39 to start with between Manak and Mikhail Prince. Then Heerden and Prince, 37 runs between them. Then 2 quick wickets picked up by the bowlers. The spinners were really roaring at that point of time. Some nutritious fruits, pomegranate, really high on nutritious values if we talk about that. Ripon Mondal, the strike bowler for Bangladesh emerging team, comes back into the attack. Bowled only 2 overs in his first spell. Mid on and mid off up in the circle. Right on the money. The crowd is really behind the bowlers right now, Shahnur. It's good to see a number of crowd, and it's building up with time.
That's the beauty of this stadium, actually, the Shahid Kamruzzaman Stadium. Even the last time when the under-19 teams played, there were people that came in and they really enjoyed the games between the South Africa under-19 and Bangladesh under-19 teams. 3.1 overs for 𝗵𝗺𝗺, 14 dots, 16 runs so far, no wickets yet.
Will be a couple of runs. Beautifully played into the gap. Good fielding as well, but it was a good running between the wickets. So good cricket all around.
And I think the captain, he is quite livid about the fact that there were 2 runs scored here, with 2 men patrolling the boundary on the leg side behind the V almost. There's a deep backward square leg and a deep square leg, and yeah. Again, played with softer hands. Bangladesh emerging, they won the toss and elected to bowl first. South Africa, they got off to a good start, but then 3 wickets fell in 3 consecutive overs, and that has really swung the momentum back the way of the hosts.
As soon as the quicker bowlers, they're coming back to the attack, the batters are certainly feeling much more comfortable than playing the spinners. Yes, they were trying to go over the top. They were trying to attack the spinners as well. But you could see the differences in the body language of the batters when they are playing the quicker ones. They're certainly feeling much more comfortable out there. Pulled away into the gap. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, and then into the ropes.
Devon Murray showing his power and muscle. Scored the 2 sixes and a boundary against R.R. Amin. And now against the pacer. Wasn't really that short, kept low, but Murray watched it till the end and played it as late as he could, despite playing it in front of the square. Usually when you play it late, it's behind the square, but he muscled it in front of square where the gap was.
Good comeback from 𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗺. Eventful over from him. 7 of his 4th over after 30, 129 for 4.
Here's a look at the batting card so far for the South Africa team. Having lost the toss and being put on to bat. 4 wickets they've lost. 4 top order wickets. Mohammad Manak, Mikael and Prince look the best. Van Heerden, the captain, got a start, got out. Mogakane, the only player who hasn't scored any runs, got in and got out. But Connor Boyd Estuizan and Devon Murray, both of them, they're forming a partnership, the biggest one in the innings so far, both in the 20s, but it's been Murray who's really taken the attack to the Bangladesh bowlers with 2 sixes and a couple of boundaries as well to his name so far. Looking to muscle the bowlers, just the 4 extras. Bangladesh have kept it quiet and tight and tidy with the ball, especially the spinners. R.R. Amin taking 2 wickets, one for Mahfuzur Rabbi and one for Rakibul. All wickets taken by spinners. And you can expect plenty more spin in the remaining 20 overs.
Yes, and as we speak of spinners, Mahfuzur Rabbi comes back into the attack after the drinks break.
Center, yeah. Leg stump.
Taking guard on the leg stump. Corner. He'll be looking forward to rotate the strike and give the strike back to Murray.
Sorry.
Rabbi bowled 8 overs so far, picked up a wicket. That was the very first wicket. Already 50 with the partnership. Yes, as I was talking, Connor will be looking for singles.
He's been the less aggressive of the two, but that's expected. We've seen what Murray can do with the bat earlier on when he came to Bangladesh as well. Feisty customer.
And you can see once again Mahfuzur Rabbi is trying to give the ball plenty of air, and he is enticing Murray to go over the top. He's been successful so far. Look at his economy rate. In the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League, he picked up 19 wickets with an economy less than 5. Keeping up the good work in this game as well as far as economic rate is concerned. Going with the reverse, but couldn't pierce the gap. Ripon Mandal fumbled a bit, but no runs conceded.
Yeah, I think the captain and the bowler will be happy seeing him playing that reverse sweep. There is a man at the deep point, a deep square leg as well. That's twice now. Rabbi seeing him going for the more aggressive option, perhaps playing with a square bat, looking to sweep or paddle, that Rabbi has stopped because there isn't protection behind the square that much.
No. Good bowling, Rabbi.
Well, I don't think Connor will be the one who will be taking the risk and looking for playing in those areas, vacant areas behind the square in the leg side. I won't be very surprised if Murray takes that option though.
Taking a more orthodox route on this occasion to score the run. But there were 2 fielders there exactly to stop that shot. The second one did the trick. But that's why you see so many times the batters coming down the track or making room for them to access the offside. Hit it to the long off fielder.
A bit short on that occasion. Single to end the over. 4 of the 9th over from Mahfuzur Rabbi after 3133 for 4.
Chalo guys.
a mix of spin and pace here. 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏, we saw 𝗵𝗏-𝗧 being expansive against him in the last over.
Slight inward movement, I guess. 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏, he got on that occasion. You can see Akbar Ali is looking forward for that wicket. Already this partnership is batting well. Scored more than 50. Mid on and mid off in the circle. 5 fielders within the circle to stop the singles. Short ball hurried into him, into the hands of the fielder in the deep. Mafizul Islam Robin. It was a brilliant catch from him, and that's the 5th wicket. That's the danger man.
I think he got a bit of a send-off as well. The crowd enjoyed that for sure. 𝗵𝗏-𝗧, he wanted to play the pull shot. He did it in the last over to good effect, to great effect. On this occasion, just a bit of extra bounce. It was the effort ball by 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏, and he'll be disappointed in having given it away after a good start. Once again, a South African batter gets a start and then in the end loses his wicket. But take nothing away from the catch. Diving, a very, very good catch. And yeah, I said he was given a bit of a send-off by the fast bowler 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏. There you see it. 𝗵𝗏-𝗧 gone for 31 from 31 deliveries. South Africa having lost 5 wickets for 133.
Decent crowd in the Shohid AHM Kamruzaman Stadium in Rajshahi, the Silk City, Bangladesh.
Yeah. Was that one for the over? No.
Once again, let's have a look at the wicket. Clearly, it got big on Murray, and he lost his control, he lost his balance playing that shot. He was committed to the shot. That was a good bird, but unfortunately he couldn't middle it well. 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏. So the tactic of bringing the quicker bowler back working beautifully for Bangladesh. Beautiful bowled. Big appeal, but Jacobs, the umpire, he is unmoved.
Yeah, Forrest is the new batter in, and immediately being dealt with the back of a length delivery that shaped away. I think it's the movement away that made the fielder Jishan and Akbar, the wicketkeeper, really 𝗬𝗏𝗋 a bit. But we didn't hear anything from the stump mic, no woody sound or anything to really say that there was any bat involved.
Once again, tentative from Forrester. 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏 finding his rhythm. What an over this has been. A wicket already to his name and 3 dot balls.
Yeah, and look at what he's doing. He's changed it up very well in his third spell. He's not looking to skid it through what he was doing earlier on in the innings. As we see Dean Forrester's numbers, strike rate of 105, 3 centuries, mind you, and 250. So he can bat almost 700 runs now. And he's mixing it up. He's bowling back of a length, getting the ball to just bounce like that. This pitch certainly has true bounce, has to be said. 𝗵𝗺𝗏𝗏 edging closer towards getting that wicket maiden in this over. Plenty of maidens for Bangladesh bowlers. I believe 2 previously. I was on commentary for at least 2 of them. Anything in between. And now we're looking very, very likely to have the 3rd maiden in this innings.
Testing the middle of the pitch. A maiden wicket from 𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗏. A successful one for Bangladesh after 32, 133 for 5.
Seven bowlers used so far by captain Akbar Ali, 𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗏, the latest to get a wicket. Tofail Ahmed, Asaduzzaman Tofail and Zishan Alam, only bowlers to not be amongst the wickets. Ahrar Amin with 2, Mahfuzur Rabbi, Rakibul Hassan, both getting 1. And you get the feeling they will be bowling their full quota of overs. And Rabbi is getting ready to bowl his final over. As I just mentioned, he will be bowling his full quota, that's for sure. Who else joins him remains to be seen. 7 have been used.
The bad news for South African team is they need to do that rebuilding job once again, which was done so beautifully by Connor and Murray. Half of the batters have been already sent back to the pavilion. And the start they got, they were 76 for 1 at one stage. And now they are 134 for 5, where a 54 runs partnership were included. Gently pushed towards the point region to open his accounts.
Yeah, the last one was the biggest partnership of the innings between Connor and Devon Murray. But in reality, Bangladesh's spinners, they really put the cats amongst the pigeons in those 3 overs where they took 3 wickets back to back. There was a mini collapse. South Africa emerging, they might be thinking anything around 220. If they can get to 250, that'd be great, but 220 would even be competitive.
Came back with the arm. Mahfuzur Rabbi is really mixing things up in terms of pace, in terms of lengths. What a spell of spin bowling. Yes, in Bangladesh, whenever you come here, you should be prepared to face a lot of left arm spin. Today there was no difference.
Interesting. The captain Akbar Ali just trying to form a conversation with the new batter Forrester.
Beautifully played. And it went all the way to ruin this over. Still a very good spell of Mahfuzur Rabbi. 1 for 33 after 33, 141 for 5.
That's what happened in the final ball. Getting to the pitch of it, muscling it into that vacant region at wideish long on and between deep mid wicket as well.
Some aggression from 𝗵𝗺𝗺𝗏. Clearly Forrester was not happy about it. He didn't move from his ground, so yes, where was the gap? He might be inquiring about it, and it's good to see the umpire intervening. Youngsters on display. Rush of blood. But Forrester, he should not get carried away by that. There is a deep square leg and there is a deep fine leg. So he should be prepared for the short delivery. This time just outside the off stump.
And some mind games there by the bowler, just trying to put the batter off his calmness. You can see Forrester and Connor, they both look to be batting time here. Still 17 overs, 16.4 overs to be exact after this. Nipon Mondal, he's been bowling very nicely, backing up the talk.
Ripon Mondal has been the fastest on display today for the Bangladesh emerging team. I mentioned earlier that he played for the champion team in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League this year, Abahoni Limited. So definitely, when you were coming from a tournament where you were the champion, you must be very high on confidence. This is the third over in this spell, and he is bowling with the same fire. Definitely more comfortable against the right-handers.
And also, as much as we have to give credit to Ripon, we have to give credit to the captain as well, Akbar Ali. Because he's the one who's bringing in the changes, understanding that Ripon could bowl over here in the middle overs, before the death overs, despite the spinners doing well. As soon as the counter-attack started from Devon Murray, he needed to think, and he got the reward.
Beautifully played all along the carpet for a boundary. Connor was in full control of that shot.
Yeah, riding the bounce to perfection over there, Connor Esterhuizen, and this was rolling his wrists over to make sure the ball stays grounded into the gap. Again, played in front of square, and that's where the vacant region is, so not really troubled by the pace of Ripon on this occasion. Let's see if he has another effort ball left in him.
This time it was Fuller. Dot to end this 34th one. 146 for 5.
ওভার আছে, ওভার বোলিং অনেক ওভার আছে। এই কামিং রাউন্ড বল জিশান এদিকে আরিফুল ওয়ান লেগ bowler coming round the kick left arm round
Amin Pian coming back into the attack, a bit expensive but picked up a couple of wickets. Another left arm spinner against the left-hander Forrester. Coming around the wicket. It will be very interesting to see whether Forrester goes over the top, especially when he is facing the left-arm bowlers. Amin Pian, yes, he picked up a couple of wickets, but he is not a regular bowler.
Well, given how he's bowled today, you can say that he's going to become a regular bowler. He's on the way, and Bangladesh, given the conditions, given how much left arm spin or just finger spin in general gets priorities in domestic circuit, there's so much competition that you have to develop these attributes, and Bangladesh just seem to produce left arm spinners and good finger spinners.
Good ball. Pian bhalo, etate panic koro na.
Flighted one against the right-handed batter.
এটা ভালো পিয়ান
𝗂𝗃𝗺𝗧 encouraging his bowler to continue with the good work he's been doing so
ঠিক
far.
আছে ঠিক আছে
That's the 16th run in this partnership. They're trying to build up one.
লেফটি রে এদিক দিয়ে দেখবা
Has been losing wickets quite regularly after the fall of the second one in the 20th over. 76, 78, 79. The wicket was assisting the spinners at that point of time. But to be very honest, 150 on the board in the 35th over. But to be honest, Shanur, so far I did not see any demons on the pitch for the batters.
It's a very sporting wicket. You get set, you'll score runs, value for your shots. But at the same time, there might not be demons, but there's enough in it for the bowlers to keep them interested. We've seen what 𝗃𝗺𝗺𝗏 has done in his third spell. Amin getting the 2 wickets. Yeah, perhaps one was a gift. But in general, the spinners have been getting the ball to talk. Sometimes some keeping straighter, flatter and lower like this. After 35, it's 150 for 5.
ড্রিঙ্কস
And it's time for a drinks break. We'll take a short break and be right back.
5 batters so far back in the hat. Mohammad Manak and Prince opened the innings, went back for 16 and 35. Then the skipper gone for 22. Connor still battling out there. The fall of wickets, beg your pardon, Rabbi got the breakthrough, then then Rakibul, then again. It was a soft dismissal, to be very honest. And then Ripon Mondal, the only wicket that the Pacers able to get.
Yeah, take a look at that. Ripon Mondal, Tofail Ahmed, Rakibul Hassan, Mahfuzur Rabbi, Asaduzzaman Payal, Zishan Alam and Harar Amin all getting an opportunity with the ball. The captain 𝗃𝗃𝗃 has been very, very quick to change up his bowlers, looking for wickets, and now this is the 8th bowler that will be used, as we're seeing Ariful into the attack for the first time. More spin, so that will be 5 spinners used in this match by the Bangladesh captain 𝗃𝗃𝗃. Very interesting to see that both the A team and emerging team captains are wicket keepers. That allows us as commentators to really hear what they're thinking as well from behind the stumps due to the stump cam, giving us and the viewers a closer glimpse into everything.
Well, just when I was thinking that there will not be any new bowler introduced in this game, here comes Ariful, another part-timer, the right arm off spinner. So 𝗃𝗃𝗃 surprising everyone, coming around the wicket for the left-hander Forrester.
Good ball.
Coming back with the arm. So Ariful got some tricks in his sleeves.
This time it's driven. Will be a single. Rakibul doing the fielding, and as you can hear, he's being told to bowl slightly fuller. Doesn't want the batter going into the back foot and punching it through the covers or through the offside like that with ease. This time it is fuller, and you can see him saying good ball despite the run being taken. And why he wants him to come forward is because there are fielders at the deep. There is protection at long on, long off, deep square leg.
Good bowling. Good Pandey. Pian samne.
3 runs so far in this over. And Ariful, he's improved as the over has progressed. Again, making the batter wait and decide whether to come on the back foot or front. After 36, 153 for 5.
Amin will continue from the far end. Suddenly the sun has gone down, and I had to take my sunglasses off to see clearly. Short ball, picked the length beautifully, and it's way over the top for a 6.
Biggest shot of the match. Connor Esterhuizen moving into 46 now, the top scorer in this innings, and he's carrying the baton forward for South Africa's emerging team. Amin bowling it too short, and wasn't as short as the shot suggests on closer look, but he latched onto it so quickly.
এটা ভালো কোন দিকে নিবা পিয়ান অফসাইডে না
This time corrected the length. Yes, it was not that short, but Connor is very well set in the crease and he picked up the length quickly. And that is the risk you have to accept when the part-timers are bowling.
ধরো গুড বল
When you are a fielding captain,
পিয়ান সামনে
you must be prepared to these odd boundaries. If you look at the economy rate of our, I mean, he's been the most expensive bowlers so far for Bangladesh emerging team. This time Forrester goes big and he goes long as well over that mid-wicket boundary for the second six of this over.
Bowl too short, I'll pull you for 6. Bowl too full, I'll slug you over the same region for 6 more. Left hand, right hand combination, it doesn't matter. We're seeing a variety of 6s in this over. And yeah, you mentioned just a while ago, RR was rather expensive. And this over also turning into an expensive one. 14 so far. His captain wanting him to end the over well.
This is an excellent over for South African emerging team. 14 already in this over. Make it 15. From Adhar Amin's 7th, after the end of 37th, it's 168 for 5.
ঠিক আছে গাইস এই দুটো নিবা আপনি কোনটা দিতেছেন আমি বলছি এরা এদিকে মানে এদিকেই বেশি খেলে তার জন্য বলি এদিকে এখন খেলেনি কিন্তু উইকেট যেরকম আছে এটা বাইরে থাকা ভালো
Ariful will continue from the media end.
1-1
Interesting approach to the crease. There is a rhythm in his run-up.
Ariful
Yeah, his hips don't lie, that's for sure.
good bowling ভালো ভালো Ariful
Well, he will be happier if these moves could
come on guys
pick a wicket for him.
সামনে আসো পিয়ান তুমি সামনে আসো রবি আরেকটু যা
This partnership once again growing in confidence.
ধর good Pandey
That fielder has been posted pretty straight
good Ariful
to stop that single, so this is good field placement from 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗃 once again.
Wants the batters to be sweeping and playing paddles, in fact.
good ball
But now he finds the gap. And that's the 50 for Connor Esterhuizen. 50 from 53 deliveries, raises his bat and gets warm applause from the crowd that has come here in Rajshahi.
It's good to see the crowd appreciating the brilliant knock from Connor. This is a good number. Up in the air, and it is long enough for the umpire to raise his both hands.
কথা বুঝ প্রথম থেকে
And somebody's gonna get that ball, and the umpire having a look at the watch. It is getting quite dark in there, was too short again. And this is the second 6 by Forrester.
ভাই মনোযোগ দে
One on the front foot, this time off the back foot. That explains why he's got 2 centuries to his name in List A cricket. Looks a tidy player.
এখানে কোন না
Another good over for South Africa emerging team after 3877 for 5. 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗃 batting on 50, unbeaten from 53 deliveries. Devon Murray, 31 of 31. Mikhail Prince, 35. The skipper Van Heerden, 22. So number of starts, plenty couldn't convert it into a bigger score. It's good to see that 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗃, he is making it count. Shanur was mentioning about his records in the list A career. He has a very good strike rate as well, over 100, 105 plus. Asaduzzaman Payal coming back into the attack. Change of ends for him as well in the previous spell, where he bowled 2 overs from this media end. Now he is coming back from the far end. And with Asaduzzaman Payal, Alif Tasnim is also coming back in the com box. Welcome back, Alif.
Thank you so much, Ajat. Inside edge could be dangerous for Gunnar, as he just got his 50. And we are heading towards the business end of this innings. But this is the 50. An innings of authority. Good shots all around the park. Most number of shots on the onside. And he literally toyed with the Bangladesh emerging bowlers. Certainly the pick of the batters. 51 from 54.
A good partnership as well. This one closing in to the 50th landmark, 50 runs landmark. Upishly played, and this is a soft dismissal. So the ploy of bringing Asaduzzaman Payal back really works in favor of Bangladesh.
He was coming from round the wicket. The ball was just angling in to the lefty, but Forrester just chipped it straight to short mid wicket, and the wicket number 6 for the visitors. The big partnership comes to a close. Yes, it was coming back in. Bit of extra bounce, but easiest of the catches for Ariful from the close-in position. Forrester departs scoring 19. South Africa emerging at 178 for 6.
Andile Austin Similane, number 22, the new batter. Comes back. Asaduzzaman Payal comes back into the attack and picking up a wicket in the second delivery, and it was a very well planned wicket as well, Alif. Andile Similane, 29 games so far, good strike rate, has 100, high score of 110. So definitely has some marks with the bat, though batting at number 8 today. Straight away of the mark.
Right, and his fireworks will be needed for South Africa emerging in the last overs, but this is how the last wicket fell down. Yes, he was late to react, and a good catch from Ariful as well. He's good in fielding, and after a long time a wicket for the home side.
That ball also gripped a bit. That is why Forrester was a bit late, and he was onto his back foot, he was on his toes. That ball didn't ride that much. 𝗂𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗀, we have talked about his build. He is a tall lad, hits the deck hard, strongly built bowler as well. Beautifully played, piercing the gap through the backward point region for a boundary.
This man is not gonna die wondering. Doesn't really matter if the wicket falls, he will keep going with his shots. It was touch wide from Pyle, and he was on top of it. Beats the diving fielder 𝗵𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃, who was at backward point, and earns himself a boundary.
Six runs and a wicket in this 𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃 over. After 39, it's 183 for 6. It's good to see ladies coming to the stadium, watching the game. Bangladesh women's emerging team is also playing at this moment against the South African women's team. So a lot of cricket outside the national circuit, outside the national team for Bangladesh. Bangladesh A played a series against New Zealand A, now the emerging team playing against the South African emerging team. Rakibul coming back into the attack. Starts right on the money.
He was prolific with the ball in hand, kept things really tight for South African batters. With the economy of 3.35, goes to show how frugal he was.
Similane wanted the single. Could have been disaster. It's good to see that Connor is trying to calm things down, calm his partner down. Why was he running?
Bit of rush of blood, but yes, Connor is in the middle for a long time, almost more than an hour. So he knows the conditions, has played a good knock, is playing a good knock, in fact still playing, so he has to play that role to anchor the innings as well as guide the upcoming batters.
On the other hand, Akbar Ali and Kong, they will be looking forward to pick up his wicket. They know this is the big name now. The obstacle for Bangladesh they need to overcome to run through the innings, to run through the batting lineup of South Africa. This is a good over from Rakibul, only one of it so far.
Dot balls are precious, at least in this end of the innings. Dot balls will mount the pressure on the batters. A single to complete the 40th. Connor will retain the strike for the next over. It's 185 for 6.
It's really getting dark out there. Windy as well. That would comfort the players. But definitely they don't want rain to come. Unfortunately, the sky is cloudy. 𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗃 picking up a wicket in his last over. Has mid-off up in the circle. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, it's been signaled for a leg by.
As you rightly mentioned, Shahjad, in the previous over, that corner will be the key wicket for Bangladesh emerging. They will have to get rid of him. Otherwise, the way he is going, we're about to see some fireworks if he goes like this in the last phase of the game. And the visitors will be hoping for that with their all heart.
Quick single. Good communication between the batters. 𝗂𝗎𝗓 had very little idea where the ball was going, but Connor, it was his call and it was a right one.
We spoke about the wicketkeepers being vocal. The crowd is also cheering after every delivery, whatever is taking place in the middle. Even if the players from the visitors doing well, they're applauding, they're cheering them, and it's a very good side in cricket because they love the game, not only their side.
Pushed with softer hands. Wanted the second run, but it was not on offer. It was a very good fielding effort from the fielder coming from that boundary line. This pair, they are looking to rotate the strikes. Definitely, they don't want to concede more dot balls at this stage of the innings. This is the last power play, the last 10 overs. Once again, hurried onto the batter, 𝗂𝗎𝗓. Played it well at the end for a single.
Yeah, that's a bumper. All of a sudden, he opted to go for a short delivery. 𝗂𝗎𝗓 was late to react. Oh, this could be risky and could have gone on to hit his helmet as well. But good bowling from 𝗵𝗨. He's going with one short delivery every over.
Fine leg up in the circle for corner. That is not the line you want to bowl with a fine leg in the circle. Asaduzzahman Payal was, I'd say, lucky that it went for a wide.
Corner easily could tickle it away for a boundary, not the right line as you mentioned, and perhaps he's overcompensating. Went wide in one of the deliveries in this over.
Some cool dance moves from Rakibul. It's good to see youngsters enjoying the game, enjoying every moment out there. And it is said that you need to enjoy your game. Coach of Bangladesh emerging team. Decent over for South Africa emerging team. 6 of this over after 41, 191 for 6.
না পায়েল উপরে থাকো পানি খাইলে বাইরে চলে যাও অনেক যাবি অনেক অনেক
This is a good favorable weather for the crowd to enjoy a game of cricket. Solid drive for a single. 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 is looking really good, and Bangladesh then need to find a way to send him back. Otherwise, South Africa emerging team, they could score a really good one. They are already trying to catch up with the scoring rate. They were falling behind at one stage, but now they're scoring in excess of 4.5 and over, which is a decent rate on the surface.
Connor has been impressive from the get-go. He has batted very well, but not much of a support from his teammates. Has been the solitary fighter for South Africa emerging, but he would love to finish things off well. Shouts of catch it, there is a fielder, but will land short.
A false stroke after a while, especially from Connor. Once again, that ball gripped on the surface a bit, and that is why Connor was let onto that shot. Look at that. He was onto his back foot in a flash, but that ball reached the batter pretty late. This was a quicker delivery from Rakibul. It seems that Akbar Ali is also trying to attack Similane whenever he is on strike. He's sensing that yes, 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 is playing really beautifully, and they need to pick up a wicket from the other sides as well. Coming down the wicket, beautifully hit. Similane taking the charge to the bowlers. 6 to end the over, 9 of it after 42, 200 for 6.
This is what transpired in the last delivery. He went down the pitch, and that was a great shot, straight down the ground, away from the long off-fielder as well. Rakibul must be frustrated. He was bowling well, but that 6 spoils his last over. And it's good to see with Connor, Similane has also taken the charge.
Uppishly played, and it is long enough for another 6. Back-to-back 6s for South Africa emerging team.
No. This is not the right delivery to go against someone like Connor. It was an off-cutter, but the length wasn't the right. Short of length, and he got enough time to pull the ball for a 6. Pile doesn't start well.
Well, that was the wrong length, and Akbar Ali is screaming from the behind. Please concentrate on your lines and lengths. That is better. But there is no one to protect the boundary, and once it passed the mid-fielder, it was always going for the boundary.
The dive was there from Tufail, but he was unable to stop it. Could have done better. However, this time around, Connor earns a boundary. 10 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Pile will be under a lot of pressure.
Suddenly runs are flowing for South Africa emerging team. 6, 6 and 4 in the last 3 balls. 6 and 4 in the first 2 deliveries in this over, and 6 to end the previous over. 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 70 of 67 deliveries. Catch is the call, but there is no mid-off after the boundary on the previous ball. Rakibul Hassan was posted the long off boundary.
Pyle was kept for the death overs and he's facing the heat. I'm not quite sure with this decision of the skipper Akbar Ali, because he had other options too. Ripon Mondol could be one who could be used in this situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure Ripon Mondol will be used at some stage of the game in the remainders of the over, but it will be very interesting to see whether they will use Tofail Ahmed or not. Tofail Ahmed, as I mentioned earlier, that he hasn't bowled for a longer period of time, hasn't bowled regularly in the Premier League as well. Today he bowled 2 overs only, and the second over he bowled was a maiden.
Yeah, that was my question. Tofail could also be used since he only bowled 2 overs and went for only 7 runs, so it's a good figure. He could be used, and Ripon Mondol has also 4 overs left. Breaking Pyle in this over is a questionable decision, but he has the ability to do better. Went for 11 from the first 4. Let's see whether he can make the comeback.
He did not time that at all, but there is no one in the long off boundary. A lucky boundary for Similane, but a valuable one.
Due to the field's setup, despite not timing well, he earns a boundary. It was over the top, but that was enough to take the ball away from the fielder. Yes, no long off in position. It was mid-off inside the 30-yard ring, but it had enough legs to beat Rakibul in the race. 15 runs from this Pyle over, turning out to be an expensive one.
Beautifully played. There is a protection. Will be a single only this time. Mahfuzur Rabbi was fielding at the backward point boundary. Expensive over from Asaduzaman Pyle. 216 for 6. Now this is looking good for South African emerging team. Thanks to Conor Esterhuizen, 71 of 68 balls. What an innings he is playing. Andile Similane providing him the just support he needed. 16 of 14. Contributions from a few others as well. David Hemp, the think tank, Bangladesh emerging team, not really enjoying at this moment the performance of his bowlers. Rajin Saleh, Tariq Aziz Khan, former Bangladesh players, also part of the coaching panel as well. Ripon Mondol. Alif, we were discussing about who could come back next. Yes, Ripon Mondol, it was inevitable. He has 4 overs left. Picked up a wicket as well. This is a good partnership building up. 38 of 29 after the dot ball.
Ripon was good with the new cherry. Now it's a learning curve for him, how to bowl in the death overs when the batters are already ready to hit you out of the park. Similane and Conor both are hitting boundaries, scoring runs in quick succession. It will be a new challenge for this young lad.
Slower bouncer. Good mix up. Similane, he was up to the task as well, picking up a single. The last 3 partnerships, including this one, has been really good for South African emerging team. We saw Murray and Conor they added 54 for the 5th wicket partnership, then 45 between Forster and Conor Esterhazy. Now Conor, he's the only constant batter. Similane with him this time. রিপন Mondal, he was trying to follow the batter, and it was an excellent grab behind the stumps for the skipper.
রিপন just missing his line, going way down the leg. And this happens when the batter is in full form. Sometimes the bowler, they lack their concentration.
So definitely Conor is picked up the short ball but could not time at all. রিপন Mondal picking up the priceless wicket of Conor Esterhazy after playing a brilliant knock of 71. He departs.
This is the wicket that Bangladesh Emerging were looking for. The big fish Conor, who played a magnificent innings, is gone. Once again a slower delivery for রিপন Mondal. He was looking to pull the ball, just hit it previously, but this time around not finding the right connection, and it was a good catch from Ariful as well, because he had to keep the balance of his body. He could have gone over the ropes as well, but applauses for this man Conor, who played a brilliant knock, 71 from 69, is going back to the hut. South Africa Emerging are 7 down. It's 218 for 7.
সিঙ্গেল দিস না নবীন রাব্বি তুফাল
Michael Van Buren coming to bat at number 9. রিপন Mondal picking up his second wicket, and both wickets he grabbed with a shorter ball. It was a good take from Ariful. He was running towards his left. Oh, beautifully bowled. Clearly Buren was a bit late, but no harm done. Off the mark immediately.
So this priceless wicket will certainly give Bangladesh a boost, and this will also bring down the scoring rate for the visitors. And Similane, yes, he's hit some boundaries. Van Buren, 20 matches in the list of career with a 50, the best of 54. So he can bat as well, and he needs to score some quick runs in the business end.
Oh, beautifully played. Similane. It was a shorter ball, and he had to adjust to play that shot, but he adjusted it beautifully.
It was short, but it was quick as well, not the cutter. And look how beautifully he placed the bat. Just middled it nicely, and it rushed to the line. Acrobatic from Similane.
Well, he trusted the line of the ball. It was going outside the leg stump, and he moved away from the line of the ball and played it really perfectly. Even full over from রিপন Mondal. A successful one from him after 44. 203 for 7. 223 for 7. Eight bowlers have been used so far. Success for রিপন Mondal, Amin, both picking up a couple of wickets each Rakibul Hasan, Mahfuzur Rabbi and Asaduzzaman Payal picking up a wicket. No wickets for Jishan Alam, bowled only 2 overs for 11. Ariful bowled 2 overs for 12. Tofail Ahmed bowled a couple of overs for 7 runs. The crowd really enjoying the game, standing in anticipation of some fireworks. And we are in that stage of the innings where fireworks is bound to happen. Rakibul. This is the last over of his spell. He's a very clever bowler. And he is mentally very strong. He does not get bothered at all when he's been hit for longer shots, big shots. And as Rakibul has come back for his last over, let's welcome Shanu Rabbani in the com box.
Thanks, Shahzad. He's looking to bowl pretty tight and maintain that stump-to-stump channel as he has done throughout this innings. It'll be a test for the batters here. Long on and long off. Deep mid-wicket there. Will be full.
Don't bowl any loose deliveries, especially to Similane. The instructions were pretty clear from the skipper to his bowler. Similane, what a brilliant knock, a little cameo is playing. Showed us his range of shots, playing some unorthodox ones as well.
Yeah, he's got room to do that. Sweep and paddle sweep with the fielders inside the circle, behind the V. But so far, they don't want to target the spinners, it seems. They want to get rid of Rakibul's 10 overs. He's got 1 ball left. And then perhaps target the more faster bowlers.
Good ball.
Quicker one will be a single. 4 of the final over from Rakibul. Has finished his spell for 39 for 1 after 45, 2 to 7 for 7.
Lots of youth here at Rajshahi Stadium, and why not? It's a match between 2 youthful teams, South Africa emerging versus Bangladesh emerging. Ripon Mondol, probably the pick of the bowlers. 7 overs for 35, 2 wickets in there, including that of the said batter just a while ago. Similane though has other ideas up his sleeve. There is a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square, a deep point and deep backward point, or a deep third I should say. So he's mostly going to bowl back of a length, perhaps short as well.
Well, he goes full. It was not very well directed. Picked up his leg by Similane.
Probably bluffing the batter just like he bluffed us, making him think I'm gonna bowl short and then bowling that full one. But yeah, if he continues to bowl fuller lengths, I think the batter will eventually want to hit him down the ground, and that's something that the bowler has to be wary of. He has to mix it up very nicely. Ripon Mondol has done that so far.
This time he goes short. Well controlled pull shot from Buren. 3 players patrolling the leg side boundaries for these pull shots in anticipation of a mistimed one. When Buren was batting, now when 𝗬𝗏𝗂 is back on strike, we can see the fine leg has been brought up in the circle, and there is a deep square leg and deep mid wicket along with the long on. So clearly 2 different strategies for 2 different batters. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 more established as a batter on the wicket. Full toss, not a good one. Fielder at the deep had some job to do, but he failed. Cry of anguish from the bowler, but it was his fault to start with.
You have to say that it wasn't the best of deliveries, but a good shot nonetheless. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 was making room outside the leg stump, and the diving effort by Rabbi going in vain. The ball had enough legs on it to beat the fielder there. He was there lying down for a while, and I was wondering had he hurt himself or not, but thankfully he's back up. Seems to be okay.
Wayward. Ripon Mondol is losing it.
I think he's trying a bit too hard for that wicket. You know, sometimes when the onus is on you to take wickets and they know that South Africa don't have much batting left after this, you get 𝗬𝗏𝗂 out and you're into the tail. You get 2 tail enders in the middle. So that's why Ripon Mondol is trying extra hard to mix it up. On this occasion though, just erring in length.
It was crunched off the bat of the batter, but unfortunately he couldn't pierce the gap. What a shot for Nolan, what a pity.
Yeah, I think he let out a cry after that because he missed out despite playing a good shot, playing it straight at the fielder, and sometimes that can frustrate you. It's been an interesting over so far. 7 runs from it. He's got 2 deliveries left. Not bad considering that it's a death over.
South African emerging team wouldn't be very unhappy. It was a good Yorker. So I was saying that South African emerging team, they would be very happy with the score. At this point of time, they need to finish it well. They will want to reach somewhere around the 255, 260 run mark with 3 wickets in hand, and batters like 𝗬𝗏𝗂 batting really well, well set on the crease. And that is why Ripon Mondol is trying extra hard to get rid of him. Upishly played, but I think it will fall safe. Yes, it does. Another couple of runs from the bat of Buren after 46 is 237 for 7.
We're live from the Shohid Qamruzzaman Stadium here in Rajshahi. The first match of the South Africa's emerging tour of Bangladesh. The first of 3 one-dayers, after which there will be 2 4-day matches. New Zealand A playing a very similar schedule against Bangladesh A over there in Sylhet. They're done with the one-dayers, and where Bangladesh won 2-1, left with 2 4-day matches. South Africa emerging, you mentioned a while ago that they won't be unhappy with what they've put on the board so far, but they've lost too many wickets, I feel. Had they been 230 odd for 5 or 4, they would have really liked to take this to a total near 300 or even more in the last 4 overs. I don't think with Andile 𝗬𝗏𝗂 and Van Vuren at the other end. They'll be able to take as many risks because not much batting left after this.
𝗃𝗏 back into the attack and started with a good Yorker. Yes, Anur, you were mentioning about the fall of wickets, the regular fall of wickets. At one stage, South Africa were 1 for 71, and from there, suddenly, they were 4 for 79. And thanks to the counter attack from Murray, and of course, Conor Sterzen, they picked up 54 runs in no time. And then two more decent partnerships, 45 and 40. Wanted to try the slower Yorker, but the line was incorrect.
Yeah, you mentioned the partnerships late on. At the same time, I have to say that these partnerships, as much as they're helping South Africa, they're hurting Bangladesh as well. But take nothing away from what Bangladesh have done with the ball, because it could have been much worse. They came back, they clawed their way back, got themselves ahead.
Into the gap. A much needed boundary from the bat of Vuren. Now the South African batters, they are enjoying their time out in the middle.
Yeah, was wide. And if you're going to bowl that wide, you need protection at the deep. You need a deep third. You need a deep point. All of these fielders are inside the circle. So immediately you see a deep third being placed, and I think I heard Akbar saying, why didn't you tell me before that you wanted to bowl this length or this line to be particular?
Beautiful shot for a single only. This is good work done by Rabbi. A couple of runs. Did that hit the umpire or someone or the batter? Definitely it was deflected of someone. A couple of runs nevertheless from Vuren. He is looking good as well now.
Yeah, the tail wagging for the Proteas, and yeah, after taking the ball, he took a bit of time to really throw it. Rabbi, he didn't think they would go for the second, I feel. Match awareness is very critical at this moment.
No ball. Yes,
No ball.
It went outside the playing zone. It went outside the pitch. That is why it was not called a wide but a no ball. And this is a free hit. Bangladesh is losing it. A while ago I was telling about 255 and 260. Now they're looking good for 270.
I'm not too sure about the tactics here from 𝗃𝗏. This was a tight call. And this is another wide. So the free hit will continue. Now, I just get the feeling that 𝗃𝗏, the way he bowled early on in the innings, he was given only 2 overs, but I think that was more the length and line he should be sticking to. They're not looking to really attack the South African batters at this moment. If you bowl the similar length of Ripon Mondol, I think you'll be bowling much better and having better overs.
Yes, he did just that, what you were talking about, Shahanur. I think Tufail Ahmed is thinking too much in his head. And that is why when you have a lot of things going through your mind, we saw when he considered the boundary, he bowled a fuller length ball with 2 fielders up in the circle, and Akbar Ali was saying that you should have told me that you are looking to bowl at this length. I think Tufail himself was unsure about the length. It was an appeal from Akbar Ali, especially. Tufail joined later.
Umpire Munir Zaman just telling them to calm down. But yeah, at the same time, you look at what he's doing. For the first time in a long time, he got it right. perhaps a bit lucky. Maybe the batter coming to his off stump, taking an off stump guard, playing a part in it. But the one he bowled full and straight at the body wasn't a bad delivery. More of that would work, I guess.
Good over for South African emerging team. 12 of 8 after 47. 2 for 9 for 7.
A look at the batting card. A lot of starts. 𝗂𝗚 the top scorer, but take nothing away from the innings 𝗬𝗏𝗚 played. He really started to change the momentum South Africa's way once they had lost wickets in a heap in the middle overs. Dean Forrester, he came in, he got a start as well. And now Andile Similane laid down the order. Some vital runs here and a vital partnership, propping the South Africa emerging team score up close to 250. And with 3 overs left, we could be looking at something in excess of 270, 280. They stand till the end.
A change of bat for Similane. Why? Why you are doing that? The previous bat is working just fine. You scored 30 runs of 28 balls. A lot of time we have seen that new bats did not really bring new luck or more luck for the batters. Definitely, similarly, we'll be hoping that this new bat will bring fortune. It's a good crowd gathering up. It will be very interesting to see whether Akbar Ali will bring Asaduzaman Payal back, because Tofail Ahmed was costly. In the previous over, he conceded 12 runs, and more than that, the worrying sign would be that Tofail Ahmed was clueless about the lines, about the lengths. Good start to the over, but misfielding. That is sloppy.
Yeah, the fielder at the deep there. Oh boy. Made a meal of that. And perhaps a bounce Prithom Kumar on that occasion. That bounce perhaps messed things up for Prithom Kumar. He was hit with a lot of power.
That misfielding, that boundary brought 250 up for South Africa, and now another wide. So South Africa emerging team, they are looking really good. To support Prithom Kumar a bit, I should say that he is a wicket keeper generally. And we really didn't see him had to pick a ball up today on the field. So that was the first instance. The ball went to him. That was a good Yorker from Ripon Mondal, but good running between the wicket. No. He was sent back. And I think it was right call from Vuren.
Yeah, he hasn't taken strike in a while now, Mitch Van Vuren, and I think he finally got the opportunity. Just wants to bat a bit, show off his batting skills. Comes from a cricketing family, does Mitch Van Vuren. His brother also plays. Both took part in the SA20, did well in parts.
Low full toss, wanted to go for the Yorker. Beautifully played, beautifully placed by Vuren. Another boundary.
Yeah, we were just talking about him playing and doing well in the SA20, and that's because he can do just that. He's got a bit of power, but this was all timing. A low full toss, not always the easiest of deliveries to really get underneath, but he did that and got 4 runs for it. That's why he perhaps wanted the strike and didn't want 2.
Well, it is very... it was an opportunity, but I think the fielder, he did not even attack the ball. 𝗬𝗏𝗂, once again, he was up and running into a flash. 𝗬𝗏𝗀 denied that single.
And there was never a run there, so it's good that 𝗬𝗏𝗀 sent him back. Ridwan Mondal holding this one into the block hole. And yeah, Andile 𝗬𝗏𝗂 had come.
And it will be another boundary. Ridwan Mondal trying to go for the Yorker, ending up with a high full toss outside off stump with mid-off up in the circle.
Just finding the gaps. And this time Van Vuren, he made sure that it was placed well. 2 boundaries in this over from the bat of Van Vuren. 3 in total.
That was a tennis forehand smash through the extra cover for another boundary. Brilliant batting from Vuren. After 48, 267 for 7.
What now? What now? Andile, what now?
Sorry.
এই উপরে থাক এই আরে বল
I must let you know, yes.
কি হইছে সবাই মইরা গেছে কেন এই হেড ডাউন কর সবাই
Tian Van Vuren waiting and then playing that. 3 boundaries in the last over of his bat and almost dictating terms as far as he's concerned, making Ridwan Mondal bowl to his liking. He knew that Ridwan would bowl a short one. He was ready for it. Previously, when Ridwan bowled it full, he found the gap for a boundary. A really good over for South Africa.
Squeezed it for a boundary. 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗂 this time. It was not a too bad of a delivery from Asaduzzaman Payal, but masterfully played by the batter.
Yeah, this is some excellent batsmanship by both 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗂 and Tian Van Vuren. Take nothing away from them. That was absolutely on purpose. You could see what he did there. And this is a really momentum shifting partnership for South Africa. They are on the ascendancy now.
Already 53 runs partnership between 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗂 and Van Vuren. And both are looking very dangerous at this time. 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗂 of 39 of 32. Van Vuren more aggressive, 25 of 14. Toufal Ahmed really had a bad day with the ball. Once again missed the length.
well done.
Wanted to go for a Yorker. Ended up with a low full toss.
But kept it down to a single, mind you. The batter was visibly frustrated after missing out on that. He knew that it would be such a length, such a line, but couldn't get underneath the ball. Couldn't find the gap. Van Vuren back on strike. He's playing a blinder here.
This time the Yorker was a better one, but again played well by the batter, opening the face of the bat, and Akbar Ali on the way of returning the ball to the bowler. He almost killed the umpire. Thankfully, no harm done for the umpire.
Yeah, was in the line of fire, the umpire, but Similane, let's see what he's got in the next delivery.
Shot! Pick the gap once again beautifully for the second boundary in this over. Similane. He is playing for his 50 now. And what a score South Africa emerging. Right now they have reached to 277 for 7. Once again it was bowled at a fuller length, but it was wide. The width was there. Similane, he was prepared for that shot. Placed it perfectly between the two fielders. Single to end the over. 11 runs of it. After 49, 279 for 7.
Well, take a look at that. Partnerships at the end here. 54, 45, 40 and 60. And it all started from the 5th wicket. Devon Murray with Connor Esterhuizen. And then Dian Forrester with Connor Esterhuizen. Andile Similane now coming in and forming 2 partnerships. And this one, the biggest one of the innings. And perhaps a game-shifting, game-changing partnership between Andile Similane and Van Vuuren, Tian Van Vuuren. He's aided his partner very well, both capable with the bat, as we've seen so far. The South Africa tail, or this batting lineup, has quite a bit of depth about it. Just 3 extras, 2 wides, 1 no ball. Bangladesh have been very good with that department.
Beautifully played! Way over the top, over the side screen. Similane reaches his 50 with a shot of authority.
Beautiful celebration as well. Raises his bat, points at his badge. Crowd appreciates what he's doing as well. Lovely to see. Getting underneath that fuller length ball and tonking it over for a maximum.
Low full toss placed well. Will it go for a boundary? Yes, it does. Valiant effort from Tofael, but in vain.
10 runs from the first 2 deliveries. All of a sudden, Ripon Mondol, who's been bowling very well in the last few overs, is going for a lot of runs. And now Captain Akbar Ali, visibly frustrated. He's really not happy with the fielding and perhaps also the bowling. Trying to set up a field to contain the runs here.
Once again, and the result is maximum. Similane, you beauty.
294 now for South Africa emerging team, and yeah, he's probably feeling it a bit. Has been in the middle for a while. Did he pull something in trying to play that shot? We'll have to look. But that was again an excellent bit of batsmanship. 367 fours, strike rate of 160.53. Really shifting the momentum South Africa's way. They're edging ever closer to 300 now. We thought 250 at one point would be a good total. In the last 3-4 overs, despite not having too many wickets in the bag, South Africa have changed the complexion of the match, turned it on its head, thanks to some excellent batting by Similane and Van Vuuren and some not so great bowling by Bangladesh.
This will be another boundary. No! Straight to the fielder. Pritham Kumar. This occasion, he does not miss it. And what an innings. Similane, yes, he is frustrated. He is dejected. But take a bow, young man. You have played a brilliant knock.
Yeah, he hit that just the way he would have liked. Unfortunately for 𝗂𝗬𝗟𝐴 Similane, on that occasion, there was a fielder and he made no mistake. Pritham had a misfield a while ago, but then this time he took the catch. Good technique. Frustration for him, but he's played a game-changing knock. 61 from 39. He can be proud of the effort. Gets an applause from the crowd. South Africa 294 for 8.
It's always good to see crowd appreciating some good cricket. Does not really matter whether side you are supporting. Ripon Mondal picking up his 3rd wicket, but he is expensive. It was hit really well, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Pritham Kumar did not have to move an inch. And a 76-run partnership of only 38 deliveries. That partnership strike rate was 200. Clearly we can say this could be a game-changing partnership. 109 runs already in the last 58 balls. What a shot! What a shot to open up your account. Mokoena. He is striking at 600 after the first ball he faced, and South Africa emerging team brought their 300.
Yeah, bringing up 300 in style there. And Mokoena dealing with the short ball in a fantastic way. Straight down the ground. A bit of a baseball hit there. Brings the result nonetheless.
22 runs already in the final over. Slower ball. They will steal a single. 23 of the final over. 301 for 8. What a finish to the game. What a finish to the score. 308. They were 185 for 6 at the end of 40th over, and they added 123 runs in the last 10 for the loss of only 2 wickets.
It's been a fantastic fight back by the South African emerging team. They really put a total that they can be proud of. The batting has been a mixed bag, but in the end, they say all's well that ends well. This was the final ball. No bat on ball. Smartly bowled by Ripon Mondal, but they punished a lot of other deliveries which weren't as good. It's really been an effort where you have to say that South African batters in the end will be very happy with. A lot of starts there. Conor Esterhuizen top scoring, but take nothing away from the innings by 𝗂𝗬𝗟𝐴 Similane, 61 from 39, and also Tiaan van Vuuren, 26 from 15. Interesting contributions by Michael Prince, who started off well, got bogged down in the end. The captain, George van Heerden, he scored 22. In the end, in 50 overs, 301 for 8. We're gonna go downstairs where Alif Taslim is waiting with the player interview.
Connor, very well done, 71 from 69. How was the wicket to bat on?
It started off a little bit slow, and we needed to take our time getting in. But it's a nice wicket to bat on, and we're going to have to bowl well to obviously win the game against Bangladesh emerging.
300 on the board, must be happy with the performance of batting.
Yeah, very happy. I think beforehand we were looking at 250 plus as a good score. The fact that we got 300 is a bonus. So yeah, again, just have to bowl well.
What will be the ploy for the first power play?
I think we just have to win the power play, hit our lengths, make sure that they don't get away from us, because we found that it was easier to bat in the power play. So just to make sure that we win the power play, hit our areas, and hopefully we'll be okay.
All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the star of the show. South Africa started really well. An opening partnership of 39 between Manak and Prince. Then Rabbi getting rid of Mohammad Manak. But here then the skipper along with Prince brought up another partnership of 37. Then Aaron Amin, Rakibul and Aaron Amin again picked up 3 quick wickets, and from 1 for 71 they were 4 for 79. But then 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗃, he was on top of his game, played some brilliant shots all along the carpet. Yes, it was a short delivery. Marai, he played his part as well. They were really heavy on the faster bowlers, and the spinners were feeling the heat as well. 𝗬𝗓𝗪𝗀 getting rid of Forrester on that occasion. Then Similane, what an innings he played. Connor was going all guns blazing as well at that stage. Ripon Mondal picked up his second wicket. It was a good catch. 𝗂𝗺𝗃𝗃. Then Similane. He was so brilliant to watch. Van Buren also played his part in that partnership of 76 of 38 balls only. They were hitting with power. They were toying with the field. Finally, Similane had to depart for 61, and then Mokoena played only 2 deliveries, remained not out for 308, 301 for 8, beg your pardon.
And that's the bowling card. 8 bowlers used, and a lot of them getting wickets. Aaron Amin with 2, Ripon Mondal the pick of the bowlers with 3, Rakibul, Mahfuzur Rabbi and Asaduzzahman Payal picking up 1 wicket each. The spinners tried to keep things tight, but in the end, South Africa managing to score over 314 extras, and that's what happened with Bangladesh.
That is the target for Bangladesh emerging. They have to chase a big one. 302 is the target from 300 balls, and we will take a break for now, and we'll come back with the Bangladesh emerging team reply.
Hello and welcome back with the run chase of the first one day between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging. We are live from Shahid Kamrujaman Stadium, Rajshahi, and it's a stellar of a batting from the visitors South Africa emerging. A great finish to the first innings, and courtesy to those knocks, brilliant knocks to corner, as well as great finish from Sibulan as well. So South Africa emerging has a mammoth total on the board, 301, and right after the first innings I was having a little chat with corner. He was mentioning 250 was enough runs on the board. However, we got 50 runs extra, hence they will be on the peak of their confidence, the visitors, and they would love to translate that performance in their bowling as well. So this is how Bangladesh bowlers bowled. 8 bowlers used by the skipper Akbar Ali, but apart from Ripon Mondol, no one could shine. But yeah, he went expensive, almost 8.5 runs per over. Pian, Mahfuzur Rabbi was good, as well as Rakibul. So that's what the requirement is for Bangladesh emerging. 302 from 50 overs. And after winning the flip of the coin, the Bangladesh emerging skipper Akbar Ali opted to bowl first, but that decision hasn't really paid off in Bangladesh's favor. So we are just about to begin the run chase, and both the openers are just getting ready to make their way to the middle. Bangladesh emerging badly needs to utilize the batting power play, especially the likes of Jishan Alam may help Bangladesh. This is Ali from the comm box, and it's my pleasure to welcome Shahnur Rabbani alongside. Welcome, Shahnur.
Thanks, Alif. A very bright and warm afternoon here at Rajshahi. The day started off with a shower, a passing shower, cloudy skies, made the Bangladesh captain Akbar Ali bowl first. But South Africa, they gassed it out. They stood tall and waited for the right moments to pounce. And they did that with aplomb in the last 10 overs especially. Over 120 runs were scored. South Africa, the national team, they've made it a habit of doing well in the last 10 overs. And we can see that seeping down, creeping down into the emerging team and perhaps the age level teams as well. Despite being in foreign conditions, in different soil, on a pitch that they're probably not used to playing in, against bowlers, the spinners, the likes of which they're not used to playing against. They fought it out. And now it's up to the Bangladesh batters to do something, as Mahfuzul Islam is one of the opening batters. 108 50s to his name in his list A career. Strike rate of 74. He will be joined by Jishan Alam. There's 2 slips in place for him. Jishan with a strike rate of 113. 650s, high score of 98, will want to reach the 3-figure mark. Almost 1,000 runs in his list A career. Will today be the day? Remains to be seen, as the umpire says it's time for the first delivery of the second innings.
Good start, right on the money for Esther. Starting the proceedings for South Africa emerging, the right arm fast bowler. Mahfuzul Islam Robin takes the strike and faces the first ball. So Bangladesh emerging will be looking for a flying start, and they have to get it if they want to chase 302, which is a big total despite being this a batting track. Tian Forrester, right arm fast bowler, has a bright smile on his face in the photo. He would love to smile in this game as well, just like that one.
Interesting prospect is Tian Forrester, because we saw what he's done with the bat. His numbers look good too. 2 centuries in his list A career. Opening the bowling. Lots of all-rounders in South African cricket.
Sliding down the leg, and Robin gets off the mark. So first runs on the Bangladeshi marching board, and will be important for Forrester to find the right line to bowl in this track. The sun is popped out, it's hot, it's humid, and the track is also flat, conducive for the batters. If he can't find the right line as well as the length, of course Jishan Alom has that quality of going after him. Beautiful, absolutely a beauty from Forrester.
Yeah, that was too good for Jishan, and 2 slips in place for him. Look at that away movement, pitched on off stump, and then just shaping away. There's the deep third and the deep fine leg. Cover point, mid on, mid off, and a square leg. So a rather conventional field setup for Forrester to begin with. But if he bowls at that line and length, it'll always be tough for the new batters. And there is some movement off the pitch, as we just noticed.
Jishan does go for the drive, but it's a great piece of fielding from the ring. Diving towards his right certainly has saved the boundary, because if Jishan could go past him, the outfield is really fast to take the ball for 4 runs.
A one-handed effort there. We're very used to exemplary fielding efforts from South Africans, and this is no different here. Early on in the innings, they're showcasing their skills in the field, trying to put pressure on the batters early, making every dot ball count.
Inside edge. Well, Jishan is someone who can hit the ball really hard, but he was seen to struggle against the quality fast bowlers who can swing the ball in both ways. So this is the area where he needs to be circumspect about.
Jishan generally does well against pacers. It's the spinners where he has a bit of trouble. Against pacers, he has a certain area where he likes to hit. Outside off stump, that half volley length or slightly fuller length. He's very strong. Uses his power to good effect. A pocket rocket.
A dot to end the first over. A good one for the visitors after one Bangladesh emerging are 1 for none.
Up.
Slightly. That's 1 leg. Center. Left him over. Bowler coming left him over.
Right on the money. 2 slips in place remain for Robin as well. Both the Bangladesh emerging openers are trying to assess the conditions, not going for the shots early on.
Van Vuuren into the attack, and we're seeing these two players who batted at the lower middle order opening the bowling.
On the legs, Robin tries to clip it but finds the fielder. So a combination of left and right in the opening bowling tandem for South Africa emerging. 𝗬 van Vuuren, the left-arm medium fast bowler, going from over the wicket. And if he can move the new ball, bring it back to the right-hander, that can be challenging.
As you mentioned, and that's what he's trying to do. In fact, just get that shape into the right-handed batter. Interesting to see a right-arm batter against a left-handed opening fast bowler. Generally, you see they want to come around the wicket, create that angle in. This time the ball generally will like to go away from the batter.
This goes way down the leg. And bit of fumble as well in fielding. Fortunately, that doesn't cost any extra run. But yeah, the line and the length wasn't right. It pitched outside the leg stump and then extra bit of swing took it further away from Robin. So Vuuren is taking some time to find the right line against him, but there was the movement that he was looking for. Once again, he does get the movement, but once again it slides down the leg and back-to-back wides. And this time around a single also gets picked up.
He's struggling a bit. Got a strong build to him, 𝗬 van Vuuren, and the way he's going about things, trying to aim for the stumps, perhaps trying too hard, going down leg side in the end. Keep in mind, Bangladesh emerging won the toss and elected to bowl first in slightly gloomy conditions. Had moments where they were on top of proceedings. Good to see crowds coming in. Will that be another wide? Yes, a hat-trick of wides for 𝗬 van Vuuren, and he'll probably want to change up the angle, as I mentioned just a while ago. That being a left-handed fast bowler against the right-handed batter, you might want to just bowl around the wicket and not over the wicket. All three would have been decent balls for a left-handed batter, but given that there are two right-handed openers, he'll have to change up his line.
Flipped from Jishan, and that'll be the first run from his bat. But let's go back to that discussion. As you were mentioning, he could have come from round the wicket as well, but perhaps he's keeping both options on because he can slide the ball away due to that angle, and there are two slips in position as well. So that'll keep the batter in guessing whether it's coming back in or going away. So perhaps he wants to keep this option alive, hence he's not coming from round the wicket.
While that is true, he's gonna have to bowl a better line, and these are not easy conditions. The sun is out, it's hot, it's humid. He's having to bowl a really long over. His over would have been down by now had he not bowled the three wides. It's extra work.
Full and straight. Yes, there were three wides on the trot from Vuuren, but he's come back well. And despite this hot and humid conditions, from the get-go, the crowd, they remain intact. They love, the passion for the game is insane in Bangladesh. Wherever you go, You will see crowd cheering for red and green. It doesn't really matter which team is playing. Flipped off the legs. A single to complete the second over. Oh my goodness. Bit of fumble. Fortunately, didn't go for the boundary. So a couple instead of a single. After 2, it's 8 for none. Forrester with the second over, and now there is a solitary slip in place. One slip has been removed, and a bit of extra protection on the offside for perhaps saving those boundaries, since Jishan went for an expensive drive in the first over.
It's been a quiet start for the hosts. Not really playing any big shots. South Africa keeping things quiet as well.
Driven beautifully, pierced the offside field, and that's the first boundary of this innings.
That's the area for Zishan Alam. He likes it in that zone. Stands his ground, flays his bat at it. First boundary for Bangladesh, and also first boundary for him. See, a bit of width and just placing his bat through it. And the ball races away between point and backward point. No saving it on that occasion. Forrester has to change his length.
Was slightly uppish. Right, this is the reason why the protection on the offside has been enhanced against Jishan Alam, because he will go for that drive, and after this, of course, the fielders will be more agile for saving those. Having a little chat with his partner Robin as well. It's going to be important to complement each other in this situation.
Changing it up immediately after seeing Zishan going for that shot against a more length ball outside off. Forrester bowling 2 fuller ones. Now keep in mind, both the bowlers that we've seen so far aren't really express pace. They're sort of like medium fast but not fast. You can tell that South Africa have come up with a different sort of a bowling attack. Given the conditions, they don't want to really bowl express pace bowlers here.
Beautiful, just humming around the stumps. Jishan just lets it go. But that's not a bad ploy as well, Shahanur, because Jishan is really good against the express fast bowlers. So if there were express pacers who can generate sheer pace, it would be easier for Jishan to time those and head out of the park. Now he has to be circumspect about his timing. He can't play too late or too early. It will be important to adjust it and then play accordingly.
So far just 4 runs from this over. Yes, a boundary, but dot balls in the other ones. Let's see how it ends. All's well that ends well.
In the air, over the top. One bounce and over the rope. Not from the meaty part of the bat, but Jishan will accept it gleefully. The third over ends with a boundary after 3 at 16 for none.
Hey, bro. You call yourself a batsman, right? Brother.
Van Vuuren will be continuing from the other end. Went for 7 runs in his first. 3 wides, was struggling initially to find the right line to bowl at. And he will keep a slip in position for Robin. Since the ball is still new, that shape, that movement will be expected from his end. Right on the money. Jishan Alam has 115 on his back, played that shot in the last delivery of the previous over, got the toe part of the willow. The ball flew over the top. Fortunately, there was no fielder stationed at deep backward point. He didn't middle it, rather sliced it from the willow. Hence, he got that boundary. Robin is trying to be cautious from the inception, just having a look, defending it. 3 from 9, but I don't think he has enough deliveries to spare. Bangladesh emerging and chasing a mammoth total, and they're in need of runs, so Robin has to play some lusty blows from the get-go. Short, bit of misfield as well from the inner ring, and that will allow Robin to take a single.
Trying to keep things tight here is Van Vuuren. That was the effort ball. And really, it's been a circumspect start from the Bangladesh emerging openers. Jishan, the more expressive of the two, as is expected, likes to play his shots. Robin, on the other hand, his strike rate tells us he likes to graft. So good combo here.
Absolutely, but he doesn't have so many deliveries to stay in the middle, have a look around, and then start to play shots, because 300 in this track is a big total. And in order to overhaul that, both the Bangladesh openers need a flying start. Yes, one can be circumspect, can anchor the innings. However, other has to go. Decent over from Vuuren, only a couple this far. Through the gap, will be a couple at least. This is the area where both the openers should eye on. Yes, it's not possible to earn boundaries in every over, but you need to find those singles and doubles in every way possible.
And partnership building, 20 from 23, 4 runs from this over. Current run rate 5.22 and required just a bit over 6. You mentioned the word mammoth total. I would say it's a good total, but given the task at hand when you're chasing, given what we know from Bangladesh cricket, Chasing not their easiest task.
Poor delivery, and that's been dealt with by Robin. It was sliding down the leg. There was a bit of shape as well, but he had to do just a tickle fine and helping it on its way.
Yeah, hit me delivery almost, and in the end, easy runs for Bangladesh. That's the end of the over. After 4, it's 24.
So this is how the Bangladesh emerging batting card looks like. Mahfizul Robin and Jishan Alam are in the opening tandem. After 4, it's 24 for none. They're going with the rate of 6, and this is how they need to go, but you have to also keep in mind that the batting power plays are going on, and you need to take the advantage of the fielding restrictions. Slightly back of a length. Forrester is trying to apply the pressure on Jishan Alam. He wants to keep him in guessing whether to go to the front foot or rock back. And he's bowling at that particular length as well. Just look at that. It's hot, it's humid, it's difficult to survive. However, these people will find a way out. On the pads, Jishan clips it straight to mid-wicket. Forrester has been playing with the length, sometimes pitching it up and then dragging the length back, and that's what he's trying to do in this over as well. The first one was in the good length, and now just pitching it slightly upper.
Yeah, they gotta try different things because it looks a pretty flat deck right now, and more importantly, they don't have the raw pace to really trouble the batters. So they have to be wily and canny with what they do.
That's a delightful cover drive from Jishan Alam, driving on the up and penetrating the offside field to earn another boundary. That's number 3 for the lad.
13 from 14 now, Jishan. The pick of the lot. Good looking shot. The ball just bouncing up nicely onto the bat. Half volley. Not much protection at the deep. As soon as it beats the cover point fielder, you know that's racing away to the boundary, and that's exactly what happened. Bangladesh emerging. They are off to a decent start now, we have to say. Current run rate just a bit over 6.
Gets the inside part of the willow this time around, Jishan. Yeah, he can earn boundaries, but there is one area where he needs to work on badly, is rotating the strike, finding out those gaps for singles, deliberately steering the deliveries which are outside the off stump to the third man, or to flick it towards fine leg. These are the things he will learn with time. Outside edge will fly safely for a boundary. Jishan gets a streaky 4.
Again, this is something we're used to from Jishan Alam. Playing his bat at it, a bit of width, and he needed no second invitation. The slip in place can only watch it fly over his head. Mikael Prince was the player. Jishan Alam now into 17 from 16. batting at a strike rate of over 100. 8 runs from this over for him. And Forrester, the captain, must be wondering, how much longer do I continue with these two pacers? When do I change things up?
On the pads. But there was an opportunity for Jishan to flick it away because not many fielders out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. We'll come back to that discussion after 5. It's 32 for none. The Bangladesh emerging camp, the skipper Akbar Ali, Ripon Mondol, also the batting coach David Hemp, previously coached Bangladesh national side as well. Forrester is persisting, trying to persist with that off-stump corridor. As Shorturl rightly mentioned previously, that not much pace to intimidate the batters. So that's the thing that they can do, to keep things as tight as possible against the Bangladesh emerging batters. Firing on the stumps.
Yeah, slip in place. A mid-off, a mid-on. There is a square leg. Cover point. A gully, a deep third and a deep fine leg. Still going with a very conventional field setup here. So they want to be bowling length. Try and get that slip in play.
Driven, but won't find the gap. Bit of yes and no between the batters. Fortunately, no damage done, but the communication has to be better. They're opening in tandem.
Yeah, that was... In the end, you can hear the non-striker and the striker having a discussion. Robin just telling him, just listen to my call. If I say no, don't try and run a single. So almost taking the seniority role in this partnership is Robin.
On the legs once again. It's certainly positive for Qiran that he's found the right channel to bowl at. Yes, he was sliding down the leg in the first over. There were 3 wides on the trot. But now he looks to be in good shape, posting a challenge to the Bangladesh emerging batters. And 4 dots now on the trot, having a very good over.
He wants to be building on this, bowling a good channel overall. Robin more watchful than Jishan. 11 from 17.
I reckon he needs to start playing shots. Yes, he's being watchful. 11 from 18, but you also need to keep in mind that the asking rate is also healthy, hence some shots will be expected from the opener, especially when the fielding restrictions are on. Down the leg. He's guilty of bowling these wides, Qiran. Apart from these wides, he's up to the mark, but this has been a problem for him.
Jishan telling his partner, Robin, from the non-strikers end, that his bowlers are struggling a bit. He's putting in a lot of effort. under these hot and humid conditions, especially after he bowled the last wide. He's bowled quite a few as Viren.
Slightly overcompensating, however, ends with a dot. After 6, Bangladesh emerging at 33 for none. So the first change in bowling, Mokoena, has been introduced for the first time in the game. Well, has more pace than the first two bowlers used, Van Buren and Forrester. Both the sides are producing some really good fast bowlers. Of course, emerging cricketers, they will learn with the time. Oh, that was absolutely a ripper. Just look at that steep bounce. Completely unplayable for Jishan. Fortunately that he didn't poke at it. It would be deadly for him. Nubani Mokoena, right arm fast bowler. Once again going outside the off Jishan. After that steep bounce, looking to be slightly watchful. Bangladesh emerging are going with the rate of 5.35. Slightly better. They'll have to score if they want to win. A good looking cover drive, but it finds the fielder once again. Jishan is looking to pierce the offside field, finding those gaps, but struggled on a number of occasions. Courtesy to the South African fielders too. They have been really acrobatic, athletic, diving, jumping, blocking the ways as much as possible to save runs. Oh, in the air but in the gap. Just past the diving fielder. And it races off to the fence through backward point. Hands on heads of the South African emerging cricketers. Yes, once again there was the bounce. The diving effort was made. Fortunately for Jishan and unfortunately for the visitors that it went past the diving fielder. Jishan moves on to 21 and that was his boundary number 5. So apart from a single, all his runs came from boundaries. Once again he goes wide and thrashed. Back-to-back fours. 8 runs from this Mokoena over. After 7, Bangladesh emerging are 41 for none.
That's the last one, eh? Let's put it on. You want me down? Left hand spinner. Bowling change. Left arm round. Left arm spinner, oi. 𝗃𝗶𝗱𝗲, do you want one over?
So this was the last boundary. Short, wide outside the off stump, and Jishan said thank you very much. It's taking some time to find the right line is Mokoena.
You're going to get a run out for us here.
Divan.
You're going to get a run out. Back you on the run out. Copy. Here you go, Tabs. Here we go, Tabs.
After 7, Bangladesh emerging are 41 for none. Decent start, certainly. Just tucks it around the corner. Does Robin? Will he find his first boundary? He does. This just trickled away to the fence.
Where do you want him?
Wasn't hit hard, but had enough legs to beat those fielders.
Just in front of square. Yeah. Andy, just in front.
Just watching it late and playing it as late as possible. The outfield is fluid, rocket. In the end.
Tabs, here we go, boy. Back on it fast. Yeah, Tabs.
𝗃𝗶𝗱𝗲.
Oh! That's straight low, boys. That's straight low fast, yeah, lads. That's straight low, yeah.
Much better delivery from him.
First time spin option used by the South African emerging skipper. He is well aware of the Bangladesh spinner's performance. On the leg, he just bunted around the corner for an easy single. But speaking about the singles, Shahnur, Jishan has hit 6 boundaries this far. Only a couple of singles, and that's the area where he needs to work on and improve.
Oh yeah, 𝗃𝗶𝗱.
Find that now, find that now, find that now.
Like that.
𝗃𝗶𝗱𝗲.
Andy.
Started off with a boundary by conceding one, slightly getting better with his lines and lengths.
Vociferous appeal. They think they've got this man, but the umpire thought otherwise. Robin was confident although. Perhaps going down the leg, we'll have to have a second look.
It comes down the wicket, perhaps sliding down. More importantly, it could be a bit high. 6 from the over. After 8, it's 47 without loss.
There we go, fighting already, fighting already.
Oh, almost chopped on. Racing away towards the boundary though. Will be lucky for. Lucky fours for Zishan Alom. And that brings up Bangladesh's 50 in the 9th over. As I introduce Sajjad Udash in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Shanur. It's a very good start for Bangladesh emerging team. They have rushed, I should say, towards the 50-run marks. Inside edge. It could be very easily dragged onto the stumps. Outside edge. Just out of reach of the fielder, didn't carry as well. So Bangladesh emerging team, they have reached the 50-run marks in the 9th over. Whereas South African emerging team, they had to use up 13 overs and 2 deliveries to reach the 50-run mark. They also lost a wicket. So clearly Bangladesh emerging team, they are going at a better rate. They started well. Long way to go. Beautifully bowled. Mokoena. Probably, if he could pitch the delivery more towards the off stump, it could cause more trouble. Yes, it went away from the batter, Robin, on that occasion. It's good to see some brotherhood between two cricketing nations. So what I was saying, that it shaped away from the batter, but Robin, he left it pretty easily because it was away from his body as well.
No.
Now this time he decided to play at it, though he couldn't pierce the gap. Mahfizul Islam Robin, he played for Brothers Union in the recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League, scored 512 runs from 11 innings at an average of 46.54. Good strike rate as well, scored a 104.50. So he's been among the runs.
Yeah, he is in the runs. And speaking of Mokoena, this is his full name. He's got a click in his name. Obani Handsome Mokoena. Fun name to say.
Well, from the looks he is handsome, but I must say it's a tongue twister to pronounce his name. Yeah, I'll get used to it for sure. Beautifully driven. Once again find the fielder. Dot to end the over 5 of the 9th. 52 for no loss.
Someone was 245. He's 245. Scared.
Good crowd.
2 point?
In the first innings, they were gathered in a particular corner of the gallery, but now they are more scattered all around the galleries. It's good to see crowd coming in. Left arm spin. Short ball pulled away. Straight into the hands. 𝗍𝗪 Alam. It was there to be hit. He hit it well as he hit it. Timed it good as well, but straight to the fielder.
Wow. He will be ruining what he just did as he takes a long walk back and thinks about what just transpired. Was there to be hit. But then there's a fielder. Of all the places, it went straight to him. And the bowler, he claps because he knows that's a bit of a bonus. 𝗍𝗪 Alam gone for 31 from 27. Dandwa bringing the breakthrough for South Africa. Bangladesh 52 for 1.
That's one leg. Center.
Pritham Kumar, 32 match so far in his list career, 725 runs.
Pritham, you have bat for me? Hey?
And this is why he is out there.
Yeah, 5.
It was a long hop. 𝗍𝗪 Alam, he hit it well, but straight to the fielder. Mokoena was there in the deep square leg region. Slip in place for Pritham Kumar.
Ball tips.
There was a much needed breakthrough for South African team.
𝗍𝗪 was the one scoring the runs quickly. He was taking his chances. Unfortunately for him, it went straight to a fielder.
Into the second over.
Okay.
Nangwa
Plan A.
already picked up a wicket. Apishly played. Pritham Kumar wasn't in control. Thankfully, there was no one to catch it.
Chepo Dandwa already
You don't want him too straight.
taking a wicket, and he's bowling a really good channel, not giving the batter too much room.
Beautifully fielded. And that is expected of the South African team.
Good Mosey.
Whatever the level of the game is, the fielding will be always top notch. Look at that. It was traveling for a boundary. And suddenly from nowhere, he was there to stop it.
Mikael Prince, the fielder on that occasion, fielding at cover point. Just a run in this over so far. A slip in place for Robin, who's really taking his time. 16 from 28. When you're chasing 300, can't let a slow start bog you down. Too many dot balls and too many block shots like that. After 10, it's 53 for 1.
Arno Jacobs, the umpire, signaling for the second power play. The first power play, definitely Bangladesh emerging team is slightly ahead of the game. South Africa emerging team, they were 41 for 1. Bangladesh 12 runs ahead. They also lost a wicket. But this is a very good score posted by the South African team. And they have picked up Jishan Alam, who was the aggressor between the openers. Scored 31 of 27 deliveries. Now it will be very interesting to see how Mahfizul Islam Robin and Pritham Kumar will approach the innings from this point of time. Slip in place for Mokoena. Solidly behind that, Pritham Kumar. He played for Ogroni Bank Cricket Club in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Didn't play all the games. Played only 7 innings for 133 runs, averaging just 19. Has a good strike rate though, 93. Testing the batter with a shorter one.
Plenty of chatter there out in the middle. The South Africans making themselves heard, and the crowd obliging as well. Well directed bouncer, making the batter duck for cover. And it's a nice feeling trying to get used to these rather unusual names, as Nkobani Handsome Mokoena has to bowl that again. Current run rate 5.23, largely due to the innings that Robin is playing.
Upstream played. Didn't time it at all. Thankfully, it didn't go to the hands of the fielder, filling at short cover. Pritham Kumar will be considering himself a bit lucky. So we were telling about that, how these two batters will approach this run chase from this point of time. Yes, they lost their aggressive opener Jishan Alam, but they got a good start as well, so definitely they need to capitalize on that. Remember, South African emerging team, all the runs came from the middle order and lower middle order batters. Will be a couple of runs. Yes, quite easily came back from the second.
Have to keep rotating the strike. Yes, you've lost a wicket. Jishan Alam, who was playing his shots. But then if you're not playing shots, at least think about taking singles and doubles. The first 10 overs are done. That means the first block of power play is over. The field spreads out a bit. 4 fielders outside the inner circle. You can afford to milk the runs if you need to.
Will be wide. Robin was thinking about going big. Was a bit double-minded whether to play that or leave that. Yes, it was going for a wide. Has been in good form. I was talking about his numbers in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Scored over 500 runs. Scored 100. Scored a 98 run innings as well. Unfortunately, got bowled. Played with softer hands. Unfortunate. The fielder did well. I hope he is okay. I hope he is okay.
Run for. Show me run for. Let's see. Let's go.
I hope he is okay. This is not good sign.
Let's see what happened. An outside edge. And then he stops the boundary, that's for sure. He slips while doing so. And then he grabs his knee. I'm not seeing much contact with the knee or anything, but oh, his reaction tells us that he's hurt his ankle, in fact. Yeah. The left ankle did seem to bend in a way it's not supposed to, as it slipped when he was trying to dive. For his sake, we hope that he's okay to continue.
A bit heavier outfield.
Looks like the physio is having a word, and interesting. The umpire wanting to have a bit of a boxing match with Robin.
The magic spray has come out. This is not looking good.
Sorry.
I don't think there is a fracture. I think I could see a swelling in that part of his legs, and that is why the magic spray is in use. Yes, that's the swelled part. Some ice pack. I think he will be off the ground for some time now, and it will be a miraculous thing if he stands up and starts playing straight again. But yes, we can see the tapes are out, so the physio is trying hard so that the player, he does not have to come off the field. Pause in the game. Not a pause we want, but yes, part of the game. Injuries, the players, they are always committed to save every run, and in the process they put their body on the line. 𝗂𝗶𝗱𝗲𝗂𝗃, who picked up the wicket in the last over. So definitely South African emerging team, they do not want to lose him at this point of the game. Yes, lot of taping will be needed for that swelled up ankle.
Well, this is taking up a lot of time. Now keep in mind that this is a day match. No floodlights available. And we've got a lot of overs left to go through. It will be interesting to see if the match can finish in time. Still 39 overs left. South Africa haven't got a very good over rate so far. Down the leg. It's going towards the boundary again. A diving effort. Keeps it down to 2. In the end, good running between the wickets. 62 for 1 after 11.
We can start with the slip and just see if it's like doing anything. No.
Slightly outside. That's it. Center it. Center. Why come over?
Ndandwa still on the ground. That ankle needs lots of taping. Well, he seems all right. Back in the game, Similane. After playing that blistering 61, now it's time to do something with the ball in his hands. What an innings he played earlier in this match and led from the front to score 116 runs in the last 10 overs. Built a 76 runs partnership of just 34 deliveries. 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗂 Similane along with 𝗏𝗏.
The match is going along at a snail's pace at this moment. Pacers from all ends. When Bangladesh were bowling, it was going a lot faster with the usage of spinners for the most part in the first innings. We've got time left, but South Africa will have to keep in mind the over rate, and overall it's not been very good so far. What we are seeing on the sidelines is that Ndandwa is starting to walk all by himself, so that's a good sign. Perhaps he will get it checked a bit before he returns to the field, if he does return to the field, but let's hope he does. South Africans throwing themselves all around the field, looking to save the runs, and it's something that we associate with the Proteas in all of their teams. They put that extra effort in the field.
No ball. Called by the umpire, it was a low full toss. Pritham Kumar definitely missed out, but he will get another opportunity in form of the free hit next up, and definitely he will be very thankful to Similane.
Yeah, pretty big no ball. Easy for the umpire to call, Moniruzzaman. Just, we have to keep in mind that at this moment it is a free hit. Just a signal from the umpire that it's a front foot no ball, therefore there must be a free hit.
Pritham Kumar missed out once again. It was short. He picked the length pretty quickly, but he couldn't hit it well. I think he could have gone over the top. He definitely missed out. The fielders were in the circle, picked the length, played it beautifully, but straight to the fielder. This time the gap was there. Pritham Kumar, that was a good looking shot for a boundary.
Yeah, this over, it's been teetering on the edge from 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗂 Similane. Quite a few boundary balls on this occasion. The boundary is finally there. Rocked across and then balanced himself very nicely, did Pritham. It was slightly uppish, but in the end it was in the gap between the cover fielders, mid-off and cover point.
Beautifully played. This will go for another boundary. Pritham Kumar. This was a classy one from him after 12, 73 for 1, Bangladesh emerging team.
Yeah, on the slot, despite getting a hand to it, Andile Similani couldn't stop it from going to the fence and being another boundary in that last over, which proved to be slightly expensive for the visitors. And Bangladesh, despite losing the wicket of Jishan Alam and some circumspect batting from Robin, they're going along quite nicely. A run rate of just over 6 right now.
Good batting. Mahfizul Islam Robin played with the softer hands into the gaps. The good thing was he knew that exactly how hard he hit it and how far it was from the fielder. That's why the call was on point.
They have to be on point when you're chasing something in excess of 300. There's no real margin for error. You can only be wrong so many times before you give away your wicket.
Solidly behind that, Pritham Kumar played 2 delightful shots in the previous over, the last 2 deliveries. Missed out a few as well. It seems that he is saying that I will not accept any freebies, but I will play some delightful shots to cover it up.
At the end of the day, it's about substance over style, though. Not style over substance. And yeah, being elegant, being good looking is one thing with the bat, but it has to result in runs, it has to result in the team winning and being on the right side of things. That's what separates the good players from the great players, really. And take a look at his bowling action. He's got quite a strong right arm action. A bit of Kagiso Rabada in the way he jumps up. Mokoena.
You saw a bit of Kagiso Rabada, I saw a bit of Alan Donald as well. The moment of delivering the ball when the arms were across, the jump as well. Once again, good rhythmic run up. I think the body moves a bit too much. Probably the bowling coaches will look after that. Still pretty young, lots of time ahead in his career. Good bouncer, good aggressive bowling by Mokoena.
Yeah, he is the fastest of the lot, easily. Of all the bowlers that have bowled for South Africa, most of them have been medium pacers, but then Mokoena, he comes in, and his middle name is Handsome. He's got a handsome amount of pace here. And this time, Robin from the non-strikers end just saying that watch out for his pace, he is bowling fast.
And for delivery, only one of this over after 1374 for 1. loud call. We were talking about the communication has to be clear. The communication has to be clear between batters. Communication has to be clear between fielders as well. Especially the wicket keepers. Generally they play a big role, while the fielders, they have to throw at which end. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 bending his back.
Mandile 𝗬𝗏𝗂 played a very good innings with the bat, and maybe that confidence could seep through in his bowling. He was expensive in his first over, started off much better in his second, and in the last over we were looking at Obani handsome Mokoena's bowling, and looks a good prospect here for South Africa. Their pace bowling unit, always known to be strong.
Nicely played. Rode on the top of the bounce. Mahfizul Robin on that occasion. Roll of the wrist as well, keeping it grounded.
Yeah, Robin's been there for a while, 24 from 36. He's got to up the ante though. Pritham on 12 from 19.
Again testing the middle of the pitch, 𝗬𝗏𝗂. They're trying the short deliveries every now and then, and it seems to they got a good amount of height. They're getting good amount of heights every time. They're trying to do that, and definitely Bangladesh batters, they are not feeling very comfortable playing that length. So that could be a strategy from the South African bowlers. Once again, this was a better one even.
Yeah, and appreciation from the wicket keeper.
Not comfortable with that short ball, eh? Front foot bully, Andy. Front foot bully, Andy. Front foot bully, Andy.
I think the commentary is being done right there. Front foot bully, in case anyone is wondering, is what Pritham is being called. They're not comfortable on the back foot, is what the South Africans are trying to say, as far as the Bangladesh batter Pritham is concerned.
And that is why he has been called that. What a beautiful looking shot. Straight to the bowler though after 14.75 for 1.
He's going to give me an official update after this over. But we're looking in the region of...
Straight to 45.
Brother, are you angry with me?
Right?
You angry with me?
Never.
I just tell you. I don't know. He injured.
Yes.
And run. That's right.
Change, right arm over.
Come, bro.
Welcome back after the drinks break.
Go.
Bangladesh emerging team. They have started well. The run chase, chasing 302. Looks like another change in the bowling. The captain bringing himself up. Van Heerden got a start with the bat. Couldn't capitalize on it. Scored 22 runs. A decent crowd in for a game where no known stars are playing. Beautifully played, but straight to the fielder. Mahfizul Robin opened the innings with Jishan Alam, who's been dismissed for 31 of 27 balls.
Good Georgie. Good Georgie. Good Georgie.
Quick single. Beautifully fielded as well. So good cricket all around. Played with the softer hands, Robin. Yes.
Center. Off stump.
That is something we don't want. That if that person was not shown on TV, his girlfriend will leave him. That was written on the card.
Good job,
Yeah,
Shah,
probably the breakup will not happen now. You were shown on TV.
One for you. One for you.
You're going to tell him to pay you after that, right? For all that work.
Thanks to the camera person as well for saving his relationship status for now at least. Short ball pulled away, but there is protection.
Yeah, for now is the key word or the key phrase here. Have to live in the moment. That's what these two batters have to do. Take advantage of such loosey full tosses. Such juicy, loosey-goosey full tosses. Not going for boundaries. Just another single. 4 off this over. After 15, it's 79 for 1.
That's 10 minutes down.
in form, captain in form.
Pretty relaxed dugout for the Bangladesh emerging
Right
team.
leg stump.
The players missing out in the 11. The 4 players with the vests on. Similane. Pritham Kumar wanted the single. Robin denied it on time. That is more important, that there was not a mix-up there.
Things have become very quiet as far as Bangladesh are concerned. This middle phase, it's about attrition, but also staying in the moment, hanging in, making sure the game doesn't go by you. And by that I mean not give away too many dot balls. Keep the strike rotating. Make sure you're getting boundaries now and then, or else you'll fall behind the 8 ball. And before you know it, the run rate has crept up, the required rate has crept up to over 7 and 8. Partnership of 27 from 38 balls. Both these batters are set now. Should look to be more proactive. Plenty of batting left still.
Yeah, definitely. At least they should be looking forward to rotate the strikes. Yes, there are 2 right-handers batting together. We always say about the left and right-hand batting combination, but even if you have 2 right-handers on the pitch, if you can rotate the strike, if you can take the singles quite regularly, the bowler has to adjust with the lines, with the lengths. The fielding needs to be adjusted as well. So that is also one way to create pressure on the fielding team. Pritham Kumar has been tested with the short deliveries, a number of short deliveries, and he showed no intention of playing those balls.
And the captain Van Heerden just having a word with his bowler Andile Similane. Umpire Munir Zaman also signaling. It's 1 bouncer and he's got 1 more left in the over.
Short and wide. Only a single though. So another good over from Similane. Considered only 1. Still a ball to go. Shall if we compare phase by phase, Bangladesh is well ahead at this stage. Bangladesh is 80 for 1 in the 16th over. And at the end of the 20th over, South Africa emerging team, they were 77 for 2. So Bangladesh are already ahead with 4 overs in hand. But the real problem is they scored 172 runs in the last 20 overs, 116 in the last 10. So Bangladesh needs to keep that in mind as well. Dot to end the over, only 1 of it after 16, 80 for 1.
Where are you filming?
So now up to 6 bowlers used by the South African emerging team. Most of them pacers and only the 1 spinner, Shepon Dandwa, getting the wicket. And after which he's had to leave the field unfortunately with what looks like an ankle injury. Hopefully it's not too bad and he can come back and have a bowl because South Africa would dearly need him. George Van Heerden, the captain, bringing himself on and into his 2nd over now.
Once again a low full toss, but for a single only. Pritham Kumar has missed out quite a number of opportunities. He missed out quite a number of low full tosses. couldn't score off a free hit as well. Into the gap this time, 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 will pick up a boundary, a much needed one. The pressure was mounting on the batters and it is relieved to some extent with that boundary.
It was a long time coming and a shot of absolute class by Robin. Moving on to the back foot, not trying to hit it too hard, knowing that there are gaps at the deep. If he can bisect the two fielders on the offside, the cover and mid-off, he is going to get 4, and that's what he got.
Flighted delivery onto the leg stump. Good cricket from Robin. After the boundary, he rotated the strike. So we were talking about Pritham Kumar missing out on quite a number of opportunities. That actually is putting pressure on himself because he will be feeling responsible to make up for those missed opportunities. He is also very well set on the crease, has already played 31 deliveries for only 16 runs. Now, if he gets out, all the hard work will go in vain.
And the way he played the last delivery gives us an idea that he is slightly getting bogged down, trying to break free of the shackles and do something. 3 dot balls in a row he played. 16 of 32. After 17, it's 86 for 1.
Left hand over.
216, the requirement from 198 balls. So clearly Bangladesh is falling behind at this moment, but this is a game, this is the era of T20 cricket. Nothing is impossible, especially when you have wickets in hand, and Bangladesh have wickets in hand at this moment. 86 for 1 in the 17th over, not a bad start. Scoring at 5 and over, which is okay, which is decent, but they need to maintain this run rate. They cannot let the run rate drop below 5. That is the equation they have to maintain, probably till the 35th or 40th over.
Yeah, if you're looking at chasing 116 in the last 10 overs, no matter what the situation, it's not a good position to be in. Robin is timing it nicely. We saw that in the last over as well. But look at the number of dot balls he's also played. This one included. That puts pressure on himself, as you mentioned, with Pritham. So both the batters are suffering from similar issues. A lot of dot balls. And as a result, not enough strike rotation. Sometimes having to rely on boundaries to relieve the pressure.
Will be wide, but let's take nothing away from the bowlers as well. They have bowled brilliantly. They have bowled with a plan, especially when they are bowling against the likes of Pritham Kumar. They know that Pritham Kumar is pretty strong on his front foot, so they are forcing him to wet on his back foot, testing the middle of the pitch, bowling a number of bouncers. This is a patience game at this moment.
It's a game of attrition, that's for sure. And the positive for the Bangladesh batters, I would say, is they don't look too hurried. They don't look too panicked by the situation. They seem to be ready to bat out all day. If you look at the way Robin is going about things, he doesn't look too tired. He doesn't look too flustered. It's hot and humid out there, but he's trying to make the South African players, the fielders, suffer in the middle. And he's willing to wait it out. So that is a positive, but he needs to cash in on the start.
This time he gets a single. Yes, we were talking about his Premier Division Cricket, Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League performance this year. He played the role of an opener for Brothers Union, played 11 innings, scored 512 runs, good average, 46.54, but the strike rate, he scored all those runs at 81.78 strike rate. Pulled beautifully. Pritham Kumar finally trying to answer the short ball question. So the numbers of the Premier League says that Robin, he's someone who likes to take some time to get set and then scores big. Pritham Kumar, very good looking pull shot. It was sliding down the leg side slightly as well, so that helped him as well. Another good looking shot, but only a single. Good feeling after 1890 for one. Decent partnership going on between Mahfizul Islam Robin and Pritham Kumar. 38 of 54. They lost the first wicket after scoring 52 from 9.1 Zishan Alam. He was going all guns blazing, scored 31 of 27 balls. This pair, on the other hand, they are taking their time. They know the run rate is under control. They have a very good batting lineup. They have some explosive batters to follow. And there will be a new partnership in the com box as well. Ali Tasnim, welcome back. How was the lunch?
Thank you so much, Ajad. The lunch was good. And of course, Bangladesh emerging would be looking for some good shots as well. Here then, squares Robin up. So as you and Shahnur were mentioning that both these batters are taking time, they're playing dots, but I reckon this is the right time to break the shackles, to play those lusty blows. Appeal and given. The credit finger goes up and Pritham Kumar has to walk.
And that was the danger we were talking about. Pritham Kumar, after playing all those deliveries, after spending all those time in the middle, he couldn't capitalize. And he has to depart after scoring only 17 of 34 balls. And here then the skipper, he picks up the wicket. The second one. Pritham Kumar, he wanted to go big, and losing the balance, he had no idea about his back foot. Where was it? And it was a pretty straightforward decision for Moniruzzaman, the square leg umpire. Here then, he is delighted. Pritham Kumar, he has to take the long walk back to the dugout. He departs for 17 of 35 deliveries. Bangladesh 91 for 2.
It's not you, it's obviously the wickets.
Middle.
It's definitely not going.
Ratam over 3.
Definitely not doing that.
𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗃𝗃, number 10, the skipper,
You have to do that.
picked up the wicket. That brings Ariful Islam out in the middle. 38 matches in his list A career.
The
Though
crowd is too
these
noisy for
games
him. He's
will
not
not
ready.
be leveled as list A. Ariful Islam, usually he is a very attacking batter. Played for Mohammedan Sporting Club in the Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League. Scored 224 runs from 9 innings. Scored 250s. Best score of 73. Likes to score runs very quickly. Goes off the mark.
Sorry, Joji.
And Bangladesh emerging will be in need of his service. One of the products of under-19 cricket was the part of under-19 World Cup Bangladesh squad as well. After 19, it's now 92 for 2 Bangladesh emerging. It's the Silk City where Bangladesh emerging is taking on South Africa emerging, and this is how the batting card looks like. 4 batters have made their way to the middle. Jishan Alam and Pritam Kumar departed. Jishan had a good start but couldn't convert into a big one. Pritam, rather on the other hand, has to be disappointed with his effort. He was looking to get set but could not score big.
Should be wide, yes. It's been signaled by umpire Arno Jacobs. The left arm seamer Van Vuren. Yes, we have talked about Similane's finishing touch. That knock of 61, Connor 71. But we cannot forget the importance of Van Vuren's unbeaten 26. And his partnership of 76 of 34 balls only with Similane. So this South African team, they have quite a number of proper all-rounding cricketers on display.
Just a batter you need at the end of the innings. Batted with the rate of 173. He was in a ferocious mood.
Just outside the off stump, going with the natural angle of the left arm seamer coming over the wicket, and lots of noise around the batters. This South African emerging team, they are really putting the batters under pressure. It's good to see that Ariful and Robin, they are also talking among themselves, trying to calm themselves down. They know at this moment South Africa team, they are ruling. They are ahead of the game. Good looking drive for a single.
The asking rate is mounting. After every dot, it's nearly 7 now, but Bangladesh emerging are going with a rate of 4.81. So there has to be someone who can find boundaries and will bring this rate down, which will be reachable for Bangladesh. Ariful, of course, can be the one who can play good shots around the wicket.
So looking at the wicket, the run rate of 4.78, 94 for 2 in the 20th over, that is not a bad start. But the problem is they are chasing 302 on a wicket where 250 to 260 runs that should be within the acceptable range. But the brilliant hitting from the South African batters in the latter part of their innings. Beautifully played into the gap. Will fetch a boundary, 𝗵𝗂𝗋𝗄𝗻. A much needed one for his team.
Just a touch short, and Robin obliged. See how effortlessly he played that shot in front of square. He made sure the ball stays away from the fielder and away from the mid-wicket fielder as well. Calculative and effective. 6 from this pure and over.
Through the offside, and it will be reaching to the boundary once again. Hundreds up for Bangladesh emerging team after 20, 102 for 2.
So after 20 overs, Bangladesh emerging are 102 for 2. And courtesy to those boundaries from the will of Robin. And that has given Bangladesh emerging some momentum, certainly. They were under the pump, especially after losing the wicket of Pritam Kumar. And for making a turn around, a big partnership is needed between these two batters, Ariful and Robin.
Here then,
Why? What must he stand still?
continuing from the media end. Beautifully played. The outfield is pretty fast. Couple of runs from Ariful. So if we compare face by face, Bangladesh is pretty ahead at this point of time. Let's have a look at the last ball of the last over. It was a fuller length and very good batting from 𝗵𝗂𝗋𝗄𝗻. On the previous occasion, he hit a 4 of a short ball and he was ready for the fuller length. So good anticipation from him.
He's got the experience, as we already mentioned. Played age level cricket, now a regular face in the domestic circuit. So he knows what the bowlers may come up with, and he's ready for that. And this is why cricket is known as a mind game. The players play with their mind.
See, in the first innings when South African emerging team they were batting, after 20th over they scored 77 for 2. In contrast, Bangladesh were standing at 102 for 2. So Bangladesh were way ahead. Bangladesh reached that 100-run marks within the first 20 overs, whereas South Africa emerging team, they reached that 100-run mark in the 27th over. But the fireworks we witnessed at in the latter part of the South African innings, that was some unbelievable batting, unbelievable hitting from them. Dot ball to end the over. 21 gone, 106 for 2.
I don't know. I don't think so.
106 for 2. After 21,
লাগলে আমাদেরকে আগে জানায় কিংবা পানি হোক ড্রাগস হোক এনিথিং
Nangwa picked up the first wicket, bowled 2 overs for 7. Had to leave the field for a bit of treatment. Hurt his ankle during a brilliant fielding effort. Good to see him back in the field. Definitely you don't want someone, you wouldn't want to see someone leaving the field with an injury, not being able to come back. Nangwa beautifully bowled. It was a risky shot, Robin. He was onto his back foot. Probably the ball was a bit of a fuller length, but thankfully it was a good enough connection to pick up a single.
Robin has been in the middle for 75 minutes right from the inception since he's an opener. So this is perhaps the right time for him to accelerate the innings, to find out those gaps and boundaries, and that will also give Ariful a lot of confidence and show our way how to bat, how to find boundaries here.
On the other hand, another strategy could be that Robin could be the one who has to be there till the end and the others play around him. This is not a wicket where you can go and have a blast from the first ball. The sun is up as well, so the wicket has been dried up, so the spinners will show their effect on this surface. Change in the fielding. Deep square leg and deep fine leg posted. I'd say deep square leg. Upishly played by Mahfizul Robin, and it was a brilliant connection to collect him 6 runs and reach his 50.
Perhaps he heard me. Just when I was mentioning he needs to get a move on, he said, just wait a minute, hang on, I'm yet to come. Took a long straight forward and played it down the ground. Not a big 6, however, he will accept it as his reach to his 50. Certainly an effective one for Bangladesh merging.
Good batting. After the 6, taking a single, handing the strike over to Ariful. The world of cricket is Robin 51 or 58. So we will come back to that discussion after 22, 115 for 2. Yes, everyone has a camera in their phone nowadays to capture their favorite players, to capture the favorite moments. Here, Din. So I was trying to say, Alif, the world of cricket has not been very kind to me, especially as a commentator. Whenever I predict something, unfortunately, it does not happen. I was saying that the pitch is not very easy to bat on, and immediately Robin hit a 6 and shut me up. This is so unfair, for me at least.
But fortunately, you were a commentator, not an astrologer. That would have been much worse for you if you were that. The call is for 2. Robin says, hold on. it's not the time to take risk. It's the time to form a big partnership and get rid of the trouble.
Thankfully, those were my predictions only, not analysis. Shanu Rabbani making fun of me. This is not fair. You are not being very kind to me as well. Here then, there was a collision with the batter, with the non-striking end batter. Good to see he is back on his feet.
The skipper, with the ball in hand, picked up the important wicket of Pritam Kumar. Bit of tussle between the non-striking end batter, and immediately he said sorry. That was very full, in fact.
This is good batting from this pair. In the previous over, Robin hit a 6, and now they are dealing in singles. Already 4 runs of the 5 deliveries bowled in this over. They know they have good batting to come. Beautifully bowled. Dot to end the over after 2319 for 2.
Next over. Next over. Next over.
Next over, man.
Next over.
Hello.
Cash तो काम करता है पर से दिया it is alert taken
next over. आके बोल आके बोलो
यार ओरा किलो से बांचोट किलो से रहते हैं
आके बोल ना
मैं don't understand your language Robin I don't understand your language you understand now
Robin
Robin you understand
Hey Robin you know that Bangla hey hello you know Bangla
yes I know Bangla
Well, heated argument between the batters and the wicket keeper. The batters, they were talking amongst themselves. They were talking in Bangla, and that is why the batter asked the question, do you know Bangla? You didn't understand why they say, so why are you charging me?
All these are mind games, just to distract your opponent from the game, so that he loses his concentration and you can take the advantage. Tangdwa with his 4th over.
Call of 2, but I don't think it's available. Yes, it is not. I think Ariful will feel he missed out on an opportunity on this occasion. It was a short of length delivery.
Right, he could go to his back foot and pull this one away. Should be frustrated. And interestingly, Bangladesh spinners, you can talk about Pian, Rakibul, Rabbi, all of them did really well. And that's why in this innings, both the wickets were purchased by the spinners.
Even the part-timers like Jishan Alam or Ariful, they bowled a few overs and they were not very expensive as well. So definitely this wicket has something to offer for the spinners. Nangwa bowled 2 brilliant overs before he picked up that injury. Trying to find the rhythm since he came back and seems slowly to be back in his strides.
So good to see dropping short balls here, Chepo.
Ariful is
On that
still
front foot for the short ball.
trying to be circumspect. Not much of intent or approach of being aggressive. Not like an Ariful innings.
Well flighted one. driven for a single, only 3 of the over after 24, 122 for 2.
Batting summary of Bangladesh emerging. Robin, the opener, still in the middle with 54 from 63. His opening partner Zishan Alam departed, scoring 31. 𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗽 was slightly disappointing, 17 from 35. Ariful Islam now currently in a mission of building up a partnership with Robin.
You know why?
Zishan Alam will feel that he missed out on an opportunity to make a big innings.
So he scored in a new. So good, Georgie.
Here then continuing into his 6th over.
George, can I put him a touch straighter?
Not straighter that way. He's come up, George. I can make him straighter.
Oh, it was too close to cut. A poor shot from Ariful. Thankfully, it didn't hit the outside edge or the stump.
It was close, but he made room for playing that shot, Shahjad. So he got some space, but he missed out then again. Not finding the middle of the bat, Ariful.
Georgie!
Is not succeeding to find gaps as well.
Like this, Georgie. Liking this, George.
3 dot balls. Then a single in this over. Ariful is also taking his time. I don't think Bangladesh emerging team, they don't have to worry about the record run rate at this point of time. But they cannot be bogged down. They have to maintain a run rate of 4.5 to 5 or maybe 5.5 till the end of the 40th over, and then they could think of going big if they have wickets in hand.
Kierden delivers a good over. After 25, it's 1, 2, 3 for 2. Bangladesh emerging.
Decent partnerships all the way. Robin and Zishan starting off with a 52-run partnership, then 𝗃𝗵𝗂𝗽 and Robin. It was a quite slow one, but they scored 39 runs. Ariful and Robin currently unbeaten on 32 runs from 39 balls in the 3rd wicket partnership. Beautifully played. The chase is on, and it is a successful chase by the fielder. A couple of runs, Ariful taking some chances.
It was not that easy to play because it was sliding down the leg. He had to drag it into the offside. Did Ariful see how wide it was? Then again he reversed it and gets away from that short third fielder. Down the leg, just clips it off the pads. So this partnership is also growing in a slow process, 35 from 41. But the Concern for Bangladesh merging is the asking rate is mounting with time.
Well flighted one from Nangwa. It is pretty evident now, Alif, that 𝗵𝗂𝗄𝗧 has been given the responsibility of anchoring the innings. Yes, every now and then he will try to play the big shot. He will try to fetch a boundary, but otherwise he will be looking for the singles only. And it will be Ariful's job, maybe after a few overs, if not now, to look for the boundaries.
He's got the ability to find boundaries, hit some lusty blows, and this is the best platform to showcase his talent, his capacity to the selectors as well. Slight hint of turn. Oh my goodness, bit of fumble and overthrow cost an extra run.
South Africa cannot afford those. Yes, currently they are trying to keep things a bit tight, but they also need to keep in mind that Bangladesh still have 8 wickets in hand, and these freebies, they will release the pressure from the batters. Single to end the over after 26. Bangladesh emerging team 129 for 2.
Fine. Next time, get it right. Tian!
173 runs required for Bangladesh from 144 balls. Bangladesh emerging team, they won the toss and elected to bowl first this morning. After a passing shower causing a delay to the start by 15 minutes, 𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗧 thought it will be a bowling wicket. Initially the pacers had some assistance as well, but the South African batters, they finished it really on a high, scoring 301 runs. That is more than a competitive one on this kind of surface.
Once again, just tucking it off the pads. But if you just look at the bowling figure of 𝗃𝗃𝗃, the skipper of South Africa emerging, he's been really good. He's frugal, picked up a wicket, but most importantly, he has kept things really tight. Hardly conceded boundaries or gave runs to the Bangladesh emerging batters.
And as we were talking about the roles of the different batters, 𝗵𝗂𝗄𝗧, he's not gonna take a chance. What was I thinking? Fuller length delivery. It was in his zone and he went for it and went for a 6 all the way.
That's 6 number 2 for Robin, and once again he went down the ground. The first 6 was over long on. This time he decided to go over long off, and there was no fielder, so that was a safe shot for him as well to play.
Another prediction of mine going wrong, but the overall approach is pretty evident. Yes, I said that every now and then he will go for the boundaries, but mostly he will pick up the singles. The crowd really enjoying this game. This is a good over for Bangladesh, 9 of it after 27, 138 for 2.
164 runs to get for the home side to win the first game from 138 deliveries. It's very much gettable from this situation. Just the batters have to bat sensibly, take responsibilities in their shoulders, and on the other hand, the visitors will be in search of a breakthrough because this partnership is also has spilled, and this is creating problem for them.
Nangwa continuing from the far end. Down the leg side, beautifully swiped by 𝗵𝗂𝗃 Robin. It was a loose delivery, but still had to put it away from for the boundary, and Robin did that brilliantly.
Sweep at its very best. It was sneaking down the leg once again, and there was a gap too between square leg and deep fine. So he went through that gap and found 4 runs, moved on to 68 now.
See, South Africa bowlers, they need to be very careful now. The required run rate is hovering around 7, and if they concede 1 boundary every over or every second over, that will not create any pressure on the batters whatsoever. So they really need to tighten the screws, and they really need to strangle the batters for runs. Currently this is too easy for the batters out there.
So sorry, buddy. So sorry.
Dot balls will be the key for them. They should eye to bowl stump to stump, block singles, doubles, produce dots. If dot balls start to be produced, then the batters will certainly go for the biggies, for breaking the shackles. That might be an opportunity for them. So they need to think a way out.
Quick single taken. Another overthrow. This is sloppy from the young South Africans.
This is how you lose the grip of the game, and this is how a pressure gets removed from batting side. After the fall of the second wicket, Bangladesh emerging were in the back foot. The pressure was on, but now they're gradually getting rid of that.
8 runs already from this over.
Stay in the chair, fellas.
Following up of a 9-run over on the previous occasion, 𝗵𝗂𝗃 Robin. What an innings he's been playing. He is looking confident. Classy shots all around the carpet. Square leg, anticipating about the lengths quite brilliantly. 8 of this over after 2846 for 2.
So this was the innings of 𝗵𝗂𝗃. Played really well with the straight bat, also with the cross-batted shots. Got the caps properly and raised his bat after reaching his 50. A well-played knock. Certainly from the Bangladesh opener. �71 from 76, 6 4s and 2 6s, with a strike rate of 93.42. So there is going to be a change in bowling for Forrester with his second spell, and along with that there is a change of voice in Combox as well. Welcome Shahanur Rabbani once again.
Thank you, Alif. Let's see if a change in pace brings a change in luck for the South Africans. They're in search of that third wicket. Things got heated a while ago between Ariful and the wicketkeeper. Now, calm has prevailed. But for how long, it remains to be seen. Get the feeling this will be a very hotly and keenly contested series moving forward. Both teams not willing to give an inch to each other. Slashed, but straight to the fielder. Was a slower ball by Forrester.
Back-to-back off-cutters from him. Rolled his fingers over the ball. And he's perhaps predicting that Ariful may go after him, since he's trying to be artful and deceptive.
Carefully watched. Plenty of chatter from the teammates of Forrester, trying to encourage him to continue bowling these lines and lengths. We've seen the shorter bowling slightly trouble the batters, and that's perhaps why you see Ariful on 17 from 34. Keep in mind, Bangladesh are chasing a 300 plus total. They have to take more singles. Can't allow 3-4 dot balls to be bowled in a row.
Absolutely, the current rate is 5.12, but the asking rate is 7.26. So that's climbing, and if you play dot balls like this, of course it's gonna go up, not down. So I reckon it's Ariful. It's his time to shift the gear and go for some big shots. 35 from, in fact 17 from 35 is not an ideal score when you are chasing a total above 300.
Just one run in this over so far. It's been a good one for Forrester. Bowled sporadically. Beats the fielder. It will just be another single.
Robin has been keeping the flow. 6 boundaries from his bat, also a couple of sixes. But apart from those, he's found those gaps, picked up the singles, converted the singles into doubles if there was any opportunity. Ariful, on the other hand, has to be slightly more aggressive.
A good over for South Africa, just 2. After 29, Bangladesh are 148 for 2.
Six bowlers have been used thus far. Only a couple of wickets, and both the success were in favor of the spinners, Dangwa and George van Heerden, the skipper, could only get wickets.
Coming over the wicket.
Mokoena into his 5th over now. Has been a mixed bag, at times bowling very well. Showed good pace early on. We'll have to bowl that again. Will 𝗂𝗃𝗍 handsome Mokoena.
Long name as well as a tad difficult for the people of subcontinent to pronounce, but is someone who has immense talent in himself.
Well, that shot takes a bit of talent. It's going, and it'll be a welcome boundary for Robin.
He's been really good straight down the ground, has hit 2 sixes there, and once again he timed it so well. Didn't try to hit too hard, just timing. And with this boundary, 150 comes up for Bangladesh Emerging. Just look how effortlessly he just timed it. Not much of a push, just timing and timing. Ball had enough legs to run.
And that's what I say about Mokoena being a mixed bag. He's got mid-on and mid-on, mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Can't afford to bowl too full. That's more the length he has to be bowling. But then overthrows, a misfield. Races away. But in the end stops just before reaching the boundary. 2 more runs added. Turning into a good over for Bangladesh.
This has happened quite a few times in this innings. The South Africa emerging fielders have to be careful about this, because these misses leak runs and as well as help the batters to release a lot of pressure.
Again, a much better length. So far 7 runs from the first 3 deliveries. Partnership of 64 from 66 in good time happening. And that's mainly due to the acceleration by Robin, who's playing at almost a run a ball innings now. It's been a really good cover-up, recovery from him, however you say it. Ariful in 17 from 36, a similar situation as Robin. He'll also need to get going. Pulled away into the gap. 4 more to Robin.
He is on song. If you bowl full, he'll drive you. If you go short, he'll pull you. He has all the shots in his armory, and once again he pulls it with power and goes in front of square as well to find the boundary. Moves on to his 80s now. 82 from 81. Bangladesh Emerging need 143 from 122 deliveries.
And that's the highest score on the day, 82 from 81. Well set to reach a century. Will retain the strike. A good one for Bangladesh. 14 runs coming from it. Still a delivery left.
Mokoena was not really consistent in this over. Looks slightly frustrated as well.
Yeah, the difference in action between the 2 seamers, Mokoena and Similane. Posing different challenges to the batters. With that being said though, a dot ball brings the end of the over, and that will be the second drinks break of the innings. We'll also take a short break, after which we'll be right back. Partnership building here between Ariful and Robin. Bangladesh fighting. The run chase is on. In the last 20, you get the feeling, wickets in hand. The required run rate not too high. Anything can happen in this match right now. South Africa, they will be in search of wickets. The last over was an expensive one as far as South Africa are concerned. 12 runs coming from it. Partnership currently of 69 from 70 deliveries.
Dion Forrester is back. 18 runs from his 4.1 overs. Still in search of a wicket.
Oh, down the leg. It's played fine. There is a fielder though. Will just be a single. South Africa, you get the feeling they're trying a bit too hard, looking for that wicket.
But Ariful would be disappointed because he missed out an opportunity. It was sliding down the leg, a slower delivery. He could have easily put this one away, but didn't have enough contact with the bat
to get this one through the gap.
Exactly 100 runs scored between them. Ariful on 17, Robin on 83. Ariful now obviously on 18, 101 between these two. Again down the leg, played fine. Once again won't reach the boundary. Devon Murray, the fielder there. Keeping it tight, keeping things down to singles.
That's pulled in the air, but will land safely. Should go all the way. It does.
Yeah, Ariful with a welcome boundary. Pressure released. 6 runs from the over so far now. Bangladesh are getting a move on, and the required rate, as you can see, it's just above 7. So Bangladesh hanging in there, keeping in line with what's required. We might be in for a very tight finish. Still 19 overs left after this. Forrester, what's his comeback delivery? Much better one.
Was looking for a leg roller, trying out all the variations that he has in his armory. Started off with a off cutter, and then now looking for a leg cutter as well. Has been economical, 24 runs, but still hasn't got the wicket. But breakthrough is much needed for the visitors in this point in time. Yes, they're slightly on the upper hand, but 1 wicket will of course be fruitful.
Slashed away. Will just be a single though. A good over for Bangladesh. 7 runs from it. After 31, it's 167 for 2. Bangladesh emerging, needing 135, 8 wickets in hand from the last 19 overs. Currently 167 for 2, and the match is quite evenly poised. Maybe slightly in favor of Bangladesh, who knows, given what they have left in the tank as far as batting is concerned. More pace for the South Africans. The two batters seem to be dealing with the pace quite easily, not being troubled by anything. Ubani Mokoena coming back into the attack.
Robin has been amongst the runs for a long time. Did well, recently concluded Dhaka Premier Division Cricket League as well, carrying this form here too. And it's good to see that Bangladesh Cricket Board is offering a platform for the players who do perform in the domestic circuit. They're scoring runs, picking up wickets, but for adjusting with the international standard, they of course need a platform, and that cannot be better than this.
Like that, Ace. Like that, Ace.
They're almost allowing the two batters to take singles with the long on. As far as the field setup goes, there is a square leg, a deep backward square leg, and now a deep fine leg as well, along with a deep third and a deep point. Mid on and mid off now coming inside the circle. There is a cover and there is point. That means it would be short bowling. There you see it.
Spot on, Chanur. You just mentioned a short delivery is on the cards. Right then, it's a short delivery. It's Mohakan, in fact. 2 runs from his first over this far.
Yeah, this time changing the pace up. Ariful being instructed to move around by the non-striker Robin, who is much more set. Seeing the way Mohakan has gone about his bowling in this over, just wants him to get to the pitch of the ball as much as possible and be a bit more proactive in the crease and score runs. Stays still, misses out on this occasion. Just the 2 in this over. A good one for South Africa. Bangladesh 169 for 2 after 32.
So the partnership, currently the highest one between Ariful and Robin, 78 from 81. The opening stand was 52 between Zishan Alam and Robin. But I reckon this one could be slightly better. Ariful should have played a better role as a batter, should have contributed more to the total. He's struggling in this moment, not like he's surviving dangerously, but the struggle is going on for him.
Well, good thing that he's still in there, and so too is the crowd. They're hanging in there till the very end. Who knows which way this match will go. And there's a bit of quiet in there. They're quietly observing, because they know that a lot of drama is left in this match. Current run rate of 5.28. Still over 100 runs required. 133 from 108 balls to be precise.
Not a very tough equation for Bangladesh emerging. It's of course gettable, and they have a lot of batting left in the tank as well.
But Ariful is kind of getting bogged down now. We saw Robin struggling with similar issues, but he's overcome it. Again, he's signaling that they're rolling the fingers over the ball to take pace off it. Lots of communication going on between the set batter, Robin, and Ariful, who is also set. But it's about finding the accelerator somewhere down the line. South Africa managed 116 in the last 10. Excellent bowling and fielding on this occasion.
Once again, Ariful missing out. And the suggestion was from Robin, who was the bowlers may come up with slower deliveries. There you go, 24 from 48 deliveries, only a boundary, no sixes, with a rate of 50, which is not looking ideal in this point in time.
bit of movement, you can see, trying to come down the wicket. Again, not more than a run. And Robin in the last few overs has barely seen the strike. This is a rare opportunity for him to get back on strike and score some runs. Just 14 shy of his century. Will be the first in this match. Already has the highest individual score in this game, and if Bangladesh are to win, you get the feeling his name will be up there as far as the player of the match candidate goes.
He deserves it. Batted superbly right from the inception.
Uppish, but a chase on and eventually well done by the deep third fielder.
Once again went for an off cutter, did Forrester. This time around it was wide outside the off stump, hence the batter had to chase it. It was in the air for a while. Fortunately, it was not riskily in the air and was in the gap. But as it looks like he's having some cramp. Robin, this is not good for Bangladesh Emerging, looking ominous.
Another dot ball. Just 3 runs from this over. After 33, it's a 172 for 2. Robin and Ariful not out. Jishan Alom and Pritam Kumar, the 2 batters to have been dismissed. Still Ahrar Amin, Mahfuzur Rabbi, they all can bat. Akbar Ali, the captain, he's also there. So a bit of batting left for Bangladesh. And that's a good view for them. Perhaps not bothered about the sun. Red, green, white. Red and green, obviously the colors of Bangladesh. Very close to the stadium here in Rajshahi. What a house and what a view for them. Now, a mini discussion going on before this over. 17 overs left. You have one batter on 87, edging closer towards his century. South Africa, on the other hand, looking for a breakthrough. It's been a while. Partnership of 81 from 87. It's building and it's brewing. You get the feeling something's got to give somewhere down the line. A wicket or perhaps a big over. Here's the field set up. A short third, a deep backward square leg, a deep fine leg, a deep point, and a long off in position. So he can be short if he wants to be. Mohakane bowls it on a very good line on this occasion. Ensures that despite having a pretty defensive field, doesn't give away an easy single. There are options for that. As far as Bangladesh Emerging are concerned, they don't want to fall behind too much as far as the required rate goes. They did win the toss. They elected to bowl first, perhaps expecting to chase a smaller total, but are in a good position. Now this is in the air and straight to the fielder. The slower ball does the trick. The set batter Robin, he has to depart, and it's Mohakane who gets the breakthrough for South Africa Emerging.
That's the wicket they were looking for. The big fish, Mahfizul Islam Robin, is frustrated. It was a short delivery. Pace off. He went for the pull. But the timing wasn't right at all. It's spooned in the air and an easy catch for the short fine leg fielder. The South African emerging side will be jubilated as they send back the best batter of the day thus far, Robin departs, scoring 87. Bangladesh emerging 172 for 2.
Swatch for the batter, guys.
Left to left to left to left.
So check my leg, please.
Sit.
Right your leg stump.
Sit.
Center, center.
Go,
Off.
A'Hara Pian is at number 5 for Bangladesh emerging side. Has the experience of leading the Bangladesh under-19 team as well. The left-handed batter was bright with the ball in hand. Straying down the leg, but perhaps it brushed the pad. No, it didn't. The signal of white came from the umpire, Moniruzzaman. So now the table has turned. Bangladesh emerging are under the pump. It was a soft dismissal. Skewing it. And easiest of the grabs for the fielder at short fine leg. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 got his first wicket and the big fish, the big wicket of Robin.
He's mixed it up nicely, and Robin coming into the shot early really was flummoxed by the lack of pace in that delivery.
Wait on!
Was expecting it to be much faster. Wasn't the case. 𝗂𝗏 Amin, the new batter in, and for the first time we're seeing a left-handed batter in the Bangladesh lineup. So they're expecting a leading edge from 𝗂𝗏 Amin, saying love this guy's batting approach, being sarcastic obviously with that. Good effort delivery.
This is turning into be a great over from 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Apart from that wide, all dots and the big wicket of Robin.
Again, a change of pace.
Definitely not gonna play that short ball well.
After 34, it's 173 for 3.
What's that? Who's bowling?
Am I allowed to show on the board?
Andy. Andy.
Yeah, well, you do that one.
Hey, you do deep square. Change Achamarva.
Captain Van Heerden coming back into the attack. Ariful.
Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while.
He's definitely taken a long time with the bat. 25 from 50. Needs to get a move on now. Cuts it away.
Tian, great hand.
Despite the fielder getting a bit of a hand, goes very close towards the boundary. Keeps it down to 2 in the end.
I hope this is the move on that Ariful was looking for. Has been in the middle for a long time.
Use of the feet after the 2, now a single. Gives the new batter RR the strike again, who's yet to get off the mark. Required run rate has crept up just over 8.
Leg stamp. Middle.
Bangladesh Emerging will need boundaries in every over, at least for releasing some pressure and bringing that asking rate down a bit. Heerden will come from round the wicket against the lefty.
Oh, very close. Wasn't really there to be caught. Very close to the stumps. RR survives on this occasion.
It was too close to cut and not enough room made by PNO. Bit of yes and no. This can be risky. My goodness.
Well, the wicketkeeper seems to have hurt himself a bit, but no, he's back up. Yeah, couldn't grab the ball properly. Explaining to Ariful, just trying to calm his nerves down. No runs from the first 6 balls. Another dot ball.
Here's our dotsman. Loving this dots here.
Another dot to end the over after 35. Bangladesh Emerging are 176 for 3.
Partnerships all around for Bangladesh, 52, 39, and then the last one 81, and mostly in good time as well. But having said that, the required run rate is above 8 now. Tariq Aziz, the fast bowling coach for the Bangladesh emerging team.
What on?
I wonder what he makes of today's performance.
Loving the slow beat, dear fellas. Keep going, lads.
Lots of encouragement from the fielders for the bowler, loving the speed of the bowling is what's being said.
So good, yeah, man.
6 dot balls in a row now.
Ariful is still not finding boundaries. Played too many dots. The pressure is certainly on the home side now. He badly needs to break the shackles.
No bat involved on this occasion. Another dot.
One of the over. That's a one of the over.
One bouncer for the over, as the umpire is mentioning. There's one more left. A well-directed one. Ariful nets to get a move on. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 continuing.
Hold. Happy.
Just a single.
Quality, Amin. Quality, lads. Andy. Quality. What the hell?
This can be positive for Bangladesh merging since they have left and right hand combination, so the bowler has to adjust his line after every single.
Oh, beaten for pace there, RR. Trying to pull it. Going through with the shot a bit too early. You could see RR saying that it was hit on the seam, but it came slowly at me. Slower than expected.
It's looking shaky from the word go. Hope he finds his touch.
We'll have to bowl that again.
It was on the cards. As soon as Qian walked to the middle, the South African players were discussing among themselves that short ball will be an option against him, and chin music is expected against Qian. Let's see how does he deal with that, if there is any.
Fine leg coming in inside the circle. So might be fuller, yes it is, but down the leg side and will result in 5 wides. A welcome extra, or 5 extras should I say, for the Bangladesh emerging team, and the bowler points his hand up, apologizes for missing his line and length.
They're trying out too many things. Tried an off cutter, but straying down the leg. Qian was looking to clip it away, but didn't find the connection. But yes or no, this can be troublesome. They're appealing for it, but Qian was safely home. Once again, bit of miscommunication.
Tell you what, there's no TV umpire here, so we do have the benefit of replays so that we can see what exactly happened. But in the end, that is the end of another over. It's 183 for 3. Yes and no, and in the end, the stumps being broken, but yes, the batter had made his ground.
Right. Hold.
The dive timed well. RR Amin on this occasion.
Oh, good, Georgie.
Van Heerden back into the attack. One more over left after this.
So good, Yamin. Like this needing 10J. Like this needing 10J, fellas.
The South African emerging skipper has been exemplary, but commentator's curse, that's been beautifully swept by Ariful. He gets a boundary after a long time.
You can see the crowd cheering, but also realizing that there's a long way to go. Despite the boundary.
Let's see the immature brain come out now, yeah, Georgie. Team go again, Georgie.
This time down the track. RR has faced 10 deliveries without scoring yet.
Here we go. Let's see what this guy has. Needing 10s here, fellas.
He has yet to get off the mark.
So good there, Georgie. So good there, Georgie.
They're talking about the required rate, which is actually 8.66. Now in the air. And in the end, it finds the gap, beats the fielder. Amin gets off the mark with a boundary.
It was very, very wide. Then again, he went after it. There was a despairing dive, but the fielder was unable to stop it. The effort went in vain after 37. Bangladesh merging 192 for 3.
George. Slip. Point. Go double cover, 1 point.
So after 37, it's 192 for 3 for Bangladesh emerging. Ariful in the last over getting boundary. So too did Ahrar against the captain. Nandwa backing the attack and took a while to return. Initially sprained his ankle, it seemed, but good enough. Received treatment.
Yeah!
First ball deceives Ariful in flight. Shepo in Dandwa.
There was an appeal as well from the keeper, but it was going miles down the leg. Once again, hurries on the batter. Rifle is here for a long time in the middle, so he has to make it count. Has to play a big knock. Took so much time.
Yeah!
Yeah, and
there we go, man.
another dot ball added.
Love a few dots, yay!
Keeping the bowler interested is Ariful. And Wandwa stopping at the last moment. Wonder if he saw the non-striker outside his crease a bit too much. Again, they won't mind this. Getting the batter to sweep and then missing it always puts the LBW in effect at times.
That has perhaps hit his helmet too. Not quite sure, but 4 dots on the trot in this over. Dangwa has been impressive. Bit of fine tuning is taking place in the field placement as well. The deep fine leg fielder has been brought inside the ring for the final delivery. Once again, he may go down the leg.
Cuts it. It'll just be a single though. Dwandwa in this over has been extremely effective, very good with his flight, beating Ariful on multiple occasions.
Wait, Chepo, 45, a double point.
This is turning out to be a great over from South Africa emerging's perspective. Pian hit a boundary. In the last delivery he faced. Will he go again? The cover point is vacant.
Another single to finish. Just 2 from this over after 38. It's 194 for 3.
They're saying don't finish now, bring some loading on. Then say go on.
Well, after 35 overs, it's time for a slight change in commentary. A very keen looking spectator around the ground, as we can see, and more here. But the first one definitely had a bird's eye view of it. And Sajjad joins us once again.
Thank you so much, Shanur. What a game we are witnessing here today. Currently right into the balance. Bangladesh may feel that they're slightly behind in terms of the required run rate, but they have wickets in hand. That is also important. Amin taking a bit of time. He usually does. Very fine looking young batter, left-handed batters are usually very good looking. Amin is no different than that. But it's Ariful's job now to be there till the end and finish the game off for his team. Similane coming back for his second spell. No ball called. So Amin will enjoy a free hit.
Nice use of the term enjoy there, Sajjad. I wonder how much he's enjoying it out in the middle. 5 off 15. Yeah, that's a no ball. Tight one, but a no ball, that's for sure.
Doesn't matter.
So RR being told to play on the off stump. There he does that, but can't really find the gap. It's a good delivery.
So it was a good advice from Ariful. And that shows if you are well set under these conditions, you can't really anticipate what the bowler's gonna do. Unfortunately, Amin, he couldn't connect it well. Probably shuffling across a bit late to adjust with the length. It was a very well bowled, almost a Yorker length delivery from Similane. So it was a very good cover up of the free hit delivery.
And look at the field setup. Mid off, cover point, backward point, all inside the circle. Now in the air, but falls safely. I thought it could have been out because there are a lot of fielders protecting the circle, protecting the boundary at the deep. There is a deep square leg. There's a deep fine leg as well. It's fielded by the deep square leg fielder. There's a deep mid wicket as well for Ariful, knowing that he likes to pull. Good field setup by South Africa.
That will be a wide. Going back to the previous delivery, I think Ariful was in two minds whether to go over the top or play it on the ground. And that is why he really didn't went through the shot. He played it well for a single, but could have been more.
So far, a lot of extras, a lot of no balls, wides, bowled by the South Africans.
Good looking shot. One bounce to the fielder for a single.
Partnership is building. Bangladesh emerging one short of 200. Required rate just over 9 now. Still gettable. We need a couple of big overs. They've got wickets in hand. The likes of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 still left. But it's about getting set and making use of that. Ariful 36 from 66. Needs to increase his strike rate, decrease the gap between balls played and number of runs scored.
Slower delivery. It is a big appeal, but it was probably the impact was outside of stump. Similarly, definitely not liking the decision from the umpire.
Yeah, the umpire telling the bowler that the impact was outside off. So deep mid wicket now in place. A deep square leg, deep backward square leg. With a packed offside, yep, definitely outside. One feels that he might bowl this one a bit short and on the stumps.
Went for the shorter one, and it was a brilliant grab by the wicketkeeper. Ariful has to depart. What a catch behind the stumps, and that is a huge wicket for South African emerging team.
As the field was set up, Shadjad, you notice the bowler bowled accordingly. Short and on the money. And eventually, Ariful, despite being good against the short ball, is what brings about his downfall. He's walking away dejected. Going down leg, he was thinking he's got enough on it, but a fantastic grab by the wicketkeeper. One-handed. It's the catch that really made it happen. Prince making no mistake behind the stumps. Ariful gone for 36 from 68 balls, strike rate of 52. Bangladesh emerging, losing their 4th wicket.
Yeah. Both are left.
Another left-hander in Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi joins scene. Amin Pian. Timely wickets for the South African team. Putting the effort ball in. Ariful. It was going sliding down the leg side, and that was why he only managed to glove it. And what a grab! Yeah! Beautifully bowled. It went straight. Amin was playing for the turn.
And Dandwa's already taken a wicket, and he's in search for his 2nd one, beating the batter regularly with his flight. And look at that, almost brought about a cotton bowled opportunity as well. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃.
Beautiful pickup shot, will be a couple of runs. There is protection. No, brilliantly fielded, only a single. That brings up the 200th run for Bangladesh in the 40th over. But it's getting difficult. The record run rate is already over 9 and over. Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi bowled decently, but now he has to come up with the bat has to do well. He can hit the ball.
And he can hit a long ball. Immediately gets off the mark with a strong looking pull.
He never looked like he wanted to play it over the top. It was the very first ball he faced, and this is not a surface where you can bat very easily, especially when you are a new batter. Upishly played, and that is out. 𝗂𝗏 Amin has to depart. Bangladeshi emerging team is falling apart now.
It was there to be hit almost. 𝗂𝗏 just not getting enough of the middle of his bat on that. Almost top edging it. Looking at his bat, and he might as well look at it because it certainly wasn't middled. But take nothing away from that catch. As you see, no middling, and it was high in the air, close to the boundary, but a very well judged catch. 𝗂𝗏 has to depart.
Wait, Devi. Which one?
Bangladesh. They're 201 for 5 as 𝗂𝗏 is gone for 8.
The skipper comes in at number 7, 𝗂𝗏. Earlier in the morning he won the toss and elected to bowl first. Now his team is looking down the barrel. 𝗂𝗏 Amin wanted to clear that mid-wicket boundary. Couldn't really middle the ball. Almost top edging it. Ndangwa. He has 2 more overs left. 3 runs and a wicket from this one. After 40, Bangladesh 202 for 5.
Quickly, Subs.
Center. Rata Mather.
The final power play coming up. The required run rate is exactly stands on 10 and over. 100, exactly 100 is required from the last 10 overs. Remember, South African emerging team, they scored 116 from the last 10. And that is the difference right now between the teams. Who could be the Similane? Who could be the corner for Bangladesh emerging team? Well, the original Similane is bowling at this moment and considered a single from the first delivery. 𝗂𝗏, the under-19 World Cup winning captain back in 2020. 92 matches in his list A career. Has a good strike rate, yet to score 100. But today he needs every bit of that striking ability that he possesses. Also Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi. We saw him going all guns in the NCL T20, but now this is a different ball game, this is a different surface. And how often we mentioned today that this is not a surface where you can come and go from ball number 1. The lone fielder in the entire offside Feeling a deep point.
Captain informed, 9 minutes done, cut off 17-10.
This is the 5th over of 𝗬𝗎𝗂. Forrester has 4 left.
Current rate still hovering around 5. South Africa were slightly behind where Bangladesh are as far as runs scored at this point is concerned. But they finished off with a massive flourish. Can Bangladesh do that as well?
Currently 𝗬𝗎𝗂 is not willing to allow that flurry of runs. He was one of the responsible ones who caused that flurry with the bat in hand. What an innings, 61 of only 39 balls. Hit 7 fours and 3 sixes. Van Vuren, he played his part as well, 26 of 15. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 goes big and he connects well all the way for 6.
A long time coming. Bangladesh really needed a few shots like this. This was in the slot for Akbar. He was able to get underneath the ball. 𝗬𝗎𝗂 just bowling it full enough and on the slot for him. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 didn't miss out on this occasion. Straight over and near those practice nets. A big shot from the Bangladesh emerging captain.
Making some room. The third man was up in the circle. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 spotted that. Played brilliantly. This is a big over that Bangladesh required. 14 off it after 41. 216 for 5.
Yeah, just standing in his crease, waiting for the short ball and seeing that there's no protection at the deep behind the third man. Played it over the top.
'86 record of 54 balls. So Bangladesh need a few more big overs. Ndangwa bowling his 9th. I think he will finish off his quota of 10 overs.
Run out on your man, run out on your man.
Very interesting. There was no call for the run. And 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 saying, give a call when you want to run to Mahfouz Rabbi. And on the other hand, the wicketkeeper immediately picking up on that says, run out on the cards here, man. So lots happening here.
Reverse, played masterfully. It will go for a boundary. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 is looking really good for Bangladesh team.
A 6 and a 4 in the last over, and now a boundary and some improvisation. Finally a batter that's manipulating the bowling and the fielding. Seeing that there isn't much protection behind the V. There is no deep fine or a deep third. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 chose that shot. There's a long on and a long off in place because he's expected to bowl full. And now it remains to be seen if the fielding will change. There's the short third and a short fine leg. The short third is very fine though.
Full toss. 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗧 Hit the gap once again. Hit a boundary once again. That's back-to-back fours.
And the captain is shifting the momentum Bangladesh's way slowly. Required run rate. It had crept up to 9 and it's staying there. In the last over, he scored a 6 and a 4. This over, he's got 2 boundaries. The long on and long off is still there. There is no protection at deep third or deep fine leg, mind you. There is a deep backward square leg and a deep point and a deep mid wicket. Akbar playing the sweeps and reverse sweeps. South Africa, they're giving him the bait with the fuller length ball in hopes that he top edges one.
Well, Rabbi wanted Akbar to hit a cleaner one than he did in the previous occasion. It was a top edge one, yes. But thankfully for Akbar, it was into the gap as well. Oh, he wanted to go big. He was lining himself up to go through that offside, square of the offside, final. Good comeback in Dangwa. Still 9 of this over after 40 to 225 for 5.
The South African flag, and as we can see, 77 required for Bangladesh from 48 balls. You'd say it's a very gettable score. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Mahfuzur Rabbi and Akbar Ali in the middle. And it's Rabbi who will be in strike. Down the leg, will be wides, along with 2 more. They're thinking about the third, but won't get it. 42 overs, 228. South Africa feeling the pressure. As I welcome alongside me Alif Tasneem once again.
Thank you so much, Yahanur. This game is going down to the wire. The current rate for Bangladesh is 5.43, and this can be a cliffhanger as Bangladesh captain has decided to shift the momentum.
Played through the offside with the fielder there. A deep extra cover will be just a single.
Divan, double point.
For Akbar Ali again, we're seeing a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, and a deep point. 5 fielders outside the circle for the last power play. There is a cover, there is a point.
Middle.
A short third and a short fine. So again, fuller length bowling expected. An appeal. Oh, a quick single taken as well. Would have been out had it not pitched outside leg.
Battle between the skippers, Van Heerden and Akbar Ali. Rabbi needs to hit big.
Oh, bowled him. A great comeback by Van Heerden. Mahfuzur Rabbi trying to cut something which didn't have enough room. It was short, but it jagged back in. Almost a slider, and yeah, that reaction tells you he could have played it much better.
He was too close to cut. He went for the cut and bottom edge went to the sticks. And his reaction says how disappointed he is with himself. Hyderabad scoring 5. Bangladesh merging at 230 for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
New batter in, 𝗃𝗃. He can hit a long ball. Strike rate of 88 doesn't really tell you the whole picture of what he can do. Struck it well during the NCL T20s and also in the DPL.
That's what we need in tens, eh? This is what this team needs, bleeding tens, yeah.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper chirping along, giving the batter an idea of the required rate.
Bad ball.
We'll have to bowl that again, as we saw just a while ago how Rabbi just chopped it onto his stumps.
Yeah, it's fine.
An eventful over, couple of wides, wicket, couple of singles.
Nice.
𝗃𝗃 gets off the mark by picking up a single as well.
Yeah, runs are coming. One delivery left. 𝗃𝗃 is the key batter. The way he's batting, seems like he's enjoying the conditions, batting very smartly. If he can stay on till the end, Bangladesh will have a chance, you feel. Full, played down the ground, a call of 2, and they do get it because the fielder had to put the dive in. After 43, it's 2-3-4 for 6. Six wickets have fallen so far. Robin, the top scorer there, 87 from 89. Jishan Alam got a start, then got out. Prithom and Ariful, those strike rates, those 2 innings might be something that costs Bangladesh in the end. But Akbar Ali, he is there, looking to make up for lost time. 𝗃𝗃 taking a single. Akbar once again not happy with the calling.
For that guy, touch tighter.
Wants it to be a lot louder, and wicketkeeper just saying that for Akbar the line needs to be a touch tighter. He is batting better. As Shahjad, I welcome you back. The match is heating up, and this time Akbar, in fact 𝗃𝗃 and Akbar, they'll get just a single.
Nice, baby.
Well, you can see the clear difference between the bowling strategy of Ndangwa when he is bowling to 𝗃𝗃 or when he is bowling to Akbar.
Get in.
He is bowling lot flatter and quicker against Akbar Ali. 𝗃𝗃 fuller length.
Don't mind that, man.
He is looking good, but the other end has to fire as well.
Not sure about the 30-year-old comment as far as Shepo is concerned. He did suffer a bit of an injury, so perhaps that's why he's not moving at his fullest. Mobility is lost perhaps just a bit. The wicketkeeper making sure the bowler knows about it.
That is harsh from Prince. Ndangwa, what a day he's having on the field. And the commentator's curse is on Akbar Ali. Hits it over long on for another 6 and ruined the over. 11 off it after 44, 245 for 6.
নিয়ে নাও অন্যটা নিয়ে নাও আরেকটা হেলমেট দে সামনে 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 তোমার পরে আমার পরে কিন্তু কেউ নাই হ্যাঁ
We have a change, right arm over.
ওভার ঠিক আছে এই এই 6 ওভার আছে 55 লাগে
44 finish.
শুন ভাইয়া চুপু 5 ওভারে রান ভাইয়া হ্যাঁ এক ওভার যদি বাউন্ডারি ছাড়া আসে কোনো সমস্যা নেই সিঙ্গেল হলে 6 রান
This is what happened in the final ball of the last over. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 latching on to a slightly over-pitched ball. And look at where he stood at the crease as well. Almost outside it to reach it. And 𝗏𝗏, that was his final delivery. And it went for 6. Had a good day overall, apart from that final delivery. 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 back into the attack. Took the wicket of the set batter. Mixed his pace up very well. Bowling very good slowers and bouncers.
Well, Bangladesh off to a very good start in the last power play. Though they have lost the wicket of Mahfuzur Rabbi, they have been able to add 44 runs from only 25 deliveries so far in this power play. And thanks to 𝗂𝗃𝗃, 32 of 15, he needs to stay till the end. Tofail Ahmed currently is concentrating on taking singles and giving the strike back to his captain. That is the right strategy, I feel, currently.
Akbar and Tofail saying what sort of bowling is going to happen, and it's going to be close to the body, they feel. It's away from the body on this occasion. Akbar still gets enough on it, plays it over. The deep third and 4 more added to his total as Bangladesh reached the 250 in the 45th over.
Well, the fine leg and short third both were up in the circle. I don't know whether that was a good ploy, trying out the bouncer, that too presenting such room.
I think he heard the batter say that it's going to be close to the body, aimed at the body, and that's why he changed it up. And in the end, the field wasn't set for that shot or that ball.
Played with softer hands once too, but I don't think it's on. Yes, it is not. Very good fielding in the deep. But once again, a good start to this over. 7 already of it from the first 3 deliveries.
Akbar giving Tofail a bit more advice on how to play the deliveries that are aimed at the stumps, if they are. You can see Tofail just shuffling across to play it across the line and get another run. He's doing a good job just rotating the strike. Required run rate still at 9, hovering there as the current run rate moves up. It was once around 5 and now it's over 5.5. Bangladesh are hanging in there and fighting. 7 runs off the over so far.
We'll add another one to the score with that single. The South African bowlers know that even if they concede 1 boundary per over, if they can accumulate 1 dot deliveries per over, that will put pressure on the batting team. And that will be requiring another boundary to cover that 1 single dot for the batters. Slow delivery. Yes, that is the dot he was looking for. 8 of the over, but a good one for the South African team. 253 for 6, Bangladesh emerging.
Ahmed, come sit. Oh.
Find yourself in the hot zone, huh? You need to find yourself in the hot zone.
49 more required of only 30 deliveries. Bangladesh emerging team will feel comfortable as long as 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is there. He is middling it beautifully.
17:30. Yeah. Center, please. Center, correct. Go, go, go. Off, please. Off his arm. Left arm.
The left arm, 𝗂𝗄𝗄𝗃. He's back into the attack. Van Buren.
আরেকবার চেক করবেন প্লিজ।
And when the left arm bowler comes into the attack, Alif Tasnim joins to my right.
Thank you so much, Shadjat. The business end is on, and we're hoping that this game turns into a cliffhanger. Both the sides have the opportunity of winning the game.
He waited for that one, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, and played it into the gap. Will be a couple of runs. It's good to see 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. He is getting his body still till the end and watching the ball, and then trying to connect the ball, trying to manipulate the field, trying to pierce the gaps. He is not still in that zone where he is just see the ball and hit the ball.
Once again, looks to pierce the offside field, doesn't find the gap. The difference between a quality cricketer and an ordinary cricketer is the quality player makes an impact on the ground. That's what Akbar is doing. He is forcing the opponent skipper to think about him, to give an input in terms of the field placement. The bowler is also thinking a lot, what to do, what not to do.
2 and a dot so far in this over. And now a single, brilliantly bowled, Van Buren. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is frustrated with himself, but you have to give credit to the bowler.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is on strike. He also has the caliber of hitting big. Has shown that in the domestic circuit as well. Let's see whether he can transfer his form into international. It's going to be a different challenge for him, but he has to find a way out.
The wide is not given because 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 went so far across outside the off stump. You probably could hear 𝗃𝗃𝗃 uttering the word wide ball after he left that one.
Yeah, that wasn't wide. That was within his reach because he moved, and that's a rule in international cricket is followed, that if the batter moves across, then the line of the wide gets wider. Hence, it's not wide. Good bowling by the bowler as well, Firen.
This time 𝗃𝗃𝗃 goes big into the gap, bisecting the long on and long off. That was powerfully hit for a boundary.
Just when Bangladesh emerging needed a boundary, 𝗃𝗃𝗃 provided that. Went straight. Just look how deep he went to his crease and struck straight down the ground. And it had enough power to beat that long on fielder as well. A welcome boundary for the home side, and they'll be in search of more.
Still a good over from Van Buren. And it remains that way. Excellent over. Despite being hit for a boundary, he concedes only 8 runs. 261 for 6.
catch up with 17-13. So whatever is going to be the longest they get.
41 to get from the last 4 overs. Things are getting heated, and the crowds are also building in numbers. Cricket is back after a long time in Rajshahi. International cricket, slightly international, not ODI matches of course, but it's a bilateral series. 2 nations are competing against each other. So the test of international for the dwellers of Rajshahi. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Brilliantly hit, but there was a fielder posted and long off. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 appreciated that shot as well, but he couldn't place it well.
Right, but he should. It was struck so powerfully, but the fielder from long off intervened. So the skipper is on strike. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, 41 from 21. 4 boundaries, 2 sixes, with a strike rate of 195.24. Captain leading his side from the front.
Wanted to be too cute on that occasion. The priceless dot ball. So the previous one from Van Buren considered only 8, and now 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 starting off only a single and then a dot ball.
40 runs to get for Bangladesh emerging from 22. It's getting crispier and crunchier.
Yes, this time umpire Arno Jacobs deciding in favor of the batter, but I think it was a very close call, Alif.
Indeed, it was a close call because there was a bit of trigger movement from 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. We'll have to have a second look with Jacob. The umpire thought it's straying down the leg, hence it has to be called wide.
Slower bouncer. Akbar waited for that one and wanted to play over the top of the keeper's head. Beautifully bowled 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. He is trying to play with the mind of the batter, mixing the lines, mixing the lengths, mixing the pace as well.
He has to be artful to bowl against a batter like 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, who is in real good touch.
This time Akbar connects. He goes big. And that is a brilliant piece of fielding. Oh my goodness. Was that a wicket? Was that a catch? Surely the South African team, they are celebrating. What a brilliant fielding effort.
My goodness. This was a blinder, a slower delivery. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 went for it. It almost gone over the line, but then, well, look how beautifully he held his balance. He went over the line, but didn't let the ball to cross the line. This is exquisite fielding from the fielder. And this can be the match vital catch for South Africa emerging.
Yes, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has to depart. Dewan Marai it was at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Look at that grab. Extended his body to the fullest. Notice that he is going to cross the boundary line, get rid of the ball, and then coming back into again and grab the ball. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 departs for 41 of 24. This is a big wicket for Bangladesh. 263 for 7.
Right arm round, 2 to come. Round the wicket 2.
Rakibul is the next man at number 9 for Bangladesh emerging.
Up in the air. Another opportunity. Oh my goodness.
Bowler!
Oh my goodness. Look at that effort. That is fantastic! Mokoena on that occasion. Akbar, beg your pardon, it was Rakibul. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
I just can't believe these. I just can't believe my eyes. This is unreal. This is unrealistic from South Africa emerging. They have been splendid in fielding and done two magnificent jobs.
What an over. Mohakane conceded only 3 runs and a priceless wicket of Akbar Ali, along with some brilliant fielding by the fielders. 264 by 7.
.38 runs to get from the last 18 deliveries, which means 3 overs.
It could have been 26 of 18 Alif, thanks to those brilliant efforts. First Marai, then Mohakane. Beg your pardon. Mokoena it was. Saving 2 over boundaries in a single over.
Van Buren for the over number 48. Shorturl, what do you think? Are all the hopes gone for Bangladesh, or there are still something alive?
Well, certainly it's been a difficult task for Bangladesh so far, and more difficult going ahead. It will be a wide. The bowlers are bowling well. They are mixing the things pretty well, mixing the pace. They want the batters to keep guessing all the time, and of course the fielding effort. What about that? They have already saved more than 20 runs by fielding. South African emerging team.
That's down the leg, but not called wide. Perhaps there was a bit of brush off the pad. Everyone is surprised. And the umpire is saying Rakibul had a bit of trigger movement and he moved. That's why it's not given as wide.
Brilliant start to the over from Van Buren. Pulled, the fielder is interested. He dove forward to grab the catch, and that is commendable. The situation of the game could allow him to wait for the ball and play it safe. Just don't concede the boundary, but he went for the catch.
Could be an opportunity, and if he could grab it, it would have been a stunner. Rakibul is swinging at everything, whatever is coming his way.
Tofel goes through the offside. No timing whatsoever, but it will be a couple of runs. South Africa won't mind that. Only 5 of this over so far. 2 deliveries to go. The required run rate creeping up. 14.57 at this moment. Tofel has to do something about it.
The match is getting out of the hand of Bangladesh emerging. 34 runs to get from the last 14. It's going to be a daunting task. They will be in need of 6s, 4s.
Flat batted. 1 bounce to the fielder, will be only a single. What an over from Van Buren. Still 1 ball to go, but conceded only 5 runs.
This is superlative bowling from Van Buren. Just the type of bowling you need from your bowler in the 48th over. He's just delivering that. No boundaries this far for Bangladesh Emerging.
Brilliantly hit, 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. Oh my goodness. He played it like a top order batter. 46. 275 for 7.
The last 6, it was short. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 is a good puller. He played the pull shot previously too. And this time around the connection was sweet enough.
The bad news for South African emerging team that they are not allowed to have more than 4 fielders in the boundary. Can Bangladesh emerging team, can 𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃 and 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 make use of that? 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 bowled it really well on the first delivery of the over.
There is no alternative of boundaries for the home side. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 has found some touch. 𝗃𝗂𝗃 has hit boundaries. They'll have to somehow manage at least 2 in this over. The ploy should be against 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 to pitch it up. Don't go for short deliveries. Just don't.
Deep backward point, deep cover, a long off. A deep mid wicket. And a long on. Yes, the deep backward point is coming up in the circle. So 4 on the boundary. Connects it well into the vacant gallery. Over mid wicket, 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. He is turning this game on its head.
If you go short against him, he's gonna pull it. If you pitch it up, then again he can play that shot. See how sweetly he connected and timed the ball over mid-wicket. The crowds are up on their feet and they're cheering.
What a hit, and how well he used the depth of the crease. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃, 2 6s for him. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 feeling the pressure, though he bowled a brilliant over the last time he bowled. Taking some advice from Van Buren. He also considered a 6 in the final delivery in his last over. Now, does it change the field? Yes, the deep cover is coming inside. Third man, square leg, backward point, fine leg. They are all in the circle. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃! What a hit! What a monstrous hit for another 6!
He's turning the table in Bangladesh's favor. What a strike from this lad. This guy can bat as well. He's not only a spinner. And there will be a short team meeting for South Africa emerging as well. Oh my goodness. He means business. Wow. This is superlative batting. Straight down the ground. Over the top. It was a back of a hang slower delivery, but he picked it and thumped out of the ground for 6.
The bowler is under the pump. Rakibul goes big once again. This couldn't connect well, but he will gather a single. 14 of the over already, still 2 balls to go. 𝗃𝗧 needs to go big. Only 2 balls, don't worry about the wicket. 13 required of 8.
He's got that ability as well. Has played some lusty blows in the domestic circuit. Let's see whether he can play it here as well. The offside field is packed inside the ring. No fielders protecting the boundaries. If he can just somehow get it over the top, he can earn a boundary. Let's see.
Well, no margin for error for the bowler outside off stump. Slow delivery, good ball. Tofail Ahmed couldn't connect well.
Good bowling from 𝗂𝗃𝗃 as well. He pitched it up. Almost a toe crusher that was. Not much option for someone like Tofail. But once again, he'll have an opportunity to hit a boundary.
Slower ball. The connection is brilliant. This time Tofail. The third 6 of the over. Bangladesh is making it count. 20 of the over. 295 for 7.
Boy, oh boy, Tofail joins the party. That was not the right delivery from 𝗂𝗃𝗃. It was outside the off stump. There was no fielder protecting the boundaries. Only a long off, but it went sailing over his head for a 6. And from the last 6 balls, Bangladesh Emerging will be needing 7 runs, and certainly they're on the upper hand. Sajjad.
Absolutely, this is very much within the reach at this moment. What brilliant hitting. Look at that. Tofail once again. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 trying the back of hand slower delivery, but missing the length. And Tofail hit it clean as a whistle. Look at that shot. It was not very high, but certainly a distant one.
Enough for a 6.
Well, don't celebrate too early, Tofail.
Still, they're emerging cricketers. Can be a bit of rush of blood, but they'll learn from it. Of course, Sajjad. A tiny meeting is taking place in the middle. Discussions: who should bowl, where should the fielder stand. 7 to get, 6 deliveries to go. This has turned into a humdinger of a contest between Bangladesh Emerging and South Africa Emerging. Who will bowl the last over?
Remember, it was Ripon Mondol for Bangladesh Emerging team who bowled the last over and conceded 23 runs. Now Van Vuren, he has only 6 to defend. What does the field say? Packed offside field in the circle. Third man, backward point, cover. All the boundary riders are on the leg side, and the lone one, a lone long off on the offside. Big wide, and Prince couldn't gather it well. The batters, they stole a single as well, so 2 runs added to the total without counting a ball.
5 runs to get for Bangladesh from 6 deliveries. The beginning couldn't be worse for South Africa Emerging. But Bangladesh will take it. They'll be overjoyed with this couple of runs and not even a legal delivery being bowled. Yes, way down the leg, and the keeper made a bit of fumble as well. It's all about the pressure, the nerve, the crowd. They are very much vocal. That ambience is something that also creates pressure.
Very good point, Alif. These youngsters from South Africa, I don't think they are really used to play in front of this much noise. Yes, this is nowhere near to a full crowd, but this is still a good crowd. This is still a decent crowd here in Rajshahi. Tofal Ahmed hit a 6 in the last ball of the previous over. Bangladesh need 5 of 6. High full toss, and it's a good grab, but he had to get rid of it. He had to get rid of it. Now this will be interesting. It was a high full toss. I'm afraid there is no provision of using the TV umpire, but we have the advantage of watching the replay. Yes, it was a 6. Unfortunate for Tofal, but this is a single counted.
This is not the first time a major decision has gone against Bangladesh, but this can happen. Of course, in cricket you have to pay heed to the decision of the on-field umpire when third umpire is not available.
Once again a high full toss. Rakibul picks a single, fumble in the field. They're coming back for the second, and it's a direct hit. The umpire is unmoved, so 2 counted.
It's all happening. It's all happening in the middle. In the meantime, 300 is up for Bangladesh emerging. They will need 2 runs from the last 4. And there you go. The chant is on. The crowd, they are pumped up.
Once again, we have the luxury of watching the replay. No, it is a clean decision this occasion. They were running for their lives, Alif.
Of course, had their heart in their mouth, and it was Kofile who was at the danger end.
The field has to come in. Only 2, only 1 to be very honest for South Africa to defend. A couple of runs will win the game for Bangladesh emerging team. What a run chase. Bangladesh were down and out. Akbar Ali, then Rakibul and Tofal. What a Yorker. Oh, fumble once again. Mikael Prince, what have you done? It could have been a dot ball, but ended in conceding a bye run. So only 1 needed of 3 balls.
Turns, twist, everything was evident in this game. Yes, it was a brilliant Yorker. Rakibul missed it as well. But the keeper, what have you done? What have you done? He should have done better and saved that single. Boy, oh boy. The scores are level. Bangladesh emerging need only a single. Shajat, how do you feel?
Well, this is a game for Bangladesh to lose. They can't lose. The scores are level. Van Buren goes for a full toss. Tofal Ahmed hits the winning run. No one protecting the boundary, and that is the winning boundary. Bangladesh emerging goes 1-0 up in this series.
What a day of cricket. What a game we had. It had everything in it. Boundaries, over boundaries, turns, twists, drama, tension, and in the end, it's a victory for the home side. Big smile for the home crowd as they have come in numbers and they are celebrating the triumph of their favorite side. The cliffhanger ends with the victory of Bangladesh emerging by 3 wickets. But in the end, of course, the win goes for cricket. A game of cricket can't be better than this. Just can't be better than this. It's a 3-match series. The first one-dayer has been won by Bangladesh emerging by 3 wickets. Yes, there were fumbles. Bangladesh paused the game and then went to the back foot. There were ups, downs, everything. But in the end, courtesy to this partnership of 𝗃𝗃𝗃 and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, which has eventually led their side to win the game. Handshakes all around, and of course saying thanks to the crowd who supported with their whole heart. International cricket doesn't take place in Rajshahi, but this is something which of course will give them an international flavor. Handshakes all around. Bright and smiling faces in the Bangladesh side, and of course glum faces for the visitors, but certainly it's a learning curve for them. This was the winning shot. Low full toss. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 went straight down the ground, and as soon as he hit it, he knew that he's done his job. His team Bangladesh Emerging has won the game, and what a way to finish things off. He'll certainly remember this moment for a long time, and even if he forgets, he can watch the highlights on T Sports. That will also be a good option for him. But the crowd, they enjoyed thoroughly.
What a delightful game for the crowd, Alif. What an enjoyable one. Of course, they've come in numbers to support the home team, and at the end, what a cliffhanger of a game they witnessed. And definitely leaving the ground, keeping their heads high. But take nothing away from the South African youngsters. They have played their hearts out.
Absolutely. The batting summary for Bangladesh, 87 from Robin. But before that, let's go down to Shahanur Rabbani for the flash interview.
I've got 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 with me. Obviously, after such a victory, sum up your thoughts. It was a close encounter. How does it feel to win such a match?
It's feeling fantastic because it's a close game, but we know that we have some good all-round in the team, like the way 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 batting last 10 over. They give us that inspiration that we can finish the game, and later on me and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 batting well according to the wicket, according to the situation. So we are happy.
Talk to me about the first innings, though, when South Africa posted something around 301. After the start that you guys got, you took 3 wickets in 3 overs. You were bowling very well. What do you think? They scored too many runs, or it was a par score?
I think it's a par score, but the way we bowled, we should restrict them to 80s. Last 8 overs, we give 100 runs. The same situation it goes to us also. We also need like 100 runs in last 10 overs, so we will calculate this very well. Later on, the way 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 batting, me and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 batting, it shows the character of the team and the person.
Speaking about the team and the experience you must be getting by playing such a series against a strong South African emerging team, this must help you and the other players participating in this tournament a lot.
Yes, definitely. We want to play like this kind of opponent, like South Africa, New Zealand. Then we will learn lots of things, and we will earn something that we are missing in our game.
Right. One match won. Congrats on this victory. Best of luck for the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right, so 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 was down there with Shahanur Rabbani. And this is how the bowling summary looks like. Yes, good numbers. Good rates of economy as well. 2 wickets for Mohakhane. Then Van Heerden, the skipper, also took 2 wickets. But eventually, it's Bangladesh who win the game. So this is what has transpired right from the beginning of this inning. Some delightful shots from Zishan Alam. He started well, but couldn't play a big knock. Got out after hitting some good-looking shots all around the park. The opening stand was also decent between Zishan and Robin, and that's the wicket of Zishan Alam. After that, it was a Robin show with a bat in hand. The Bangladesh opener did well. Pritam Kumar could not play a big knock. Robin and Nariful formed a big partnership, and Robin had his 50, was on the verge of hitting his 100 as well. Good company from Nariful, although he played a lot of dot deliveries. That's the area where he will have to work on before getting out. Then Nariful and Pian was there, and that was a brilliant catch from the fielder, which got rid of Ariful. And that was a brilliant catch from the edge of the boundary as well. But after that, the Bangladesh emerging skipper 𝗂𝗃𝗃 started toying with the bowlers. That was a wicket of Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi. Then after that, Bangladesh went to the back foot slightly. Lastly, it was completely a show from Tufail and Rakibul. There you go, that was the first 6, and that's number 2. The number 3 was straight down the ground. Tufail went down the ground and yes, hits the winning runs right there, thanking the Almighty for the success. So Bangladesh emerging are the winners of the first one-dayer of this 3-match series between Bangladesh emerging and South Africa emerging. Home side leading the series with a lot of confidence, and of course the dressing room, the camp will be overjoyed. This is how the match summary looks like. Batting first, South Africa posted a very good total, 301 courtesy to Kanor and Similane for the finishing touch. Ripon Mondol was expensive, although picked up 3 wickets. In reply, Bangladesh had a roller coaster ride, ups and downs, then up, then down. Robin anchored the innings. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 played some good shots, 41 from 24. Ariful played too many dot deliveries, although scored 36 runs. Jishan Alam had a flying start, but once again could not really convert into a big one. But in bowling, Sepo Dangwa picked up 2 wickets. But now let's go down to Shorturl.at for the post-match presentation.
What a match we have witnessed, and the fate of the game, it was swinging like a pendulum from one side to another, and it landed on the home side soil at the last. So congratulations, Bangladesh emerging team. So in the presentation ceremony, let's first get acquainted with the guests today. Mr. Ghazi Ashraf Hossain Lipu, Chief Selector and former captain of Bangladesh cricket team. And Mr. Selim Shahid, match referee today and former national player as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. So to start the proceedings, let's have a chat with the captain of South African emerging team, George van Heerden. George, hard luck. You guys fought till the end, but at the end, it was just not your day.
Yeah, I think obviously an awesome effort from us to get ourselves close there. Obviously struggled at the start a little bit, but then unbelievable effort from Connor and Simo and Tian there at the back to get us a score that was competitive. And then I think our bowlers set ourselves up nicely at the end there to give ourselves a good chance. But credit to Bangladesh, I think they played the high pressure moments a little bit better than us today. But yeah, still 2 games left to go in the series, so looking forward to the next 2.
You guys started well with the bat and then lose a couple of wickets in the middle, but finished really strong. What about that?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we almost started very nicely and then lost those wickets in clusters, which made it tough for us. But then I said, like, the guys in the middle came in and set it up nicely towards the end again to get us a score that we thought was just above par. And then obviously the bowling side of things didn't start our way with the seamers. Spinners brought it back a little bit, and then at the end, unfortunately, just couldn't get it over the line.
Thank you so much for talking to us, George. Hard luck today and all the best for the rest of the series.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the winning captain. So let's call over 𝗂𝗃𝗃, captain of Bangladesh emerging team. 𝗂𝗃𝗃, what a game. Fortunately for you, you end up on the winning side.
Yeah, it was a tremendous game of cricket. I guess it was a complete team effort. Everybody chipped in at the right time.
And what about your bowling or your batting effort, I should say, that time Bangladesh was really struggling, but you took the responsibilities on your own shoulders?
Yeah, I guess we were in a situation that we needed a boundary in every over, so we just had a clear plan that we need to go and try to find some boundaries at every over.
And what about the end by 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 and 𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃?
It was tremendous. Lovely to see 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 and 𝗃𝗃𝗃 can bat like that way, so it was excellent team effort.
1-0 up in the series, looking for a series win in the next game?
Yeah, we'll try to do that, but of course South Africa will try to bounce back, so we have to be very careful.
Thank you so much, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, for talking to us. And now it's time for the Player of the Match award and a number of brilliant performances in the whole game. But it is Mahfizul Robin who set the foundation for Bangladesh to chase that good total posted by South African team. Mahfizul Robin, 87 of 89 balls. What a brilliant knock you played, Robin. Definitely entertaining one. Robin, একটু যদি কথা বলি আমরা, সেঞ্চুরির আক্ষেপটা কি একটু আছে কিনা?
তা তো অবশ্যই থাকবেই, কারণ একটা ধারপ্রান্তে ছিলাম সেঞ্চুরি, তো করতে না পারার আক্ষেপ একটু আছে।
মাত্রই ডিপিএলটা শেষ করে এসেছেন, সেখানেও ভালো ফর্ম আপনি দেখিয়েছেন এবং ডেফিনেটলি খুশি হবেন সেই ফর্মটা এখানেও কন্টিনিউ করতে পারছেন।
আসলে আমি মনে করি প্রত্যেক দিন আমার জন্য নতুন দিন, আমার এটা জব, আমার করার দায়িত্ব, আমি এটাই করতেছি। আমার ম্যাচ উইনিংয়ের জন্য যা কিছু দরকার আমি সেটাই প্রয়োজনে, টিমের প্রয়োজনে সেটাই খেলতেছি।
যখন 300-র উপরে চেস করতে গিয়েছিলেন, কন্ডিশনটা আসলে কিভাবে অ্যাসেস করছিলেন?
যখন ওরা ব্যাটিং করতেছিল আমরা তখনই দেখতেছিলাম যে উইকেটে অনেক ভালো বল আসে, তো আমি আর জিসান যখন একটা ভালো পার্টনারশিপ হয়েছে আমরা জাস্ট ট্রাই করছি যে সিঙ্গেলটা রোটেট করার, বাজে বলটা পানিশ করার, তো এন্ড অফ দ্য ডে দেখা যাবে, তো এটাই আল্লাহর রহমতে সেটা পূরণ হয়েছে।
Okay, thank you so much, Robin, for talking to us, and all the best for the game.
Thank you so much.
So that's a wrap up from here in the post-match ceremony, and back to the com box.
Right, so that was the post-match presentation and the match summary where Bangladesh Emerging win the match by 3 wickets. So thank you everyone for joining and being with us till the very end. We will be right back with the live broadcast of the second one-dayer. Till then, stay healthy, stay safe. Goodbye for now.